Regis, here to help you grow.
It's a big deal. Amazon is offering a sweet price on its Prime service tomorrow only. ABC's Michelle Franzen explains.
Celebrating its 5 Emmy win for its original series, Transparent, Amazon is dropping its Prime membership to $67 Friday, $32 lower than its regular price, in a nod to the 67th Primetime Emmy Awards.
I need to talk to you about something. There's a big change going on.
Actor Jeffrey Tambor nabbing one of the Emmys, Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series, for his role in the groundbreaking series highlighting a transgender family. You'll have to act fast. The Prime deal only available for 24 hours. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Scientists truly took one for the team when they subjected themselves to bee stings to find which insect bites were the most painful. They described some bites as feeling like getting a rusty nail hammered into your heel or having a cigar put out on your tongue. They concluded the worst places to be bitten include the upper lip and the nostril. Karen Chase, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
We have awkward moments on the Darren Streblow Comedy Show.
I'm standing in the hallway of an expensive hotel in little strawberry underwear.
Hi, this is comedian Darren Streblow, and each week I have some of my funniest comedian friends join me on the Darren Streblow Comedy Show. You'll hear stand-up, funny music, and yes, even an occasional awkward moment. So join me and laugh on the Darren Streblow Comedy Show, Saturday nights at 9 on KMAS Newsradio.
Is your family doing some growing? Whether it's an expansion of your home or the addition of a new family car, Peninsula Credit Union can provide fast, friendly service with terrific rates. We offer personal lines of credit, affordable auto loans, and a variety of home loan options to get you moving. Visit our offices in Shelton, Belfair, Paulsbo, Port Orchard, and Port Townsend, or go online to pcfcu.org. At Peninsula Credit Union, our priority is you.
A decisive blow in the AL East. I'm Dave Packer reporting on sports. Wednesday was a tough day for the New York Yankees and their fans. First, they said goodbye to one of their truly legendary players, Hall of Famer Yogi Berra. Then, with one swing of the bat, Russell Martin may have ended their AL East hopes.
The pitch. Driven to left field, deep, going back, Gardner. See ya. A 3-run home run for Russell Martin. And the Blue Jays lead 4-0.
That was Michael Kay on the Yes Network as the Blue Jays defeated the Yankees by that 4-0 score, increasing their lead to 3.5 games in the AL East. New York is still 4 games clear in the wild card race. In NFL news, Eagles running back DeMarco Murray is listed as questionable for Sunday's game against the Jets after injuring his hamstring in practice Wednesday. Back to baseball we go, where September 23rd has proven to be a good day to be a Pirates fan.
Marte rips it down the left field line. That is a fair ball. It goes in the corner. Polanco scores. Harrison scores. Stopping at third is McCutcheon. A 2-out, 2-run double for Starling Marte.
The call heard on KDKA in Pittsburgh as the Pirates were 13-7 winners over the Rockies on Wednesday, clinching their 3rd straight trip to the postseason. All 3 times the team has done it on September 23rd. Elsewhere in the diamond, it was walk-offs galore. First to Kansas City.
The 1-0. There's a swing and a line drive, base hit to right field. Orlando got a late break, and they're going to send him to the plate. Here's the throw. It is not in time. The Royals win it.
Steve Fisiak on KCSP with the call. The Royals 4-3 winners over the Mariners in 10 innings. Next, we go to San Diego.
2-0 pitch. There's a drive into left center field. That's into the gap, and nobody's going to be able to get to it. It falls untouched, base hit, and Matt Kemp comes round to score, and the Padres have won it.
The call heard on KNBR as the Padres rally past the Giants 5-4. Dave Packer, ABC Sports.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1. I sound bassy.
I did add a little bass.
Oh, well, hey. Barry White, kind of. I like it.
I think.
Can you add some more bass to me?
I can.
Yeah.
You want to try it?
Yeah, sure.
And then I'll turn down all your high.
In sports.
There, try that.
All right, so that sounds about normal.
Oh,
that's good. Yeah, no, that's better, actually. There, I like that. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Burbank, nkmas.com. Here we are, and 92.9 is one of those frequencies we were talking about as well. They're all in there. You find the one that fits your lifestyle, and there we are. Lorenzo Cain singles home by a pinch runner by the name of Paulo Orlando in the 10th inning. KC Royals rally past the M's 4-3 in the 10th inning and are close to their first division title in 30 years. Not us, them, the Royals. The victory reduced the Royals' magic number down to 2 to clinch the AL Central crown. They can lock it all up Thursday night with another win over Seattle tonight and a Minnesota loss to Cleveland. We won't let that happen, will we? Okay, then. Our coverage is non-existent as we have Thursday night football tonight. Correct?
Yeah.
Boy, I see. I'm right on top. I haven't been here for a day or two.
You seem right on top of it.
I do seem something.
What are the teams? Washington and Giants.
Yes. Somebody's got to win.
Somebody's got to do something.
All right, Lamar Nagel scores 2 goals. Sounders beat Vancouver Whitecaps. CONCACAF Champion League quarterfinals. It's scintillating. It's exciting. Seattle will advance, I think. Here's how it sets. They're all in Group F. And Seattle completed group play, 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie. 7 points. Vancouver, only 4 points. They still can tie on points by beating Olympia in Honduras October 22nd, but the Sounders own the tiebreaker on goal differential. So Seattle's got the inside leg on that. All right, so we're all excited. We don't know what happens or when the semis go. Oh, February, March, knockout stage, way down the line. Don't you worry about it today. Don't worry about it this morning, certainly. Here's one good headline. Safety Cam Chancellor has ended his holdout and reported to the Seahawks. Told you. He didn't say it didn't matter what had happened, but he did say that he intends on dealing with his business after the season and that it was time to go help his teammates. Exactly the right, perfect thing to do. Now, he has potentially lost more than $2 million and no new contract. How much he will be fined remains to be seen. My suspicion is they'll waive the preseason stuff, and he'll still be on the hook for about $500,000 for the first 2 games of the season.
Now, who gets that money? The NFL? Or?
Well, Seattle gets it's the Seattle pays them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
So there were no fines for him not playing the last couple of weeks.
Not from the NFL.
It was just
he missed a salary. Yeah. You're not there, you're not going to get paid. Unless he took sick leave. Or vacation day.
I'm going to take a vacation day this Sunday.
Yeah, you don't mind, do you, Coach? Okay. See you maybe next week.
I got somebody to cover for me.
Yeah, I'm just taking the 1 day off this week. That's all. Just Sunday. I hope that doesn't upset your plans. And then the WNBA Rookie of the Year this year, the Seattle's Jewel Lloyd. Congratulations to her.
Wow.
There you go. That's sports.
Well, 6:15 here in the forecast today. Looking decent. Clouds and rain roll in tonight. 72 the high today. 68 tomorrow. Saturday looks very nice. Sunday, good again. 70. And Monday as the same. It's 48 out there right now.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line by email or Facebook. Now, from where I-5 takes a sharp left toward Portland, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right. Thursday morning, 6:16 here at KMAS and on the web at KMAS.com.
1,000 horses.
Dun, 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 dun.
1,000 horses.
Yeah.
They're a special guest of Jake Owens.
Oh. I didn't think that's not the way I thought you were going.
I know. I was trying to set you up to kind of give you a curveball. I think it worked.
It did.
On the grandstand stage at today's Washington State Fair. So make sure I got the right day. Yeah, it's for today, Thursday. The top new male vocalist honors at the American Country Music Awards, Jake Owen.
Mm-hmm.
So Alone With You, one of his big hits, and The One That Got Away. And then the special guest is 1,000 horses.
Yeah, I thought you were just talking about all the horses at the fair.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's quite 1,000 of them.
There was quite a lot. We were there on, I don't know, whatever day, and it was noon. We thought there was going to be dog agility. We looked at the thing, and we said, oh, the dogs are doing stuff.
Yeah.
So we walk into where they have the stuff, and there's only like 2 horses. And the guy says, are you waiting for the draft horses? I says, yeah, when is that? Oh, in about 2 hours.
We don't have that much time.
I don't gotta do stuff.
Where's the Pronto Pups deal?
Oh, you weren't. Were you?
Yeah, you had a sausage.
I told you
one.
about the sausage.
Yeah, that was awesome.
You ain't kidding.
So we know it's a murder of crows, right?
Yeah, murder of crows.
And a gaggle of geese.
Mm-hmm.
What's a group of pigs? Is it a jumble? Is it a pen of pigs? Is it a drift of pigs? Or is it a congregation of pigs, like in Congress?
A congregation of pigs in Congress. I'm going to say that it's not a pen of pigs because they reside in a pen.
There you go. That's good.
What were the other 2 choices?
A jumble.
I like that one.
A jumble of pigs?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're wrong. It's a drift.
A drift of pigs?
A drift of pigs.
What is that?
I have
What
no
are we
idea.
drifting?
Drift of pigs, and somebody submitted that for our deal. And today, by the way, is Senior Day, so lots of special activities for those who are 62 and better.
Mm-hmm. We have tickets.
We do. If you want to go, if you're over 62 and you don't have a job.
Clayton called and he wanted some tickets the other day, and then I forgot to leave them out.
Probably,
if not in a few days.
I know.
What's been the deal?
Well, I've been busy.
Where have you been? No call, no text, no phone call.
I know, but I still love you, man.
He just doesn't show up. You just been out.
But I do at least get Carol in here to replace me.
Well, that works.
So
perusing the great state of Washington.
I've been all over the state of Washington.
So you've been over to the mountains.
I have.
How's the rain? What's the range like? Is it nice? Is it there's snow?
I went over White Pass. It's breathtaking. Always. And there is still snow at the very tippy top of Mount Rainier. So if you hit the certain areas there and you get that peekaboo look at the summit,
mm-hmm.
And the sky has been absolutely crystal clear blue. The weather's been nice. So this time of year is a good time to travel over. And, White Pass will be one of the first ones to close when the snow flies.
Yeah.
So take advantage of that. Traffic hasn't been too bad. So that was good. Like that when I didn't run into any snafus traffic-wise.
No.
So been good.
Xi Jinping problems.
Not over in Grant County.
So somebody told me yesterday, and we'll have more of these stories, but somebody told me the other day yesterday, I guess, that they just shut down I-5 between South Center.
Oh, I know. It was horrible.
Between South Center and Lincoln.
Yeah. And
just shut the whole southbound I-5.
So the president of China went that way, and his wife went that way, and they had to cover the whole everything.
Oh my gosh, it was just so. It's great having him here, whatever. But what a mess with
traffic. There's lots of Twitter.
I bet.
But we are thankful to have gotten visited by the Chinese president.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
I'm Ari Wolf with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Cam Chancellor holdout is over. The Seahawks safety rejoined the team on Wednesday. Chancellor's return brings an end to his hopes for a revised contract. During his two-game absence, the Seahawks went 0-2 against the Rams and Packers. In a Wednesday press conference, Chancellor said, quote, "I know I can play Sunday." Drew Brees isn't ruling himself out for Sunday's NFC South showdown with the Panthers. Brees says he has every intention of playing, although he was limited in practice Wednesday and confirmed that he didn't throw. He's nursing a bruised rotator cuff. And DeMarco Murray left practice Wednesday with a hamstring injury. Last year's Offensive Player of the Year has struggled this season, rushing for 9 yards in the season opener and 2 yards in Sunday's loss to the Cowboys. Thursday Night Football takes center stage in the Big Apple when Eli Manning and the Giants take on the Redskins. Redskins-Giants football starts here Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on NFL Network and CBS. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
No matter what you drive, Napa now has Valvoline oil on sale for you. So if it's a hand-me-down hatchback, a family roadster, or a sporty little two-door convertible you bought to match your receding hairline, you can now get the protection of any one of 4 flavors of Valvoline motor oil, with conventional starting at just $3.69 a quart. Conquer the job with Napa know-how. General states pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees at participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Offer expires 9/30/15.
I spend my days helping others. It's rewarding, just not always financially. So I got TIAA CREF. They were founded to help people like me meet our financial goals. They've got so many industry accolades, it's unreal. I like taking care of people. Sometimes that even includes myself.
Intelligent investing for the long term. Just what you'd expect from a company that's created to serve and built to perform. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA CREF Individual Institutional Services, LLC. This testimonial is an actor portrayal. Investing involves risk.
Some people say it's an excellent source of antioxidants.
And it tastes great.
Others say it can actually lower stress and soothe your senses.
And it tastes great.
It's even been said to reduce high blood pressure.
And it tastes great.
It's McCafe Iced Green Tea, and it's brewed fresh daily with simple ingredients. So come into your locally owned and operated Northwest McDonald's and enjoy a delicious cup any time of day.
Hey!
And yes, as you might have already heard, it tastes great.
Thank you.
Price of participation may vary.
You do everything together. Dress alike, talk alike, both dyed your hair purple, even dated brothers. But you've never shared McDonald's, which practically makes you strangers. McDonald's new 2 for $5 deal is the perfect way to take your friendship to the next level.
Bond over breakfast with 2 Egg McMuffin or Sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches for $5. Or reconnect later over 2 Big Mac or 2 Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches for only $5. Limited time offer. Price and participation may vary. Price of single item posted on menu board.
I was having a nightmare the other night. A dentist was getting ready to drill me. Then, good God, he turned into a car salesman. I woke up in a cold sweat. I said, sister, come on, we're going down to Value Ford in Elma where they treat you right. Terrible coffee, but I needed a hug, calm myself down. Those boys down there will treat you right. You don't get ripped off, and they're not smart enough, any of them, to be crafty. So go down to Value Ford in Elma, and they'll treat you right. You can get a hug, cup of coffee, and best deal on a car going. That's Value Ford in Elma.
Hi, this is Clayton David from Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS Newsradio.
All right, good. Well, it didn't take long, Dale. We broke the news early yesterday that Cam was back, and sure enough, on my way home, first jersey I see,
31.
Number 31.
There it is.
The guy on the side of the road walking down. Oh, yeah, just pulled that out.
How about that?
Better than the holdout sticker I saw at the fair for Cam.
Oh, was there? Yeah, you told me about that. So it's good. I had a feeling he'd be back. It is time. You got to join your teammates. You got to put it all behind you. There's a time for business. There's a time for business, time for take care of business. And so Seattle can use him. This is actually good for him down the road, maybe for a negotiating ploy. Say, hey, look, without me, you lost 2 games. When I got back, look at what we did.
Yeah.
So, whatever the case might be, he's lost. It's not, he didn't gain anything really by doing this, but he had to do what he felt he had to do. So there it is. This all everybody, and I think they have. Just put it behind us and let's move forward and trounce Chicago and get back into the fray here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That all said, other big headlines around the Northwest. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, founders of Facebook and Amazon, respectively, joined the Chinese President Xi Jinping and other techies for a tour of the new Microsoft campus yesterday. She was, is it she? I think that's how they pronounce it. She was shown several demonstrations yesterday of high-tech products, including a large device for data manipulation. What? Protesters holding signs in English and Chinese lined the streets, including right outside Microsoft in Redmond, and helped to contribute to the traffic snafu.
You ain't kidding. Great picture on the cover of the Olympian this morning of Xi. Well, I'm just showing you. It doesn't matter. But him.
You can put it in that camera.
Oh, yeah. You see it over there. So Xi ends up at Lincoln High School.
Yes.
And all the team there gave him a team jersey.
He looks like maybe a DB, defensive back.
Yeah, he'll be
short and
his
light.
His number 1.
Yeah.
And he'll be, I think, on the starting line this Friday night as Lincoln comes to town.
He's the honorary. He'll be kicking for the kick.
For the long snapper, maybe.
Maybe the long snapper.
Number 1.
Xi Jinping. So I guess they've had a great. Now they're going to Washington, D.C. from here.
Woof, and that's where the Pope is.
And Pope's going up to, I think, Philadelphia.
What a mess.
And so the traffic all around the country is like whacked out.
Yeah.
So we're
pretty fortunate here.
Yeah.
Let's see what else is going on. We talked earlier about heading over the mountain. Additional campus here on this side. This time it's up in Everett. They have one, I think, in Tacoma, and there's one in Vancouver. They have the extension office here. University and Snohomish County officials held a ceremonial groundbreaking for the new branch this week. It's a 4-story building and expected to have at least a dozen classrooms, 10 labs or so, offices, a cafe, gatherings. It's a $54 million project, and they're thinking the start of the 2017 school year.
Well, that is exciting because that's a long drive to Pullman.
Yeah.
And
I don't think there's any disadvantage of going to a satellite campus.
I don't think so. There is certainly, I mean, the grades are the grades, and the classes are the classes. With technology, you're going to get the same quality, everything. And think about the immediacy of getting to the school and the savings and costs to travel and stay and all that other stuff. So
I wonder if some of these classrooms, and this is all speculation, but imagine you're at Everett campus and you're taking, I don't know, Geo 101. So you go into the room and there's no teacher, but a screen. And it's a live video of what the teacher in Pullman is doing.
Same class. I think that's probably what a lot of it might.
And if you have a question, you could press a button and light will pop up. Question from our Everett campus.
Yeah.
Actually, I've been in situations where we've done that.
See, and I think that's the wave of it all.
That makes sense.
Tacoma houses a University of Washington satellite location, and it cuts down on traffic. And frankly, Pullman and the campus there is maxed out. There's no really anywhere to grow. They're not going to build skyscrapers, to go up, and you can't really sprawl out. It's up on, those familiar with the campus there in Pullman, it's up on the hill, and it's pretty much covered everything that it can. So, this makes perfect sense. And you get the accredited classes, and there's a distinction between what's emphasized at Wazoo as opposed to what's emphasized at the University of Washington, and two distinct different kinds of directions for post-graduation work for everybody. So, very cool. That's a pretty awesome deal.
Here's another story from the paper this morning about the pot stores, the next round of pot store licenses.
Yeah.
Mid-October is what Jim Peters said for the Squaxin Island Tribal Council, that says that little shop across from the Little
be
Creek.
Ready up and going, huh?
This could be open as soon as mid-October. Amazing.
Great.
2 weeks from now.
Mary Lynn Foster is standing by. Here she is.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neon Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
Snow melts. Rain falls. Rivers form. This happens all over the world. But when it happens here, something wonderful unfolds. A renewable source of energy, created without releasing even an ounce of CO2 into the Earth's atmosphere.
Mason PUD 3. Clean, renewable, and reliable energy every day. Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news, connect with KMAS, and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and watch Daybreak live. Follow the link on KMAS.com or search KMAS Radio on YouTube. What? All right, 10 innings. Mariners had a 3-1 lead for a long, long time. Got tangled up in the end. Doggone it, you know, our little buddy Danny Farquhar, he coughed it up a little bit there in relief, and he'd been doing really good.
Yeah, I thought he was doing well in
relief. Year this year, and he's one of our favorites. But he got roughed up a little bit last night, late in the game. And long story short, the Kansas City Royals, and they're in first place in a snow accident. They're a good team. Got a huge offense going there in Kansas City. They tie us up and then go on and beat Seattle 4-3 in 10, and are only 2 games now out of clinching the American League Central title. So they're playing for a whole nother reason than Seattle is right now. Seattle's pressure is off. Lots, and I think they utilized maybe about 20 players last night. And everybody gets to play.
Sure.
You know, and everybody's up. They got a 40-man roster right now. So that's what Lloyd McClendon is doing. He's just moving kids around, checking people out, getting them at bats, getting them out in the field. So all that's going on. In the meantime, Seattle did win the first game, scoring 11 runs, and they didn't quite have that offensive punch here last night. They play one more game before heading to Los Angeles, and we'll have that game 4 o'clock pregame and 10 past 5 for the first pitch this afternoon, and then that won't be on the air,
no,
unfortunately, because we got a barn burner in New York tonight. The Giants hosting Washington Redskins.
Who's the quarterback in Washington?
Well, it's not RG3. He's not even...
And then our NFL 6:30 and the Insider after that, or flip it. And they said that the top 2 draft choices from 2012 and 2013 are now nowhere.
Right.
I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah.
How quickly. Tim Tebow and RG3.
Yeah.
I don't even think it was Tebow. I think it was even another guy.
Yeah. It's hard. What Russell Wilson has done is amazing. And only when you compare it to other guys that have come out of college that are either Heisman's or, you know, high draft choices and all that. So we got Thursday night football for you, and that starts at 4:45 this afternoon, something like that.
5 o'clock.
And then 5 o'clock. Okay. So we'll do that. for you. And then more football tomorrow. It's Friday Night Lights.
Sure is.
Lincoln Abe's coming to town.
Yeah.
Going to take on the High Climbers. Lincoln, high-powered offense this year. They've scored a lot of points.
They scored a lot of points against Capital last week.
71 against Capital last week. So, the High Climbers their defense has got a lot of work cut out for them, but High Climbers have been scoring. So here we go. It'll be a good matchup. We'll have it for you on the air right here on News Radio KMAS beginning at 6:45 tomorrow night. High school football. Gotta love that.
Well, it's going to be a great night for high school football tomorrow night. We'll get to that in just a second. Today, 72 with mostly cloudy skies. If we see any rain, it'll show up during the overnight. And then tomorrow, slight rain during the early morning hours, high 68. Again, Saturday and Sunday and Monday, maybe near 70. And actually looks real good for the next 10 days. That takes us into the first weekend of October.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now from Shelton's Media Row, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
We'll see what happens.
We sure will.
You come on by and peruse through all the junk I got. No, it's not junk. It's great.
Super.
DVDs, Blu-rays.
The latest.
I don't even know how to price these things. Talking about my garage sale on Saturday. And first off, I was a little concerned that it's the end of September. Do people even still do garage sales?
Well,
and I guess as long as the weather's nice.
Weather's good, it's good, yeah. And they're pretty hardy souls, those garage sales.
Well, no early birds. We've got kids and dogs. All right, what else is going on, my main man?
Well, we've got a lot of stuff happening. I understand that the Kelso School District still out 7 days now.
Yeah, and yesterday there was a judge that was said, "Hey, you guys need to get back to work," and the teachers were like,
"Talks are slated for this morning again. We'll see what happens." 4,500 students impacted there, and legislative leaders calling for State Auditor Troy Kelly's head.
Yeah,
they want him to resign. Big letter from the Speaker of the House, and the Senate Majority Leader said Kelly should leave office immediately. Kelly's been on unpaid leave while fighting allegations that he stole millions from clients from his former business, as well as money laundering and tax evasion. But besides that, says he's innocent. Efforts to reach Kelly have been unsuccessful.
I mean, I get that we need to have an auditor in, but if he's on unpaid leave, what's the problem?
It's no problem. It doesn't cost us anything.
We don't see him.
So it's not costing us anything. It's unpaid.
I wonder if that his bennies are included, though.
Oh, boy, there's something.
He's going to the doctor a lot. All right, family.
He's going to a psychologist, probably.
We need to get to our deductibles because
you get all your
first
stuff
one
fixed.
may not be
get
here.
everything fixed because we may not be having this health insurance at the end of the year. I'm holding them off as best I can.
I have to get the same kind the rest of the people in Washington have.
Oh, no. The humanity of it.
6:41 at KMAS. Coming up this morning, we'll have the focus on Shelton. And also, we'll have Jeannie Raywalt, who we had in on Tuesday, talking about gardening garlic. It was a fun conversation about how you plant garlic. Now's a good time to plant garlic for the first of the summer.
What's that garlic fest thing in Centralia?
Yeah, it was in August.
Okay.
It's the end of August.
You've been to that?
I have been to it, and I would highly encourage people to go.
Yeah.
I mean, not only there's a lot of great garlic food, but it's a fun fair.
Yeah.
Community kind
I'd
of
like
thing.
to go to that.
On our Facebook page, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but the Oysterfest Skookum Rotary posted a map of what Oysterfest is going to look like.
The new location.
Sharp.
It is really cool.
It's going to be Oysterfest for the books. I mean, they're all great, but this one, new location,
easier,
straight shots, right? Look down both sides. beer garden at the end from where you get in, which is smart because people are walking all the way down and they start nibbling and then they get thirsty and then they're in the beer garden all day and then they get drunk and they got to stagger back, so they got to get food on the way back.
Yeah, you got to be stable enough to walk your way back through Oysterfest.
Double ding them and then head by the wine building.
Yeah,
or whatever
to go.
Ballard is going to have a new
firehouse,
so-called, the new Ballard Firehouse. Tom Likas is going to be there. Seattle neighborhood of Ballard will soon have a so-called urban rest stop where homeless folks can come shower and wash clothes.
Okay.
King TV reports that the low
My son's place, because he lives there.
Very well could be. Low Income Housing Institute nearly finished a project which is located just a half mile from a homeless camp and proposed in the neighborhood there of Ballard.
Well, it's a nice gesture.
A couple other rest stops in the city. So stop by, take a shower, wash some clothes, feel good, look good.
Kind of a urban rest stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's not a bad idea. Certainly.
I've been seeing a lot of reports about homeless populations. There was a thing on LA that they declared it a state of emergency. What did you say, 26,000
homeless people in the city of Los Angeles proper.
That's a third of the amount of people in Mason County.
Yes.
That's 2.5 times
it's almost
bigger.
Half the population of Mason County. Only 60,000.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like 2.5 times the size of Shelton.
Yeah.
Whoa.
All on the streets.
So the other thing I heard is that in all the kind of, and we've talked about,
I got $100 million to deal with them.
So we'll see if that helps. They're gonna. I read that it's more cost effective in certain situations to build these tiny homes. You've seen these tiny homes, rather than the jail, all the soup kitchens, all the other ancillary governmental costs. But if you put it into like a tiny home, apparently saves money, and then they, start to live like that. We've kind of talked about it often.
Yeah, we have, and it's not going to go away quickly, and so you need to deal with it. You need to get people stabilized to improve things, and I think that we're looking to help get them squared away while they were still on the streets, and kind of a cart before the horse sort of a deal. Now there's a new way of thinking about it, of getting them in a house, in a stable situation. That perpetuates better behavior. That gets them going down the right path a lot quicker and more efficiently and less expensively than going the other way around. Like, we'll get them some help, but we don't have anywhere to put them. So they still have to go back out to their encampment or whatever at the end of the day. So we'll see. We hope that all turns well. Maybe in a few years, we'll be glad for the steps that are being taken now. Walla Walla.
What?
Walla Walla.
Oh, the city's so nice they named it twice.
Drinking water underground. You don't have to go underground to drink water. The ecology officials have given their approval for the city of Walla Walla to store their drinking water underground. That'll reduce its need for surface water from Mill Creek during hot summer months, where the fish need to have cool water to survive. So kind of an ecological way. Very clever. Watch the Walla Walla Road, man. They got some wineries out there.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
My name is Dale Pazinski. I'm 19 years old, and this is how I live united. I've always been kind of a computer geek, and I found a way to use those skills to help the homeless in my community. For people facing hard times, computer skills and a basic resume are so important. It may seem like a small thing, but it makes a huge difference in people's lives. So with United Way, I created a program where I work with the homeless. Together, we go through their whole job history, write a resume, and then save it on their very own USB drive. We provide workbooks and training certificates. I even budgeted for cupcakes so we can celebrate as a class when one of our people gets a job. That's huge. When somebody says, "Hey man, that job that you helped me apply for, I got it." That's what Living United feels like to me. My name is Dale Pazinski. I help people achieve financial independence. So I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
Wilkes going to take it around the far side, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Seahawks!
The Seahawks celebrate their home opener in Week 3 as they host the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Steve Rabel. Join Warren Moon and me this Sunday. Pregame at 11, kick at 1:25. Right here on the Seahawks Radio Network.
We want to be legendary. Seahawks! Marshawn Lynch said, "Get out of my way."
Good morning, this is Jim Morrell from Peninsula Credit Union, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on Newsradio 1030 KMAS.
He's hardcore. All right. Good morning to you.
And he's 25 years younger. God, that's what soccer does to you. I'm not going to let my kid play anymore.
Yikes. All right. Good morning to you.
Hey, yes. Good morning, everybody. By the way, I will be gone again tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I like this every
I'm sure
third
you do.
day schedule of getting up.
It definitely.
Let me tell you what, that 4 o'clock alarm this morning was brutal, though.
I bet.
I wasn't used to that.
These inconsistent days really help me on my end, too.
Well, but at least you're getting up and going down at the same time.
Same. Today, Eagle Home Mortgage is having a ribbon cutting. You know, we talked to Brian LaFlame from LaFlame Group.
Yeah.
He kind of works with them. Anyways, there's a new office in town, so that's kind of cool. Good on you guys.
Yeah. By 4 o'clock, there's a ribbon cutting on Railroad. Check it out. Have some fun.
Yeah.
Eat some cake.
What else?
Cut the ribbon.
County, or not the county, but the state is sending out little notes to folks saying, hey, we think you may be eligible to vote, but you haven't registered.
Yeah, time running.
And there's about, let's see, so we got another
days
one
left, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so. We're getting into it. We have got a great debate coming up for you, October 6th. It's a Tuesday morning. And Mike Olson, who's the sitting City of Shelton Commissioner of Finance.
Right.
And his challenger, Kathleen McDowell, will be here
in the studio. We'll give them a full chunk of time, whatever it takes, 20 to 30 minutes. And they'll have a one-on-one debate here on the radio. Very excited. And we did get confirmation. We do have His Honor, the Mayor Gary Krantz, incumbent, and his challenger, Marilyn Vogler, on the following the 13th. And they, too, will be reserved a full slate of block of time and a one-on-one debate. So we encourage you to be tuned in and enjoy that as we are finding new and exciting ways to spotlight the process of the election. And we thought that was a really good way to get in depth with the candidates, a little more intimate with the give and take that we're not afforded that luxury when we do our big forum, our big candidates forum, because we've got a lot of candidates and we want to get them to to the front and be able to make their statements, and we've got time constraints and that sort of thing. So this allows us to focus in on a couple of the races this year. And we will have, by the way, we've gotten confirmation from everybody but one of the school board candidates for the Shelton School Board races. And we've got everybody has now responded for all of the city, county, and port races that are going on. So we will be having our big candidates forum for the general election on the 20th of October. So 6th, 13th, both in the morning here on the radio, and then on the 20th that evening from the Transit Community Center, live from 6 till 8 that evening, we'll have another big candidates forum. So we're excited about it all and are happy to be able to help in the process of electing our future.
About 1,300 folks, they reckon, in Mason County are eligible to vote but have not registered. Looking at some of these other numbers. Now, what is in Clark County?
Whoa.
Is that Vancouver?
Yeah, I think it is.
There's just there's some counties with some interestingly high amounts of unregistered voters. Clark County has about 16,000, almost 17,000. King County has near 80,000 folks.
Well, there's a lot of
folks up there. Yeah. Pierce County, 25,000. So people are still 92 in Wahkiakum.
92 people?
Yeah. 46 in Garfield.
Shape up there in Wahkiakum County.
46 in Garfield. And I think Garfield County has one of the best voter turnouts in the state too, actually.
Isn't that
so? Low, high voter registration, high votes,
high voter turnout.
People that have no votes. That's pretty cool. Good for them. It doesn't take but 3 minutes, right? You just go onto the Secretary of State website, you put in your stuff, click, boom, registered.
Yeah, real easy now. Easy to register, easy to vote.
Yeah.
Sit at your at your kitchen table and fill out your ballot. And you only have to vote for the things that are on your particular ballot. In other words, sometimes you're not in the right area, and you don't have to be confused. Well, do I vote? I don't even know. I'm not even. And so they don't even put that choice for you. The only choices you got to make are the ones that pertain to your location.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is very cool. So,
all right, 6:55 KMAS.
And Oyster Fest next week. We should probably let folks know we'll be Oyster Festing all over the radio next week. Yeah. My goodness gracious, we'll have the Goo for this year. Andrew Ski the Goo. That's the only guest that I know of for sure that's coming.
Okay.
The
other role of the Goo is if a person drops, he's got to come in.
Oh, yeah.
Or they've got to come in, but he has to this year.
How hard would it be to have Andrewski in here every day? Probably have to change the lock.
We start at 6, Steve. Come on in.
Yes, hang out with us. He's a nice man, Steve Andrewski, man about town.
Do you remember when we interviewed his son?
Yes.
And he was doing something special with the school.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome.
It was exciting.
A lot of community involvement in that family. 6:55 here at KMAS and KMAS.com. And good morning to you. We were getting some emails also about Shelton Hills. Did you hear about all this?
Well, there's been some renewed interest from the public, and I don't know what perpetrated that, unless maybe there was an article in the paper up in Thurston County or something. I'm not sure, but we have been getting inquiries about Shelton Hills, and coincidentally enough, we have actually did an outreach to their offices there in Walnut Creek to get an update from their perspective. When we get whatever's going on with the city. And that process, and with Steve Goins and updates there. But we've actually have done an outreach now to the Shelton Hills Project and the Hall Equities Company, and so we hope to get one of their folks on the air with us here in the next few days.
Maybe because the city's starting to work on their budget, and they had those additional water charges.
There was hope to get some dirt turned before the end of the year, and I think that's still a possibility.
Yeah.
So, that's just how anxious and excited folks are to get this project going. I think if you asked a lot of people, they would be very much in favor of let's get moving,
getting it going.
Let's get moving.
Another big event happening in a few weeks here on the 14th, Dale, is a hiring event at the Transit Community Center.
Yes.
So that'll be another big one, similar to the one we had last time, where businesses will show up and they have an couple opening positions, so they could hire you on the spot if they feel that you're a great choice.
That'll be on the 14th, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and the other cool things that they're going to have is like WorkSource is going to bring down some computers and printers, so you can work up your resume real fast, print out a bunch of your resumes, have them, your cover letters, things like that, ready to go.
Yeah.
And then another breakaway session for folks who think, I've got a idea for a business.
Yeah, you want to start your own business.
But how do you get from idea to storefront or idea to shipping? Some great stuff.
All going to be covered.
On the way. All right, what? 7 o'clock.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. New England has clam bakes, the South has barbecues, and in the Great Lakes, it's fish boils. All about the unique regional experience today from the Old Farmer's Almanac.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom27.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom27.com. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom27.com.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report for Thursday, September 24th, the 267th day of the year. Fall is fish boil season in coastal communities of the Upper Great Lakes. If you have a chance to attend one, don't let the somewhat unappetizing name keep you away. Fish boils are a centuries-old tradition originating with Scandinavian settlers. Huge pots, often cast iron, are placed over wood fires into which wire baskets of fish and vegetable are submerged. The highlight is when kerosene is tossed on the flames, causing a roaring flash which flushes the oils and froth from the churning water. It's also the signal that dinner is served, and it's quite a culinary delight. Any authentic Great Lakes experience has to include a fish boil on a crisp autumn evening. That is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report. Learn more at almanac.com.
The Dave Ramsey Show is live from noon to 3, weekdays on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Karen Chase. Pope Francis delivered a silent message of humility before ever entering the Capitol building for his historic speech to Congress. In the middle of a motorcade of massive SUVs, he pulled up in his tiny Fiat. In his speech, the Pope is expected to call for all on outside the building. Crowds have lined up as people hope to catch a glimpse of him afterward. ABC's Cecilia Vega is among them.
There is a real buzz out here. Even though they know they will just get to see the Holy Father, maybe for even just a few seconds, people are walking away from this feeling like mission accomplished, that is a blessing in and of itself just to be able to see him. They're watching history being made here. This is the first time ever that a pope has addressed Congress. So it's not just a religious experience for many people, it's being a part of American history today. From the Capitol, Cecilia Vega, ABC News, Washington.
In New York, the final security preparations are being put into place for the Pope's arrival tonight. And Mayor Bill de Blasio calls the effort unprecedented.
I'm absolutely confident in these preparations. Extraordinary amount of personnel being applied to His Holiness's safety and the safety of all New Yorkers simultaneously.
New York City is also hosting a number of heads of state for a major UN event. The death toll is now over 700 from a stampede at the annual Hajj pilgrimage near Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Hundreds more are hurt. The 2 Texas teens who blindsided a referee on the football field have been transferred to another school. They say their assistant coach told them to do it as payback for racial slurs. The coach has been suspended. Netflix not only knows which shows are the most popular, it knows how many episodes of that show it takes to hook you into binge watching. For shows like Scandal and The Walking Dead, it takes takes just 2. For How I Met Your Mother, it was 8. Selfies are a growing trend, and so is the death toll from them. The number of people killed taking snapshots doubled from last year to 12. Victims included a woman taking a selfie with a gun. This is ABC News.
Are you working so hard to make a living you can't take time to make any real money? Is every day the same boring routine going nowhere and money runs out before the month? Well, my name is Ron LeGrand, and for over 30 years now, I've been helping clients take their life back by buying and selling houses with no money, credit, experience, or licenses. If you call 800-350-0255, 24 hours, and leave a message, I'll send you my new book and CD absolutely free so you can see how. I've bought hundreds of houses and trained thousands to do the same. Call 800-350-0255 to get your free starter kit until 500 are given away. You'll learn how to make a full-time income on a part-time basis without risk, largely tax-free, and get 90% of the work done for you for pennies. That's 800-350-0255. Again, 800-350-0255. Call now and take your life back.
An Idaho man has an incredible story of survival, and even he is amazed he lived to tell it. ABC's Mark Remillard tells us the hunter suffered a severe injury in the wilderness and somehow managed to make it out alive.
At one point, things looked so bleak for hunter John Sane, he wrote a goodbye letter to his wife and 2 children. Sane was stranded alone in a wilderness after suffering an injury to his leg.
My leg was separated, and after a little bit of crawling, it came back together, and I splinted it.
Sane says it was those letters that gave him motivation to continue on, eventually being discovered by 2 motorcyclists.
I said, no, there's no way I'm doing this. I will get out of here.
He's now recovering. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
A natural gas leak was being investigated in a Maryland neighborhood when suddenly an explosion leveled one townhouse, damaged 3 other homes, and set them all on fire. Investigators say it is nothing short of a miracle that no one was killed. 2 people were hurt, including the man checking the gas line and a resident of one of the homes. Karen Chase, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. we were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
Wilson's going to take it around the far side, the 15, to 10, the 5, touchdown, Seahawks! The Seahawks celebrate their home opener in Week 3 as they host the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Steve Rabel. Join Warren Moon and me this Sunday, pregame at 11, kick at 1:25, right here on the Seahawks Radio Network.
We want to be legendary.
Seahawks! Marshawn Lynch said, get out of my way.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
A decisive blow in the AL East. I'm Dave Packer reporting on sports. Wednesday was a tough day for the New York Yankees and their fans. First, they said goodbye to one of their truly legendary players, Hall of Famer Yogi Berra. Then, with one swing of the bat, Russell Martin may have ended their AL East hopes.
The pitch. Given to left field, deep, going back, Gardner. See ya. A 3-run home run for Russell Martin. And the Blue Jays lead 4-0.
That was Michael Kay on the Yes Network as the Blue Jays defeated the Yankees by that 4-0 score, increasing their lead to 3.5 games in the AL East. New York is still 4 games clear in the wild card race. In NFL news, Eagles running back DeMarco Murray is listed as questionable for Sunday's game against the Jets after injuring his hamstring in practice Wednesday. Back to baseball we go, where September 23rd has proven to be a good day to be a Pirates fan.
Marte rips it down the left field line. That is a fair ball. It goes in the corner. Polanco scores. Harrison scores. Stopping at third is McCutcheon. A 2-out, 2-run double for Starling Marte.
The call heard on KDKA in Pittsburgh as the Pirates were 13-7 winners over the Rockies on Wednesday, clinching their 3rd straight trip to the postseason. All 3 times the team has done it on September 23rd. Elsewhere in the diamond, it was walk-offs galore. First to Kansas City.
The 1-0. There's a swing and a line drive, base hit to right field. Orlando got a late break, and they're going to send him to the plate. Here's the throw. It is not in time. The Royals win it.
Steve Fisiak on KCSP with the call. The Royals 4-3 winners over the Mariners in 10 innings. Next, we go to San Diego.
2-0 pitch. There's a drive into left center field. That's into the gap, and nobody's going to be able to get to it. It falls untouched, base hit, and Matt Kemp comes round to score, and the Padres have won it.
The call heard on KNBR as the Padres rally past the Giants 5-4. Dave Packer, ABC Sports.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS, Shelton.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, I'm laughing because Cam Chancellor's back in the fold. Reminiscing about Super Bowl 48 and a tackle that Chancellor made about the 3rd play into the game that emotionally flattened the Denver Broncos and any sniff of a hope that they were going to win that game that day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was laughing at. Because Coach John Fox now coaches the Chicago Bears. And he'll be in town this week. And all he's thinking is about, well, no, don't sign Chancellor this week.
Of all the weeks.
Yeah. And then he's got to be thinking about that play. Demetrius Thomas was a ball carrier, and he got knocked so hard by Cam Chancellor, he flew in the air 5 yards back on his own.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time he hit with a thud that was heard around the world, all the steam had gone out of the Denver Broncos. They were done. 3 plays into the Super Bowl, and it was over, thanks to Cam Chancellor. It will be fun this Sunday.
Who do we have?
All will be forgiven.
Oh, yeah. First big hit. Oh, it's glad to have you back.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the quarterback for the Bears?
Who's the guy that finished up last week? The big kid, big, strong, strapping kid. I think he's going to start again.
Okay, so not
he's
Cutler.
the backup guy, huh? Cutler's out. Cutler's out for another couple of weeks.
Okay.
He got a bad hammy. Or maybe he knew that Chancellor was coming back. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
I'm going to take another time off here.
I'll dip down at halftime here. That'll make my story more believable for next week when I go to Seattle.
And then looking ahead to the schedule, I don't even think the Seahawks will be able to play against Tony Romo, as they're just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks away. And Romo's expected to be out for at least 7 weeks with his clavicle.
If you're a Romo fan, no surgery on the collarbone. But most collarbone breaks don't get surgery. They just reset them. They say, don't move your arm.
Man.
And, it's the same one that he broke before. And he's getting up there.
Sure.
I don't know if this is going to be, it's not his throwing arm, which is good, but still, you're getting more and more fragile as time goes on. So Seattle's looking good heading into week 3. They're 0-2, but it's a long, long season. And so there you go. We got that. Now the Mariners lose in 10, as you heard in the ABC Sports report, they're 4-3. Royals' magic number is 2. For clinching the AL Central crown. Seattle mathematically still in it for a wild card shot, but they'd have to just catch fire and maybe not lose maybe one more game the rest of the year. And one other note for the Mariner fans out there, Felix has been pushed back one day. He's scheduled to start today, and he's not going to start today. He still has a little stiffness in that right elbow, which is a concern to everybody. So that's it. That's sports for you this time around. Jeff, weather is not too autumnish yet. It's still kind of summerish. There's you get a coolness in the air.
Yeah.
But the weather's nice, right?
Well,
today?
yeah, and it's going to be about 70 today. And if we see any rain, it'll be during the overnight, so we won't even see it. Then the low, if we start the day tomorrow morning, it'll be about 43, which is 10 degrees cooler than this morning.
Chilly, 43.
I noticed, so yesterday, Carol says, well, on your walk to this morning, it'll be a lot warmer. And it was considerably warmer. About
morning.
50. Yeah,
nice morning.
It's 46 right now. Looking ahead into the weekend, great, 70. And next week, more of the same. Still all at about 70 and not much rain into October.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from somewhere in the wilderness of the Olympic Peninsula, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It is Daybreak here at KMAS and on the web, KMAS.com, streaming video as well on KMAS.com, the YouTube there.
Hi, hey. Yes, indeed, 7:14 Thursday morning, and it is the 24th of September. My word, the days, they flicker by. Now, you've got your big garage sale this weekend, and then you've got to get your focus set on Halloween, Jeff.
Yeah, well, we had to get everything out of the garage so I could start bringing stuff down. I've been mentally preparing for the last month and a half.
I don't doubt
where
that
I'm going to be putting things. One thing that we added this year, now I am cognizant of the fact that I feel as though I may have scared some kids off last year. So I'm going to do a better attempt.
A little lighter?
I haven't decided. And
I find that hard for you to do.
We have added a couple new decorations, which I don't think are scary, but they may be to kids. One of the cool ones, though, is we have these window clings. And one of the ways that we use them is as eyes and a big mouth for the garage. But another window cling I found was candy corn. And so it looks as though the whole inside is filled with candy corn. So that's kind of a fun one.
Yeah.
And
very cool.
And if I sell any of my stuff at the garage sale, Stephanie says that I could buy a fog machine,
which is what you really want.
Which is like the pinnacle. Jeez. I have my.
Well, you got to get you still got stuff on your list. You got to get a casket that you can prop up out in the front yard.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably make an old, get old barn wood or something.
Yeah. I'll build a casket. I don't need to buy one.
You don't have to buy
Costco.
One.
And then
tombstones. So yeah, some rickety old tombstones.
I have those tombstones, so I'll add a couple more tombstones this year.
I can't imagine why kids get scared.
Got the googly
Now add
eyes
some
of the
fog.
trees, and now add the fog.
And then do you have a soundtrack that blares outside the house yet, or have you gotten to that?
No, I play Kids Bop Halloween.
Okay, you don't go.
Nah, because that's one more layer. There's a lot of fun events. Halloween is, and what day is it? It's going to be Saturday night.
Yeah, perfect night this year. It's going to be fun because the kids can stay out and trick or treat until they drop.
Oh, and then just thinking about this, the final Friday of October is the day before, the 30th.
Yeah.
So up at the Senior Center, their karaoke bingo.
Oh, my word.
Now, you can take this, what's his name? Dan Gagnon, one of the leads there.
Yeah.
When I used to do karaoke at downtown Olympia, the Halloween edition was called Scarioke.
Yeah.
And then Thanksgiving was Turkeyoke. And then Christmas was Marioke.
Well, they're doing a country theme tomorrow night, so they can do whatever they want. They can call it whatever.
They can call it whatever they want.
Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yi-yi-oki.
But next month, might I suggest Scarioke?
Scarioke sounds good.
Kind of a fun little one.
That's a good idea. Very, very good. There you go. Mr. Gagnon, if you're listening this morning.
7:18. Here's a strange story coming to us, and I think you mentioned it about the Seattle Storm.
Yes.
And the Rookie of the Year.
Yes. Jewel.
Yeah. So a person close to the situation.
What?
Not the situation from the Jersey Shore, but the overall situation, says the Seattle Storm guard Jewel Lloyd has won the Rookie of the Year. Now, the person spoke to the AP late last night on a condition of anonymity because no announcement has been made.
Yeah.
What is the point of leaking this?
There is no point, and it's goofy. And so I don't know. There was enough sports news that we didn't need to drop that this morning.
Well, this isn't even in the sports news. This is in the News Minute from the Associated Press. Lloyd was, however, the number one pick in the draft in April.
Yeah.
Skips her senior year at Notre Dame.
Yep.
Becomes a member of the Storm.
She's a great basketball player.
The Storm, though, not a good season as compared.
And they didn't have a good year last year. That's why they got the first pick.
Yeah.
So they'll get a good pick this year as well. And then you team up whoever they get this year with our Rookie of the Year. And there you go. They might be onto something.
Yesterday, Dale, we had a break coming up in about 30 seconds. But after the break, we talked, Carol and I, yesterday a lot about this Volkswagen thing.
Yeah, clean diesel statements.
So since 2009, they hacked their emissions testing. So it's like spewing fumes, and then you get to the emission place and they plug it in, and all of a sudden it's the cleanest car in America.
Oh, man. Yeah.
And then as soon as you unplug it, the fumes come back.
Well, Hitler was involved with Volkswagen.
Oh, my gosh.
I told that to Carol yesterday when I got here.
I'm sure she rolled her eyes.
And so you take that for what it's worth.
I don't take it for anything.
Okay. That doesn't have anything to do with
the emission standard, the problems didn't start in the 40s.
No.
It was just this couple years ago.
The emissions from Hitler's mouth started in the 40s.
There's a new show. There's always speculation that he escaped. And there's a new show looking for him. Yeah.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
School is back in session. Are your children's vaccinations up to date? Oakland Bay Pediatrics is standing by to ensure all children are current with their immunizations because every child needs to be protected. Parents are advised to check their children's vaccination records and to view the nation's current immunization schedule that can be found on the Oakland Bay Pediatrics webpage at www.masongeneral.com. We all need to ensure our community stays healthy and protected. To make an appointment for your child, call Oakland Bay Pediatrics at 426-3102.
Oakland Bay Pediatrics is part of Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider, translation services provided.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
At Value Ford, when you want to buy a used car or truck or a new car or truck, we don't play the games with your trade. We don't expect you to take a penny less than that thing's worth. It's just not the way we do business. Anytime somebody advertises something fancy over Blue Book, well, we don't even use one for the most part. We give you what it's worth. No games, no gimmicks. If you want to be treated right, come to Value Ford in Elma. There won't be any disclaimer at the end of this ad explaining what I just said. Come to Value Ford in Elma, where we'll treat you right.
This is Seattle Mariners pitcher Danny Farquhar, and you are listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Well, so since Dale brought him up, we might as well. Hitler was born, it's not strange to me, but an amazing date, 1889.
See, and I just told Jeff off the air, so that really strings history together.
Yeah.
When you think that he was born in the latter part of the 19th century, just a mere few years after the Civil War.
Yikes. Marco Rubio in a little trouble. I guess he was speaking at a place that had the guy, he went to a house and he had some paintings from Hitler. So they were saying, well, they probably shouldn't have made that decision. That's pretty funny.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Doesn't a person's advanced team scour these things for these potential issues? You would think?
You would think.
If I had...
But the scout team may not be very versed in history. They would see the pictures and go, oh, well, whatever. That's not good. There's no bugs on it or in it, so you're good.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about him and this place in Brazil that had a lot of twins born.
That's so bizarre.
And like a lot of blonde and blue eyes.
Yeah.
And
in Brazil.
And so everybody after the war, they all got in the subs and headed over there because Brazil was sympathetic, I think, to the...
Joseph Mengele, right? And he died in the 70s in Brazil.
Yeah, in 79.
He was the one that kind of had concocted the... Let's get everybody. Bad. He was bad. He was smarter than Hitler, intellectually.
I think so.
Yeah. So he was even more dangerous, perhaps.
I'm trying to find this show. I swear I saw that the deal was
searching for
him, and they're like, well, if Bin Laden can go and hide, and we couldn't find him for a long time,
right?
Or if whatever can go and hide, and we can't find him, then what if
Hitler snuck
got
out of
of there
bunker? And
I mean, he definitely would be dead by now, but
yeah, he'd be
still.
Yeah, it'd be crazy. That'd be just too crazy.
I just saw that they're gonna charge a lady who's like 90 now with 280,000 counts of accessory because she was like a secretary at one of the camps.
Yeah, they're
still working on.
There's no statute of limitations.
No,
and there's still a few out there somewhere.
Yeah.
You might have missed this, Jeff. It was only 2 years ago on this very day that Closer to the Truth debuted on the charts at number 3. Do you know who the artist was? Closer to the Truth. I'll tell you, it was her 25th album.
Oh, gosh. Madonna.
Cher.
Whoa. Yeah, I was way off on that one, wasn't I?
Yeah. Drake. You like the Drake, right? Everybody likes the Drake.
The Drake.
Nothing Was the Same, number 1 album on the very same day, 2 years ago.
I like the Drake when he was on Degrassi. Canadian. Drake's Canadian.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
What else happened?
Oh, Elvis inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame.
Where's your thing on the fair? Jason Derulo, is he playing tonight? No.
It's Jake Owen.
Oh. Jake Owen's playing tonight at the fair, but Jason Derulo released his 3rd album, Tattoos, in 2013. He was one of the judges on So You Think You Can Dance this summer, and he's going to be performing at the fair here shortly. They're going to be wrapping up Sunday with Mr. Worldwide Pitbull.
So everybody's going to be playing shortly because this is the last push. Last push. Here's something you may not. Here's a musical trivia water cooler note for you who are seasoned veterans of this battle we call life. Great tune in the 50s called "It's All in the Game" by Tommy Edwards. Many a tear has to fall. Anyway, the melody was written back in 1912 by U.S. Vice President Charles Dawes.
Oh, that is a good one.
There's one for you. So in case you need something to talk about besides who you got picked for your fantasy football team this weekend. Babe Ruth played his last game as a Yankee on the state, 1934. 1950, most interceptions was set by Jim Hardy of the Chicago Cardinals. He threw 8 passes out of 39 attempts right into the hands of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Didn't Andrew Luck just have 5?
Yeah, he was close. A few more, and they had 8. But 8 interceptions in one game is the record. And it was set in 1950. President Eisenhower suffered a heart attack on vacation in Denver in 55. But did not die because 2 years later he sent troops to Little Rock, Arkansas to enforce some school integration going on over there. And Howdy Doody, very last episode of the Howdy Doody telecast was on the state 1960. 1968, the first episode of 60 Minutes.
That's premiered. A good show.
It's and for a while there, from about 19, and I was a senior in high school, and from that day. I could read 60 Minutes. It was a very preeminent news magazine, and that was new. Nobody had done that kind of a format before. So it was a pretty big deal. Not quite as big, huh?
Is it? I mean, it's still, though, a pretty good show.
Still a very good show. Yeah. Still important, too. But as all networks are, they're fading a little bit from their importance.
7:28 at KMAS and KMAS.com. A good morning to you. It's Daybreak here with Jeff and Dale. Got Mary Lynn Foster standing by with the latest in local news. And then after the news, we're going to talk with Jeannie Raywalt about how we can get rid of all the stuff in our gardens, like pull out the tomatoes, pull out everything.
So, I've got one tomato rotted or got picked to death by a bird or something else. This fell and splatted on my ground.
And then the rain and the cold weather have a split. The tomatoes will split.
Yeah, and then they scab a little bit. So I'm having some issues about what to do and where to do it. Now, the little tomatoes are still going nuts.
We still have
my bigger tomatoes looks like it's time for me to do something. Like, do I just pull them?
Just get rid of them.
Pull them by the roots, or is there a way to save anything over this winter?
We'll find out with Jeannie, but I think for the most part, it's time to put it to bed.
Yeah, I'm ready to do that too. I'm kind of tired of taking care of them.
You and me both. 7:30 here
Spring
at KMAS.
was a long time ago.
I know it is hard to believe that Mother's Day was when we started all those plans. We got all those plans.
Yeah,
they have provided quite a bounty, and our county has got a lot of these these farmers. It's all so cool. These kids and young adults are having these farms, and
I was delivered a program, 3-minute episodes every day, living the country life yesterday. I wonder if our audience would appreciate that kind of a topic, say every day around 12:30 in the afternoon or something. We used to do a Garden Gate feature with Steve Edmondson for many, many, many years. It was very popular. This would be kind of along the same lines a little bit, only a little bit more, networky. So I'm going to give it to you, and you listen to it. Very interesting you brought that up.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
Summer is about sun and fun, camping, biking, and barbecues. It's pulling boats and towing trailers. This is Doug Sample from Whitney Chevrolet. Let's face it, summer is busy. The last thing we want to worry about is borrowing a truck or whether your old one's going to make it. Do summer right with a new or used truck from Whitney Chevrolet. You'll be amazed of our selection. There's something to fit every style and every budget. Check out WhitneyChev.com or come in and see us.
It's worth the drive to Whitney's, just down the road to Whitney's.
Science Fantastic with Professor Michio Kaku. Saturdays from 5 to 8, Sundays from 6 to 9.
Because of the fact there's been a revolution in paleontology with regards to how we view the dinosaurs. When I was a kid, we learned the dinosaurs were cold-blooded, lumbering creatures, kind of dim-witted. They didn't nurture their young, and that's why they went extinct. They were simply too stupid. Well, now we realize that we were pretty much wrong in how we view dinosaurs.
On KMAS.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1 and 92.9 FM. Also streaming online, KMAS.com. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 7:34 on this Thursday morning, and the Mariners lose in 10 innings, 4-3 to the Kansas City Royals yesterday. But there was a significant historical event that got done by Mr. Robinson Cano.
The 1-2 swing and a line drive, base hit in the left field, and there's career base hit number 2,000 for Robinson Cano, and he becomes one of only 14 players in the history of the game of baseball to get to 2,000 within his first 11 seasons in the big leagues, and they will take that ball out of the game. A great souvenir for Robbie Cano, career base hit number 2,000, and it was a rocket.
So I don't know how long Robinson Cano's got left or how much gas he's got in his tank, as they say, but he could get another 1,000 hits, maybe be a 3,000 hitter, and then you're in very rare company.
Oh, yeah.
If that should ever happen. So that was the good news from Seattle. They do play the third and final match with Kansas City of the season, and that is this afternoon. We'll begin our coverage at 4 o'clock. First pitch just a touch past 5 this afternoon, live from Kansas City. But we won't be carrying the game because we're doing football. I'm sorry. Washington Redskins traveling up north to take on the New York Giants. New York Giants have had leads in their first 2 games into the fourth quarter and managed not to hold on to them. If that sounds familiar, that's what Seattle's been doing the first 2 games of the year as well. New York is obviously going to try to reverse that trend. Meanwhile, I think the Washington Redskins shocked the world with their win over the St. Louis Rams last week at home. And so it's Washington against the Giants, and we'll begin our coverage at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Your home for prime time NFL football is News Radio KMAS.
Well, the South Sound forecast now about 46 and clear. Looks pretty good out there. Going to see some clouds roll in and maybe some showers during the overnight. And then tomorrow, 68 will be the high after a low of 43. Kind of cool. And highs around 70 for the next 10 days or so.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from the capital of the great state of Washington, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It's 7:38 at KMAS, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Tom Hartman coming up, Dave Ramsey, Chad Benson, and then NFL football. High school football tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And the
number one,
Lincoln Aves bringing their new long snapper.
Xi Jinping.
Got his own jersey yesterday. That's pretty cool. What do you think? What do you think he thinks about that?
I'm sure he was very excited about it. Really, I do. I think he was very impressed. I think, first of all, the Chinese president was excited to come to America.
Yeah.
They don't do that very often.
No.
And he's a young man. He's not like an old decrepit fella. You know, he's young, got a lot of energy. We're all suspicious about the economy and the political affiliations of China and some of the things that we know about them. But I think this is an outreach on their part. I think this is a good start. So his impressions of America must just be, whoa. I don't know if he's been here before or not.
Yeah, he's probably saying, man, these freeways are wide open.
Yeah, boy, this commute, we need a commute system like this.
This is a great commute. Why aren't there other cars on the road? One of the things that, he did say that he was really interested in helping and working with us, the U.S., in cybercrime. But is that lip service? Because most of the cybercrime seems to come from China.
I know. It's a great question. But maybe he doesn't.
Or what does he even know about
But maybe he's, they're fighting cyber criminals on maybe a larger scale than we are. The hacking's coming from China. It's not coming from the Chinese government, allegedly. It's just they're hackers.
Sure.
They're outlaws. They're criminals.
Okay.
But they're Chinese, and they've got a lot of technology over there. And so they're probably as frustrated and worried about it as we are.
I guess it's no different than if an American citizen hacked into something. It's not the American government hacking.
Right. It's an American doing it. Yeah. So that's what's happening. And so I think that could be a very legitimate concern that they have.
Sure.
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah.
Goodness gracious. It's it's one of the strongest economies, whatever shape it's in. It's one of the biggest economies in the world, biggest militaries in the world, biggest population base in the world. It is a country that needs to be addressed, and you'd rather have them as a friend than a foe.
You ain't kidding on that one.
So it's just something to think about. And we are one of the biggest traders of goods and services with China than any other part of the country.
Yeah, that's, I think, another reason why a lot of folks here in the Northwest, I'm going to speculate on this a little, but Derek Kilmer, who we talk to monthly here, he was in favor of the fast track and the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and a lot of Democrats are against this heavily. But he is looking out for the best interests for the people he represents in the state of Washington. If we are the biggest exporter, then this can only help us. But I can see how he could get into some national trouble with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't fall into favorable
in the lines of the rest. But he's looking at what can help his constituents here in the great sixth district.
Yeah. So very interesting. Good question though. You pose a good question about that, and he'll have a whole new vision of America when he lands in Washington D.C. later today. The legislative leaders of our state have sent a letter to embattled State Auditor Troy Kelly saying, Troy, get out of here. Resign.
You're not doing
Give us all a favor.
Any favor.
He's not answering inquiries. He's not responding to the suggestions that he resign. He's on unpaid leave, and the legislature is having serious conversations about making impeachment proceedings the next step if he doesn't resign on his own. A new indictment added money laundering and tax evasion to charges that he's already had against him, and he's, of course, pleaded not guilty to everything.
All right, well, we'll follow that story.
Sure.
It's something.
That's the number one headline this morning.
I know. Crazy. Environmentally sound next, and what you can do with your garden as we put it to bed. Thinking garlic, folks. Here's Jeannie Raywald from the Master Gardens at WSU.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Environmentally Sound is brought to you by Taylor's Shellfish Farms, Mason County Garbage, and Green Diamond Resource Company. Environmentally Sound is also available on demand on the environmental page of MasonCountyDailyNews.com.
It's time for us, Carol, for our Environmentally Sound segment, and you got in touch with Jeannie Raywald to come on in and talk about some things, and she's here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What are we talking about? Fall is tomorrow. And so a lot of folks still have their gardens, and it's still been nice. I mean, I still have tomatoes that are popping up, and some of my peppers are still available and ready to eat. But before too long, it's all going to be time to be done with all that noise. So what do we do? How do we prepare? Can I save some of the bulbs or what? Let's talk about some stuff.
Okay, so first of all, it was 38 degrees last night. I heard on the radio, on this radio, on the way in this morning. So that shows, that really makes a difference in our garden. When it starts getting colder at night, then things start shutting down. The nutrients go to the roots, and then it's all she wrote unless you have some cold frames or a greenhouse.
Oh, okay.
So I know people have some lawn questions. More and more people don't have lawns, or they don't care about their lawns a whole lot. So I have some good resources for that. Also, it's time to be thinking about bulbs and also garlic and elephant garlic. So I came prepared to talk about that.
Oh, let's start with the garlic then. Is it garlic season?
It is garlic season. So you can plant garlic in the fall or in the spring. But most gardeners plant about now. The Garlic Festival in Chehalis was just a couple weeks ago.
Have you ever been to that?
I have not.
Oh, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Steve Edmondson used to go every year, and so I always got garlic starts.
Well, they got a lot of garlic down there.
Yeah, lots of different varieties. It's crazy, and there's different types that you can braid and ones that you can't. So what I did is I have a really great fact sheet that King County put together, and I emailed it to Carol before I came over, so Carol can put it up on the website for people, and it's called Growing Garlic.
Okay, great.
So just real quickly, how much time do we have in our segment?
We got plenty of time.
Okay. It's a hardy perennial, and it's a bulb like a daffodil bulb that you would plant in the fall, and you harvest it in July usually. They grow really well in our area. If you have clay soils, there's a little bit of problem, and there are clay soils around here, so you might want to amend your soil because sometimes it gets just too wet over the winter. They can withstand cold temperatures, so even if you have a few tops coming up and they die back, that's not a problem. You have to plant them. If you think about most bulbs, you plant 2 to 3 times the depth of what their width or their height is. With garlic, it doesn't have to be that deep, and it's the pointy end goes up. So that's what you have to remember, is the roots will develop from the bottom, the bigger base, and then the point is the top of the garlic.
So can you just plant any clove? I mean,
you could.
You could?
You can plant out of the store if that's what you have, but you get a better variety of different types of garlic and different flavors of garlic if you you go to somewhere like Ace Hardware here in town, or, a nursery or a specialty. There's a whole garlic industry out there. And I think that there is a nursery over in Eastern Washington, and it's called, do you remember what it's called?
No.
Something Eyes, I think. And it's a garlic. It's Steve Edmondson always got his garlic through there. And so he would order lots of varieties.
So just a garlic.
That's all they do,
That's
is
all they
supply
do?
garlic bulbs or garlic sets.
Huh.
So now's the time to get it, and you'll break that bulb apart into the cloves. And usually the center cloves, the smaller ones, don't do as well as the bigger ones. So plant the bigger ones and then eat the center ones if you want. And you plant them 1 to 2 inches deep, 3 to 5 inches apart, and about a foot apart if you're doing rows. And then you might want to put a little bit of mulch on there to protect them for the winter. And it needs plenty of sunlight. So that's important to make sure you put it in a sunny area.
So direct sunlight or just non-shade light?
Non-shade light.
Okay.
So plenty of sunlight. So you want to have, it'd be a place like you would put your tomatoes.
Okay.
So not a shady area for these.
So if we plan, you said the spring and maybe now, when would they be ready if you planted them now?
If you plant them now, they're done in July.
Oh, wow.
Perfect for starting your
I'm
salsa.
starting to think about all that.
And then if it's dry, when you harvest them in July, and if you have loose soil, you can just pull it right out. If not, you might want to dig them out. Then you can lay them out and let it dry in the garden. But if it's kind of misty, rainy at that time, you'll bring them inside and let them dry.
Okay.
And then you'll cut off the tops within a couple inches of the bulb there, and then you can store them that way. Or if you have, what is the name of the type of there's 2 different neck type varieties. Do you know this?
Yeah, I know. It's in my mind, and I'm just thinking, okay, so what is it? So while you're thinking about that, here's another question for you.
Okay.
What if you're a procrastinator? How long, what's the latest that you can plant it this fall to be ready for the middle of summer?
Okay, so you can plant well after Oyster Fest, because one year we did sell garlic at Oyster Fest, and we had roasted garlic on like French bread. And we tried that one year, and that was a bust. It was too much work for not enough money. But you can plant, depending, if we have a mild winter like we did last year, probably through Christmas.
Okay.
Wow.
And if you don't get it done, then you can do it in the spring, but you're just going to have a delayed harvest.
Okay.
So if you want to grow one to make an ornamental chain for braiding, and if you used to go to the Mason County Fair, you would see people would have those in there. They would enter them, and it was beautiful. And so you want to have the soft-necked variety.
Okay.
And there's lots of different ones. And if people want information, they can just go online, because this whole fact sheet's going to be on the website. And then there's elephant garlic.
Yes.
Now, elephant garlic is more closely related to the leek family, and that's why it's so mild. It really isn't a garlic at all. And it's a lot larger. And when you plant it, you do the same thing. You take the big elephant garlic, you break it up, use the outside, plant it, and it'll grow. You want to make sure if it starts going to seed, same thing with garlic. If you see those little seed heads on there, you want to cut them off, because otherwise all the production will go into the seed instead of into the bulb. And they recommend fall planting of elephant garlic. And that's because if you plant it in the spring, it has a tendency to make one bulb more like a leek instead of the cloves like a garlic.
Interesting.
So would garlic planted through the winter be more sweeter than the ones that are planted in the summer, or like more sugars, like root vegetables or whatever, colder is better?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. But I think that it gives it a longer growing period, and it gets that cold, and there's, as we know, bulbs, flowering bulbs need to have that cold stratification in the winter to really produce in the summertime. So that's garlic.
This is some good information there. So this is all going to be on the website?
Yep, I will post that all on the website.
Well, so we don't confuse everybody, let's just stick with that then today. If we have some garden, some other grass questions, we can do that at another time.
That's true. But you do have a question on your pepper plants.
Peppers, tomatoes, when do we start to pull those out, or what's the best proper way to take care of those at the end of wrapping them up?
Okay, so you'll see the leaves are starting to yellow. Things are starting to die back. They're not producing anymore. Tomatoes now are splitting because of the rain. And some gardeners are pulling them right now. Others are trying to get a little bit longer. There's no rule. It's whatever works for you. If you start seeing any kind of insects or disease, you want to pull them and get rid of them.
So you could pull them and then plant your garlic.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Right there in that spot because it's sunny.
Yeah.
That's where you had your tomatoes. And then then you wouldn't be, you don't plant tomatoes till later in the summer anyways, right?
Well, you would kind of be on top of each other.
Yeah, that is true. It was a semi-good idea. Use part of your area.
Right.
Because you had a lot of...
Well, we went a little overboard
crazy on zucchinis too,
for the first year. We did go overboard.
And maybe do in the row where the tomatoes were, you can do the garlic, and then where the rows were before, you can do the tomatoes, because tomatoes are great at breaking up the soil. And so if it got kind of compact there. Also, there's a really great resource for people, and it's gardening.wsu.edu. And that is a brand new within the last year website. The WSU has put together a team. You can go to it. You can click on flower bulbs, fruits, garden construction, lawns, organic gardening, lots of different topics, all for the home gardener. And if you clicked on lawns, Jeff, you would probably get all of your questions answered because it has our home lawn bulletin and everything.
Okay, great. Jeannie Raywald, always a pleasure. I mean, we learned so much stuff when you're in here. It really is. It is nice. And so this Environmentally Sound will be on the radio. This information
Environmentally Sound program. For 5 generations, the Taylor family's been stewards of a healthy and prosperous Puget Sound. In partnership with nature, Taylor Shellfish brings you the freshest, most sustainable shellfish you'll ever eat. Visit their store at 136 Southeast Lynch Road. Open daily from 10 to 6. And they're online at TaylorShellfishFarms.com. Green Diamond Resource Company has been on the landscape for over 120 years here in Mason County, growing and nurturing our working forests. These forests provide the best of all worlds: clean air and water, protection for fish and wildlife, areas for hunting, fishing, and other recreation, all while growing essential wood products from lumber to paper to renewable energy. At Green Diamond, stewardship is one of our core values and our business. We're proud of our role in keeping Mason County and Washington green.
September, and that means football. Come on out to the Lucky Dog Casino when the Hawks take on Green Bay on the Dogs 130-inch HD TV in the event room. The 100 laptop giveaway continues on the 5th and 19th. 5 winners every hour from 7 till 10 p.m. And if you're hungry, every Friday is Steak and Shrimp Friday for $9.99. Saturdays, prime rib. Come on, get lucky. Minutes north of Shelton on Highway 101, the Lucky Dog Casino.
Hi, this is Tom Hartman, host of the Tom Hartman program on Newsradio 1030 KMAS. And you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
7:55 here on a Thursday morning. NFL football tonight. Washington and the Giants.
Yes.
Thinking back to that week 1 Giant debacle, literally, where the next morning Eli on the cover of the New York Daily News had a dunce cap on because he didn't know his times. He couldn't. Everybody was having a tough time as the start of the season got underway.
Cougars having a bye this week.
Yeah. So they're pretty excited. So they lost horrifically to Portland State, but then were able to turn it around and beat Rutgers in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And then the Cowboys of Wyoming came to town this past week, and they won again.
Yep.
So a bye coming up, and then we'll have the games for you next Saturday.
So they're on a bit of a winning streak, actually.
2 games. Listen, in Cougarville, two games, 2 quarters is a winning streak.
Hey now.
All right, 7:56 here at Daybreak. We'll take a break in just a couple minutes. Old Farmer's Almanac, ABC News, and the big story around here was Xi Jinping, the president of China, has been in town. He's flying out today, heading over to the other Washington. The Pope is talking to Congress right now in a special joint session of Congress. First time that's happened. That's pretty exciting stuff. And then he'll be moving to Philly, and then I think New York by the weekend. So busy times if you're traveling between here and our nation's capital. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough going. So that's what's going on there. Talked about some things that happened on the day in history. Nirvana released Nevermind on this day in 91, Dale, and that's the one with the baby swimming in the pool.
Yeah, underwater.
Yeah, with Teen Spirit and a whole bunch of other ones.
How many albums did they have? They didn't really have that many, did they?
I don't think it was much more than a handful.
Yeah. All right. Listen, we're going to take a break for the Old Farmer's Almanac, which is out now for the 2016 year. And then ABC News, Jeff and I return with sports and weather right after Mary Lynn Foster. So stick around, enjoy some more Thursday with us. This is Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
New England has clam bakes, the South has barbecues, and in the Great Lakes, it's fish boils. All about the unique regional experience today from the Old Farmer's Almanac.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom27.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom27.com. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom27.com.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report for Thursday, September 24th, the 267th day of the year. Fall is fish boil season in coastal communities of the Upper Great Lakes. If you have a chance to attend one, don't let the somewhat unappetizing name keep you away. Fish boils are a centuries-old tradition originating with Scandinavian settlers. Huge pots, often cast iron, are placed over wood fires into which wire baskets of fish and vegetable are submerged. The highlight is when kerosene is tossed on the flames, causing a roaring flash which flushes the oils and froth from the churning water. It's also the signal that dinner is served, and it's quite a culinary delight. Any authentic Great Lakes experience has to include a fish boil on a crisp autumn evening. That is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report. Learn more at almanac.com.
NFL Primetime Football, Sunday, Monday, and Thursday nights on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Karen Shea.
Mr. Speaker, the Pope of the Holy See.
Pope Francis drew a standing ovation with the first line he delivered in his historic speech to Congress, saying he was grateful for the invitation to the land of the free and the home of the brave, and he urged members to strengthen their resolve to care for their people.
Legislative activity is always based to take care for the people.
The Pope continued on with a message of peace and hope. President Obama will meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Aides say it'll happen at the UN General Assembly gathering on Monday. Meanwhile, aides to Putin say he will telephone Elton John, this time for real. They say he told the singer he's ready to meet with him to discuss any topic and urged him not to take offense at being pranked by Russian comedians who called claiming to be Putin. Volkswagen stock is slowly bouncing back, but it lost more than a third of its value because of the emissions testing cheating scandal, and the CEO has resigned. ABC's Scott Goldberg says regulators are investigating.
The question is a logical one for regulators.
Volkswagen is the #1 selling diesel car brand in America.
If Volkswagen rigged its so-called clean diesel cars to appear cleaner in tests than they really are on the road, who else did the same thing? In the U.S., the Environmental Protection Agency now says it's going to test all diesels to see if they meet standards. In Germany, home of Volkswagen, the transport minister announced they're going to start randomly testing cars made by other manufacturers. Scott Goldberg, ABC News.
Only 5% of CEOs of Fortune 500 companies are women, but a new study suggests it's not men who are holding them back. Researchers found women didn't see high-level jobs as desirable, possibly because of their children. Supermodel Bar Raffaele's request to Israeli Civil Aviation Authority officials to close off the airspace over her wedding in Jerusalem is causing controversy. The transportation minister threatened to fire the authority's director if he does it. This is ABC News.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
When you're running your own business, you're bound to be busy. Too busy. Too busy worrying about your budget. Too busy scheduling appointments. Too busy to build a website for your business. And because you're too busy, it has to be easy. And that's where Wix.com comes in. With Wix.com, it's easy for you to create your stunning website. Go to Wix.com and create your website today. It's easy and free. That's Wix.com.
After this week's federal disaster declaration, the head of FEMA was dispatched to Northern California to survey the damage done by the Valley Fire. ABC's Alex Stone has his reaction.
Over 1,200 homes were destroyed around Middletown and residents were killed. Now, FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate says the Valley Fire should be a warning to Californians that in the drought there will be fires that firefighters cannot stop. And if you don't evacuate, you could die.
Everybody in California who lives in areas that are fire prone need to take serious the message of being prepared and ready to go with little or no notice.
Now, FEMA is on the ground in Middletown offering aid to the many people affected, making money and resources available for temporary housing and rebuilding. Alex Stone, ABC News.
How many episodes does it take to get addicted to a TV show? Netflix researchers say it depends on the show and which episode features that must-see scene. For Scandal, it took viewers an average of 2 episodes. For How I Met Your Mother, it took as many as 8. Karen Chase, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the invited to register to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news, connect with KMAS, and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and watch Daybreak live. Follow the link on KMAS.com or search KMAS Radio on YouTube. Here's a way for you to green up that heating bill of yours. That is, save energy and save greenbacks. Go to archmechanical.com, learn about heat pumps and zone heating. We're talking about heating and cooling equipment and systems designed to heat or cool your home. Listen, if you don't use all the rooms in your home, why heat or cool them? Check out archmechanical.com and learn more. And green up, archmechanical.com.
A decisive blow in the AL East. I'm Dave Packer reporting on sports. Wednesday was a tough day for the New York Yankees and their fans. First, they said goodbye to one of their truly legendary players, Hall of Famer Yogi Berra. Then, with one swing of the bat, Russell Martin may have ended their AL East hopes.
The pitch. Driven to left field, deep, going back, Gardner. See ya. A 3-run home run for Russell Martin. And the Blue Jays lead 4-0.
That was Michael Kay on the Yes Network as the Blue Jays defeated the Yankees by that 4-0 score, increasing their lead to 3.5 games in the AL East. New York is still 4 games clear in the wild card race. In NFL news, Eagles running back DeMarco Murray is listed as questionable for Sunday's game against the Jets after injuring his hamstring in practice Wednesday. Back to baseball we go, where September 23rd has proven to be a good day to be a Pirates fan.
Marte rips it down the left field line. That is a fair ball. It goes in the corner. Polanco scores. Harrison scores. Stopping at third is McCutcheon. A 2-out, 2-run double for Starling Marte.
The call heard on KDKA in Pittsburgh as the Pirates were 13-7 winners over the Rockies on Wednesday, clinching their 3rd straight trip to the postseason. All 3 times the team has done it on September 23rd. Elsewhere in the diamond, it was walk-offs galore. First to Kansas City.
The 1-0. There's a swing and a line drive base hit to right field. Orlando got a late break, and they're going to send him to the plate. Here's the throw. It is not in time. The Royals win it.
Steve Fisiak on KCSP with the call. The Royals 4-3 winners over the Mariners in 10 innings. Next, we go to San Diego.
2-0 pitch. There's a drive into left center field. That's into the gap, and nobody's going to be able to get to it. It falls untouched, base hit, and Matt Kemp comes round to score, and the Padres have won it.
The call heard on KNBR as the Padres rally past the Giants 5-4. Dave Packer, ABC Sports.
For Newsradio 1030 KMAS Shelton. FM 102.1, 92.9 FM, and online, KMAS.com, audio and video this morning. Looking well. You were all dressed up in a nice sports coat yesterday.
Yeah, I had a new coat yesterday.
Yeah, looking good. Looking very stylish. All right, lots of sports notes to share with you this morning. The NFL game of the night tonight. 2 NFC East rivals. The Giants entertain the Redskins. New York has had a terrible start, we can identify, to the season. Losses against the Cowboys and Falcons. Redskins with Kirk Cousins, Jeff asked earlier this morning, at quarterback are 1-1 and coming off a win over the St. Louis Rams. Afternoon baseball, the Rangers, will attempt to pad their lead over Houston. In the American League West, the Rangers top the idle Astros by 3 games with a big series starting tomorrow, this weekend, in Houston between those two teams, Texas and Houston. That'll be a good series to keep your eye on. Meanwhile, Seattle is going to finish up their 3-game set against the Kansas City Royals, who lead the AL Central. And that game will start at 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll begin our coverage. We will begin coverage of the Mariners this weekend when they surface in Los Angeles. Saturday,
because the Cougs have the day off.
Yeah, so we're going to have Los Angeles Angels hosting the Mariners. Saturday night game, 6 o'clock. And so 5 o'clock will be our pregame for you on Saturday. Of course, tomorrow night, Friday Night Lights, and the High Climbers hosting the Abes of Lincoln. Wouldn't be the Abes of Cleveland.
No.
Also, don't go away yet. Lots of money at stake this weekend. In Atlanta, it's the world's top golfers. It's the Tour Championship. It's the final FedEx Cup playoff event. It's $10 million, one chunk too. Bubba Watson, Jordan Spieth, Jason Day, Ricky Fowler, Henrik Stenson. They're the top 5 going into tomorrow's Big Dealy Bob, and one of them could walk away with the $10 million. That's incentive for anybody at any level of sports.
I'd say so.
All right, there you go. That's it.
8:13 and the sun is shining. It's a nice start to the day on a Thursday. Yesterday, the first day of fall, so everybody's getting their fill of their pumpkin spice. It's 47 and clear now. Maybe some rain during the overnight, but not hardly even anything to really talk about. About 70 tomorrow through next week, actually. We're going to be right around 70. No real rain. Clear skies, fall, spring.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line by email or Facebook. Now from the shores of Hood Canal, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It's Daybreak here, KMAS.
It's senior day today at the fair. Come on out, get some seniors. No, Senior Day, though, and I don't know what that means exactly, but they've got special festivities that include activities.
Way to go, seniors. Thanks for everything you've done.
Follow this green line on the asphalt, you guys. Don't lose sight of the green line. Wow. And we'll see you all back here later. What'd you say? Eat tater. Okay. It's also 1,000 horses on the grandstand stage tonight. That's going to be hard to fit them all up there.
I hope they reinforced it.
And Jake Owen also special guests. They're laying down the country licks.
Yep.
Tonight.
For sure. A couple days left of the big fur. And next year it's going to be extended even longer so we can enjoy it over the Labor Day holiday. That'll be pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
8:15 here at KMAS and KMAS.com. Some big events happening. This Bark for Life is upcoming this weekend.
Yeah, this Saturday. What time does that thing start? Do you recall
off the top? Right there?
Yes, I do. 10 o'clock.
Okay.
10 to noon, just 2-hour window.
Mm-hmm.
There, get your dog, bring a leash, and make sure they got their tag.
Yeah.
And for $10, all to local American Cancer Society stuff. It's a Bark for Life thing. Now, is this cancer research for animals, for pets, for dogs?
I think,
or just a general.
I think in general, but there is a lot more work about cancer research for dogs, and I know dogs go through chemo and all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah. So, but it's for an event for dogs and their owners to raise funds and awareness in the fight against cancer.
Mm-hmm.
So, Relay for Life of Shelton we're very much invested in that all the way. And so this is the second year Bark for Life canine event.
Give you a chance to check out the new off-leash dog park. You were there yesterday?
Took the dogs there, not yesterday, but a couple days ago, and we were the only ones there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very cool. Once I figured out the gate deal, I was trying to put too much oomph into it. It was a lot easier than I was giving it.
You pull.
No, you push. You push down on a plunger, and then you just push the gate open. Very simple. Very easy. I've got this thing on. I'm like I'm shifting from reverse to first or something with this bar, and you're just supposed to push down easy.
Now the dogs know how to open the gate.
Well, they can't. It's dog proof. It's a long pole sticking up off the top of the gate with a hand.
I don't know.
I guess if they see you do it enough times, they figure it out. You're right about that. But
it's a nice place, pretty open for them.
Very nice. Couple of picnic tables there for you to maybe meet another dog pet owner.
That big?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's good size. Cool. Yeah. So we encourage you to use the off-leash pet area, dog area there at the corner of Neyland Park. You'll see, and it's got its own separate entrance from the street. You don't have to go into the park and then walk over to it and then get in. You can go pull. We pulled right up, jumped out. Didn't have to bother the kids that were playing on the big toy and all that stuff. So very nice.
That is quite a nice addition to town.
It's a great facility. Absolutely.
All right. What's going on here in the news? So traffic is likely to get back to normal today.
Man.
Chinese President Xi Jinping leaves today to go to the other Washington.
Yes.
Pretty cool. He was in Tacoma yesterday and got a football jersey with his name on it from the Abes of Lincoln. They're going to be in town on Friday. He won't be part of the team on Friday.
No,
he's not traveling. But
grades aren't good enough.
He's got other things to deal with. So that was the cool stuff. And it did cause a huge mess for travelers.
Yes.
We get it.
Yeah.
But the stage for us, I mean, that's putting us on a pretty big stage.
Yeah.
The great state of Washington.
Like he doesn't come over here that often.
No.
If he's ever been here before, or if he'll ever be back again. Yeah. So sorry for your suffering on the highways and byways of the Great Northwest, but it's over now.
It's over now.
It's just a normal commute mess.
That could lead to some great, more bridge buildings between us and their great nation.
Legislative leaders in Olympia have sent a letter to the embattled state auditor, Troy Kelly, saying, resign or we'll start impeachment proceedings. No word. He has he pleaded not guilty of all the other charges. There have been a couple of new charges. Money laundering and tax evasion have been added to the list. He is not responding to overtures. He's not talking. There you go. There's that.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
8:19
something
here at KMAS and KMAS.com. We've got the news coming up with Mary Lynn Foster before too long. Also today, I believe we'll be focusing on Shelton in just a little bit. I'm going to go see if we've got an update on who the guest will be on that topic. But always a lot of great things, happening in the city. We got some emails from listeners asking about Shelton Hills. So we did a little digging into that. And you can go to the Shelton Hills Hall Equities webpage. They've got a big spread on
a visionary map.
Yeah, there's a picture there, and then
if you don't get excited looking at that, check your posts, because that is really exciting. I think it's very cool to try to imagine that development as part and parcel of Shelton and Mason County. So exciting. Keep your fingers crossed, kids. We'll get some stuff going here before the end of the year. It's 8:20.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
Everyone needs a health plan, and if you still don't have yours, Mason General Hospital would like to help you get covered. When you go online and visit www.masongeneral.com and click on the Washington Health Plan Finder on the homepage, you will be able to view and compare the various plans available. When you find one you want, Mason General will assist in helping you determine if you qualify and to get you signed up. Simply click, compare, and call Susanna Lopez, Project Supervisor, at 432-7766.
Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider. Translation services provided.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Nurse, I need you to apply pressure to the head wound until I can get to it. I'm concerned she's lost too much blood.
Oh, no.
You in the corner, who are you? You're not supposed to be here.
She's my girlfriend, doctor.
You need to wait out in the waiting room.
Please, doctor, I want to stay with her.
Look, she's been badly injured. So if you want to do what's best for her, you need to let us do our work.
Please, doctor, she has to be okay. I didn't mean to do this. I love her.
Wait a second. You were the driver?
Yes, but I didn't mean to. I swear, we went to dinner. I was just buzzed. I only had a few drinks.
Just buzzed? Why didn't you tell us that? In that case, your girlfriend is fine.
Hey, sweetie. I feel great. You want to get out of here?
I can't believe this. Really, doctor? She's really okay?
What, are you kidding? No, not really. Nurse, get me a suture kit. Stack.
Buzzed driving. Maybe we should stop acting like it's no big deal. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and this station.
Hi, this is Tom Hartman, host of the Tom Hartman Program. Join me 9 to noon on News Radio 1030 KMAS. And this is the thing that isn't said often enough. Racism is one of the principal pillars of maintaining white privilege and white power in the United States. It's really that simple. Our institutions were created by white men for white men. And what we've seen over the last 240 years is a steady, slow history of the erosion of that power by white men. Racism is, at its core, it's really about power.
Hi, this is Dwayne Wilson from Bluegrass in the Forest, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. 824 here, KMAS, KMAS.com. All right.
This coffee is good for you. Coffee's bad for you. Coffee's good for you. There's always this controversy going on. Good news. Today, coffee's good for you.
Oh, good, because I drank a lot already.
Is coffee bad for your heart? The headline. There have been numerous studies lately that seems to show that coffee's better for us than what we may have thought originally. And how does all that caffeine affect your heart? More good news. A new study shows. Wait a minute. I'm getting thirsty. I'm going to have a cup of coffee. Your morning Joe may not increase your risk of developing heart rhythm issues at all. Swedish researchers I love those Swedes, looking at data from more than 75,000 people to determine if there was a relationship between coffee consumption and cardiovascular rhythm issues, also known as atrial fibrillation and atrial flutter. The study published by the Journal of BMC Medicine found no link between caffeine and the development of either heart rhythm problem. Mind you, if you already have that, you might want to go easy on the coffee. The caffeine jolt could make existing cardiovascular issues worse or even cause new ones, mind you. So, in other words, nothing. That was like a non. So if you already got something, it could be. But if you don't,
then you're fine. All right. Unlucky, evil, sinister.
Yes.
There's a lot of conversations around the country
bad
these
things
days.
to say about me while I was gone.
And this is about you more than you know because you don't even know what I'm talking about.
You're
here.
right.
Unlucky, evil, sinister. There's been a lot of talk about grouping
Donald
people
Trump
into things, but yeah, so there's been a lot of talk about Muslims and this and that and the other thing and overgeneralizing groups.
Yes, I agree.
Believe it or not, there's still some people who think that there's something not right with being left-handed.
What? Wait a minute. I'm taking a stand.
Much to the shock of one Oklahoma mother, her 4-year-old son, Zaid, Z-A-Y-D-E, sent home with a letter from his teacher calling his left-handedness evil and sinister. According to the local news station down there, Alicia Sands recently discovered the teacher at Oaks Elementary was forcing her lefty son to use his right hand.
Yeah.
When she wrote the teacher saying why, she allegedly received an article from the teacher in response. The article called Left-Handedness Unlucky, Evil, and Sinister, and even cited the devil as a
And
lefty.
the article was from...
I've read these articles before. Now, historically, lefties were ostracized hardcore.
Yeah, that's a true story.
So the mom kept the kid home from school and complained to the superintendent about the teacher, and they're investigating whatever. Breaks my heart for him because somebody actually believes my child is evil because he's left-handed.
So bizarre. A generation ago, they would force left-handed kids to write right-handed when you learn.
Yeah.
Now the new generation, your son Kaiser will not even be taught cursive.
No, just buttons, just fingers.
But when we went to school, I was the last generation where they were instilling that, teach them to write right-handed, but they'd ask the parents' permission.
Wow.
But the generation before me, no permission, just
do it.
forced them to do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when you're writing, did it feel unnatural to write right-handed?
I couldn't even begin to do it. It was like gobbledygook.
But even
my brain didn't work.
I know, but if you didn't even have any left-handed experience writing, would there have been a...
Well, see, I don't remember. I always remember just picking it up with my left hand and coloring. I did a lot of early childhood, that sort of stuff, coloring and letters and all that. And I attributed a lot of my early education as I was self-educated out of comic books.
Yeah.
But I always, as long as I can remember, always started with my left hand. I never once thought to do it with my right. And same with eating.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. So I don't know. I mean, until a teacher said, well, Dale, you got your pencil in the wrong hand. Oh, what? And so she put a note, and I didn't pay attention. I was only in the first grade or whenever you start learning that stuff, and sent it home with me. And it was a request to teach Dale to learn penmanship with his right hand.
Wow. Huh.
But my mother said no. He's more comfortable with his left.
And you didn't get called evil or the devil?
Not to my face, but maybe that was the topic of conversation in the teacher's lounge while they were smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee.
Coffee, quote.
Yeah.
In quotes.
Yeah, those kids are driving me crazy.
I'll have another coffee.
Put a little something in this one, would you?
That is amazing. What year is it? 2015?
Yeah.
And this kid?
It is amazing that a teacher would, that's the amazing part. Why would she be swayed by some? So that's why I'm kind of curious about where that article was originating from. Some old satanic.
I mean, I read about the struggles of left-handed
left-handed,
people.
right-minded, my friend.
Hey, look at you. All right, let's see. Hi, KMAS, you're on the radio. Who are we talking to?
It's Miss Karen.
Hi,
Karen, are you left-handed?
No, but I can do some things left-handed.
Well, we don't need to know about that.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, no. So, but we're having this vicious conversation, not vicious, a robust conversation here about lefties being evil. What else?
There was a teacher in Oklahoma that said that one of her students, because the student was left-handed, that he was evil.
Oh, good Lord, have mercy.
Isn't that 2015?
Hello, my mother was left-handed, but my grandmother turned her to right-handed.
Yeah, because they didn't like people being left-handed.
No, because it's like, and I have nieces, nephews, brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws that are all left-handed.
Yeah, it's a right-handed world. I'll give you that. It is a
definite, and scissors, believe it or not, are only made for right-handed, not left-handed.
Well, lefties are people too.
Yes, they are.
Lefties are people too.
Yeah, they are.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks for the support.
What's going on with Wall Street this morning?
Wow. U.S. stocks opened sharply lower in conjunction with the equity markets around the globe as investors continue to grapple with how weak global economic conditions will impact the Fed's willingness to raise interest rates. On the economic front, new home sales rose 5.7% in August, which followed a strong 5.4% increase the month prior. In corporate news, Caterpillar reduced its sales forecast and announced plans to cut as many as 10,000 jobs over 4 years in response to a slowdown in the mining and energy industries. U.S. bond prices are rising in early trading given the weakness in the equity markets. So far this morning in the S&P 500, the best performing sector is utilities, while the worst performing sector is basic materials. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 234 points at 16,045. The Standard & Poor's 500 Index is down 27 points at 1,911. The NASDAQ Composite Index is down 74 points at 4,678. This morning, volume on the New York Stock Exchange is moderate, with 247 million shares being traded, and decliners are outnumbering advancers by a wide margin. In the commodity markets, the spot price of gold is up $24.74 to $1,155.07. The spot price of silver is up 35 cents to $15.14, and crude oil prices are down 8 cents to $44.40. In the bond market, the 30-year Treasury yield is currently 2.88%, and the 10-year Treasury yield is currently 2.09%. Stocks of local interest: Amazon is down $10.21. Costco is down $1.15. Boeing is down $3.60. Starbucks is down 20 cents. And Microsoft is down 36 cents. This is Karen Shade of Edward Jones, member SIPC, serving individual investors with personalized attention and long-term financial advice. I'm located at 1051 Southeast State Route 3 in Shelton. And if you'd like additional information, you can contact me at 426-4590. And daily commentary is also located on our website at edwardjones.com.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
Ascend Roofing Company in Shelton's on top of it. 868-2730. Roofing work that speaks for itself.
Hey, just a little note to say thank you for the outstanding work that you, Dennis, and especially Jorge and the crew performed for us on our roofing project. On a scale of 1 to 10, we rate it at 10.5. It was a fantastic feeling from start to finish. Your company is a first-class operation and will definitely give your name to all of our friends and family if they're in need of your services.
You could be the next happy customer by calling Ascend Roofing. 868-2730. Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news, connect with KMAS, and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Like us on Facebook and get our local news right on your news feed. Facebook.com/1030KMAS. For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 1021 and 92.9 FM. Also, we are streaming online audio and video this morning, KMAS.com. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 8:37 in sports news. Mariners lose in 10 innings, 3-2 to the Kansas City Royals, the AL Central leaders right now, and heading for the playoffs and probably for the AL Central crown. They've got only 2 games as their magic number is 2, and a win and a loss by Minnesota, and they are the champs of their division. Game 3, the rubber match, is this evening in Kansas City. Then Seattle's off to Los Angeles to battle the Angels over the weekend. Now, there was one highlight for Seattle that was worth mentioning this morning and recreating for you, and it was career hit number 2,000 for Robinson Cano.
The 1-2, swing and a line drive, base hit in the left field, and there's career base hit number 2,000 for Robinson Cano, and he becomes one of only 14 players in the history of the game of baseball to get to 2,000 within his first 11 seasons in the big leagues, and they will take that ball out of the game. A great souvenir for Robbie Cano. Career base hit number 2,000, and it was a rocket.
Yeah, indeed. And so good for him. You know, that was 2,000 hits. Number 1997, 98, and 99 were all home runs. So congratulations to Robinson Cano. He is certainly a big asset to Seattle, and whatever happens, if he gets another 5 or 6 years in the league, he'll have 3,000 hits.
Yeah.
So, and he'll get plenty of opportunities with some of these youngsters that are coming up. Seattle, for the most part, has been playing really good baseball with all these youngsters. Now, there's a combination of reasons why, but we'll just leave it at that. So good luck to the M's today in Kansas City. Now, we mentioned last stop for sports, the big FedEx playoff event, FedEx Cup for the Tour Championship. And the top 5 in the FedEx standings going into the match: Jason Day, who's been on fire as of late; Jordan Spieth, who, he was spectacular in the middle part of the season this year; Bubba Watson's been bubbling towards the top all year long; Ricky Fowler had his moment in the sunshine this year as well; and Henrik Stenson, who's a past FedEx Cup winner, are the top 5 going into this weekend. Just about time for a young fella named Rory McIlroy to splash big time, and he is just a few points back from those 5. He could come swooping in, make some kind of miraculous low-score record kind of a thing, and win it all.
and I wouldn't be surprised if he does. By the way, a Tiger note for you. He's going to be turning 40 soon, and he's just scheduled his second back surgery. It's coming up. And so the reason it was even mentioned in the sports is that we may have seen the best of Tiger moving forward with another back surgery on tap. The days of yore and the way that he ruled the roost for those years, maybe just history and memories, and probably not a reality for him moving forward. Now with these young guns that are out there today.
No.
So there's your sports notes for you. NFL game tonight on the radio at 5. Giants of New York against Washington with Kirk Cousins at quarterback, not RG3, who's not even second string. He's the clipboard guy.
Wow.
Yeah. I think they're shopping for him.
Well,
and if he goes somewhere else, he might do good. Trouble with RG3 is he's got a dangerous style of playing, dangerous to himself.
Yeah, he just runs
until he gets snapped in half, and he's not gonna make it for very long. He's already suffering the results of that.
47 clear skies, 72 the high today, and we're going to be at about 70 for the next 10 days.
Okay.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from the gateway to the Olympic Mountains, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It's 8:43 at KMAS, and at this time on Thursdays, we take some time to focus on Shelton, brought to you by our community credit union. And
get my glasses cleaned up. Okay, now I can focus
a little better. Mark Ziegler's in studio from Parks and Rec.
Hi, Mark Ziegler. How are you?
Terrific.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that this coming up is the fall-winter program? That's what we're going to talk about today.
Right.
Through the Parks Department. Is it safe to say that this Shelton Youth Basketball League is maybe the most popular thing of the year for the kids?
Yeah, numbers-wise. Yeah, participation-wise. Yeah, absolutely.
It was when my kids were growing up. I mean, it's just an awesome program.
Yeah, it's my largest program.
It's so fun.
So, yeah, it is. It's great.
Yeah. How do kids
It's my favorite program.
Is it your favorite program?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a basketball guy, but I also I like the sheer numbers. And it's cool on a Saturday during games. There's 3 gyms going. Most gyms have 2 games going, so there's 6 games going at any one time.
Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you hope so. But that's the idea, and that's what I strive for, is that the kids are having a good time. They want to continue progressing with involvement in athletics, because there's a lot to be learned there's a lot to be learned besides just dribbling a basketball or kicking a soccer ball or throwing a baseball.
Yes.
There's lots of life skills to be learned.
There's a lot of life lessons
in
youth sports.
Absolutely.
That's why they have them, supposedly.
And we take some of we take the politics out of it.
Yeah.
We take a lot of the
take the parents
external, not completely, but I try to do my best to take some of those influences out of this program.
Sure.
And make it a little less competitive, because the competition tends to be for the parents, not the kids.
Yeah.
And so they get overly competitive. Yeah. So we don't keep score. For one thing, there's no scoreboard.
There are other youth leagues for that later down the line, because we're talking about youngsters.
Well, and there are for these ages. You know, you can go play AAU or competitive basketball.
But this is a recreation league.
This is for everybody.
Yep.
If you just want to go out and run around and play hoops and have fun, this is your program.
You know, I remember little kids, soccer kids. I had kids going the wrong direction. But they just love dribbling the ball.
Yeah.
He got the ball and away he went. And he had both teams chasing him. His own team and the other team. Yes, keep away. And everybody's laughing and having fun. I mean, that's awesome stuff.
At the end of the day, that's what it's about.
You bet it is. Yep. Okay, Mark. So kids that want to do registration is November 20 till November 20th.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like them earlier. That's our deadline. But so as soon as folks have this in their hands. It'd be great to have them into the Civic Center at the Parks and Rec office, so we can start manually entering everybody into the spreadsheets and forming teams and doing all that stuff.
Second grade, all from as young as second grade through seventh grade.
Second through seventh, we start on November 21st. So the Saturday before Thanksgiving, it'll start with a clinic the high school teams put on. So that's kind of a good way to start for 2 weeks. 2 Saturdays are the 21st of November, and then December 5th, the high school coaches, both boys and girls, will put on some clinics so kids can come in and they get a little instruction on, how to dribble the ball right, and passing and footwork and stuff, and kind of get
the basics.
Get the basics, and then it also gives me an opportunity to register kids and get through that process of forming teams.
Fun.
Yeah,
how fun! Can you give just a general number about how many kids are involved in that program?
It's usually 2.
Here's one very similar to your Bowls program.
I was looking at this.
The Christmas ornament ceramics.
This is cool.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-day class.
Is this new?
Well, a little bit. Yeah, she's Glenn Helen Smither is the instructor, and she's done ceramics classes for me for years. But this one's kind of new because it's kind of a family program.
Yeah,
you register as a family. Come on down.
Okay.
Bring 2 or bring 10, and you're going to make 10 Christmas ornaments for the tree, and then you're going to make a cookie plate too.
Wow.
So everybody can get their hands in on it. Make Glenn Helen's really creative and can really provide some good direction, but she also lets everybody use their own creativity in what they make. So if you give her an idea of what you want to make, she'll make sure that gets into that ceramic.
How special would those ornaments be if you got the kids making their own, and you guys all make them? And
exactly right.
It's just like the plate thing, isn't it?
As a family, you're not sending the kid to the program and they're coming home with the ornament or something like that.
Everybody's doing it together.
Everybody's doing it together. You're making those together. You're putting them on the tree later on, and you're remembering that class, and you're talking about what it was supposed to be. Maybe it was supposed to be a tree and it ended up being a snowflake.
Absolutely.
But that's part of the fun.
That's the beauty of it.
And I have ornaments from when I was a little kid still that we put on the tree every year that Mom saved over the years.
So special.
Here's your box of ornaments when you move out.
Mark, I don't live in the city of Shelton. Can I still register for these things?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is for anybody and everybody. We don't have restrictions on registration. For a lot of my sports programs, we'll get kids from kind of the Griffin area too, as well, and over that way, because they like either the coaching or the basketball program we run. It kind of meets the needs of their child, and that falls for any program here. If you work, live, or want to drive here to Shelton, take advantage of these programs.
For sure.
No
That's a good one.
What else? Anything new going on?
A new program, You Can Sing.
I can?
Yeah, October 6th through November 10th. At over at Jim Johnson Studios across the street.
Okay.
Andrea Densley is going to take 11 and 19-year-olds and give them some singing lessons and produce a song for them. And it's a good opportunity. We're taking advantage of a local business here at the studios. And Andrea's an acclaimed and accomplished singer in her own right. And so this is something new, and it's 6 weeks from 4 to 5 p.m. So after school program, basically, down here at the studio, and we're really looking forward to that. And
I snuck up. I was here Friday for the football game, and we had a break or something, so I just was kind of outside, and I snuck a peek in there because I haven't been in Jim's studio for a while.
Okay,
top notch.
Yeah,
I mean, like it's
top
of the line.
Yeah,
it's great. That would be a lot of fun.
That will be a lot of fun. By the way, gentle yoga still available.
Going. Yeah, absolutely. Tuesdays down at the Civic Center. We have our ballroom formal dance program too. David Lynch is coming back. We run this every fall. This will be run on Monday nights at the Civic Center. They're going to do some swing, some country rock, waltzes, salsas, cha-cha, all those classical ballroom dance, and then kind of finish up the last couple weeks with reinforcement of what they learned, and then kind of dancer's choice. They can pick the last day, kind of pick what they want to work on, and
pick the robot.
Yeah, what they maybe add some break dancing in there, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, and so this is a great one if you have a wedding coming up, and you want that last dance, to learn that waltz for that last dance.
Oh, if you got a daughter that you're going to be marrying off.
Maybe something like that.
Might need to know how to do a good dance with the daughter.
Yeah.
You know,
that's an important thing.
Or you have an anniversary or a birthday coming up.
I do have an anniversary.
You can surprise the spouse with some
That's like
dance
next
lessons.
Thursday, I think, is my anniversary.
Too late. Yikes.
Thanks for reminding me.
You can fill out the registration form right there, Jeff. You've got it in front of you.
Oh, no. Totally spaced on that. Thank you.
And we have some great art classes from Ellen Miffett coming up. She's an instructor that teaches a lot in the Olympia area, and she's taught for Parks and Rec in the past, and bringing her back this fall with some various classes. The Kimodo program, a martial arts program, is continuing on Thursdays. That's held down at the Transit Community Center. So
okay, wow,
lots of options here. The other thing we're doing is the drop-in pickleball program is kind of morphed into a drop-in basketball program. So we're offering adult drop-in basketball in the evenings, Mondays and Wednesdays, 7 to 9 p.m. So it's $3 drop-in, come down and play
basketball, play hoops.
Yep.
Just that time of year, huh?
Yeah.
What if you're no good at basketball? I am terrible. But, well, I mean, would I feel comfortable going? I mean, no one's going to be like, come on, Slakey.
Here's what you do. You
dribble it.
No, you don't even have to do very much dribbling. So you get on a team and you run it up the court, and sometimes they'll let you bring the ball up the court with nobody guarding you.
Sure.
And then you catch a pass, look for an open guy, throw it, let them do all the shooting and all the creative stuff.
So I'd be like the John Stockton.
Yeah.
The assist.
Yeah.
The assist
And then you can be a defense guy, just,
this is a community program. Yeah. Everybody that walks in the door gets to play.
I've played in these parks. They're fun.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. It's all encompassing. It's not
you work up a sweat, you get a good lather going.
That's the idea. It's not a league for it's not a competitive league by any means. You're going to go out and play games because you have to have a rotation, and but anybody that shows up, essentially you get on the list in order. If there's 10 guys there at first, you shoot a free throw, first 5 guys to make it. That's your first team. Second team's the next 5. Go run around the court. If there's some guys waiting, you'll play to 7 or 10.
Some guys will get winded, no hay, and then somebody comes out there and helps them out.
All right,
exactly right.
Something good for someone to try out.
It is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I never played basketball in school, but I played in these leagues, and they were a hoot. They were a hoot. All this stuff is fun, and it's good for you.
Absolutely, that's the whole idea.
Now you still do have pickleball.
We still have pickleball
in the mornings, Tuesdays and Thursdays,
and Saturdays, 9 to 11.
Okay,
and then Mondays and Wednesdays, 5 to 7. So we moved the time back. It used to be 5:30 to 7:30. We moved back from 5 to 7. So people head there right after work.
Now, does that conflict with basketball?
Basketball starts at 7.
Oh, that's perfect.
Right after pickleball, yeah.
Wow.
So we actually moved pickleball back so we could start basketball a little earlier.
So you're glad that this gym's going again?
Man, it's great.
Isn't it? You guys are going to need another one just for pickleball and basketball.
Exactly right. Where, it's full all the time. Every time I talk to Kathy down there about moving some stuff around and starting something new. We're juggling. I'm juggling my own programs now. It's not just filling in an open spot. I'm moving some programs around and massaging the schedule a little bit, especially, after hours, after those business hours. So, it's a great resource, and I'm really happy to take advantage of it.
All residents of Shelton will get the new fall-winter program schedule in their
this week, utility bill. Yeah.
And then, so take a look at that, see what you'd like to sign up for, and contact Mark and the folks at the Parks and Rec to enter and sign in, please, huh?
That's right.
Have some fun.
Yeah.
Get healthy. Have some camaraderie with fellow citizens of the community. And those of you who are not residents of the city, just check in with Mark and the Parks Department here at the City of Shelton if you'd like to participate in these programs.
Correct.
You won't keep them away.
I'd be happy to facilitate that for anybody that's interested.
That's awesome. So good. Good stuff, man. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thanks for giving me the time today.
And we'll hopefully catch you before just the spring programs kick in.
I'll be back.
Okay. Very good. And our Community Credit Union, thank you for presenting Focus on Shelton. We'll return to bid adieu in just a moment.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
At our community credit union, they look for ways to improve members' financial lives, and they take that role seriously. One way is by offering members 1% cash back on any consumer loan they transfer to OCCU. There's no minimum or maximum loan amount to qualify. Make no payments for 90 days, and you can skip a payment twice a year every year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-426-5657 or visit ourcu.com to learn more.
This is Brian with the LaFlame Group at Eagle Home Mortgage, and we're here to present your real estate resource Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak. Mortgage and real estate information you need to know before you make a decision to buy, sell, or invest.
Real Estate Resource with Brian LaFlame from Eagle Home Mortgage. Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Learn how to make sense of the local home buying process.
Join me on Mondays as I talk with local professionals who help you every step of the way in your home purchasing process.
It's not until you've taken the last bite, till the last whiffs of freshly baked pizza have faded from the kitchen, till they've talked about their day with actual complete sentences. It's not until then that you realize, yay, we just had a family dinner. Fill your table with conversation and the most popular home-baked Papa Murphy's pizza. Bring home a large Papa Murphy's signature cowboy pizza, just $11. Or try it as a fresh pan for just $1 more. Papa Murphy's, love at 425 degrees.
Hi, this is Hindu Dave Henderson from the Seattle Mariners. You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
All right, we got about half a minute here left on this Thursday with NFL football tonight. Tomorrow, high school football. The Lincoln Babies come to town. That'll be a good game.
Not to anybody's disappointment, Carol Gardner will be back in my seat tomorrow. I said not to anybody's disappointment, Carol. All right. So I am a gathering of all 5 of the neighboring counties here, and we're going to be issuing. I'm going to be kind of a moderator.
Are you sure this isn't one of those deals where they say, "Hey, guys, come get your free boats and your free tickets to games"?
No.
And then you show up, and then they arrest you. Are you sure that's not what it is?
Well, if I'm not here Monday, that may very likely have been a scam.
Yeah, that'll be a great breakfast tomorrow. Yeah, right, we'll have a fun time.
All right, we'll see you all next week. And
you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
New England has clam bakes, the South has barbecues, and in the Great Lakes, it's fish boils. All about the unique regional experience today from the Old Farmer's Almanac.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom27.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom27.com. Go to freedom27.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom27.com.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report for Thursday, September 24th, the 267th day of the year. Fall is fish boil season in coastal communities of the Upper Great Lakes. If you have a chance to attend one, don't let the somewhat unappetizing name keep you away. Fish boils are a centuries-old tradition originating with Scandinavian settlers. Huge pots, often cast iron, are placed over wood fires into which wire baskets of fish and vegetable are submerged. The highlight is when kerosene is tossed on the flames, causing a roaring flash which flushes the oils and froth from the churning water. It's also the signal that dinner is served, and it's quite a culinary delight. Any authentic Great Lakes experience has to include a fish boil on a crisp autumn evening. That is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report. Learn more at almanac.com.
Alex Jones is on weekdays from 9 in the evening to 1 a.m. on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Daria Aldinger, the Pope in America.
Pido, por favor. I ask you, please, que me deseen cosas buenas. To send good wishes my way.
Pope Francis addressing the crowd gathered on the west lawn of the Capitol today after he addressed a joint meeting of Congress.
I'm convinced that we can make a difference. I'm sure.
The leader of the world's Roman Catholics, the first to address lawmakers, urging them to use compassion when it comes to immigrants and refugees, welcoming them to the U.S. as fellow human beings. Next stop for the Pontiff, New York City. Another VIP is also headed to the U.S., but he may not get the same kind of reception the Pope did. Russian President Vladimir Putin will be meeting with President Obama on Monday, the same day Putin is scheduled to address the United Nations. Your voice, your vote. A few polls out today show Donald Trump is still leading the race among Republicans, but for how much longer?
Trump remains the front runner, according to Bloomberg, Fox, and Quinnipiac, but his lead has shrunk in all three surveys. That's because Dr. Ben Carson has surged in recent weeks, along with Carly Fiorina, who turned in what was considered to be a strong debate performance. Jeb Bush's numbers remain stagnant, but he might take solace in the possibility that Trump's numbers have finally plateaued.
ABC's Brad Melke. A crush of Muslim pilgrims outside Mecca, Saudi Arabia today. They were making their way toward the Hajj. One survivor says people were climbing over one another just to breathe. It was the deadliest disaster to afflict the annual pilgrimage since 1990. With the help of steady job gains and low mortgage rates, Americans have been buying new homes at the fastest pace in more than 7 years. The Commerce Department says sales surged almost 6% last month. This is ABC News.
Every day, millions of people suffer from good health.
I hate feeling so good all the time. What's right with me?
If you're in optimal health, chances are you're taking all-natural Texas Superfood.
It's so annoying getting a good night's sleep. I am so awake every day.
Each bottle is packed with over 55 fruits and vegetables picked at their peak. Then we add nothing.
Just once, I'd like to experience intestinal discomfort just like everybody else.
So your body gets all the benefits of fresh, ripe, nutrient-rich produce, and that's all.
I wish I could get sick more often, especially during flu season.
No pesticides, no animal products, no fillers, sweeteners, or artificial anything.
Why do I have so much energy? Why?
Visit us at TexasSuperfood52.com today to get started on your path to the healthiest version of you. Available only at TexasSuperfood52.com.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster. It's 9:06, and now the Thom Hartmann Show.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Greetings, my friends, patriots, lovers of democracy, truth, and justice, believers in peace, freedom, and the American way. Thom Hartmann here with you. The Pope just spoke before Congress. It was not quite the fire and brimstone, at least with regards to climate change, that idiots like Marco Rubio were expecting. I say idiots because he went on Fox News last night and said, well, you know, if the Pope wants to talk about religion, that's fine. But if he wants to talk about economics or politics, he's just a person. Right. Well, first of all, if you're Catholic, I don't think that that's I don't think that that position is consistent with Catholic orthodoxy, although I'm not Catholic. I could be wrong. But secondly, how is an economy not a statement of morality? I mean, economies don't come into being out of nothing. Arguably, a barter economy does in a small way in small communities, but a national economy is created by carefully and thoughtfully coming up with rules for the game of business, deciding what the priorities of business must be and legislating that, and basically encouraging or discouraging behavior that is going to help or hurt individual sectors within the economy, individual factions, to use Thomas Madison's language, in particular ways. So you can't, and those are decisions that are made. Those are decisions that are made by lawmakers that are going to, in the case of Reaganism, make the rich fabulously wealthy and hurt the poor. And then in the case of ending welfare as we know it, really hurt the poor in the case of an economic downturn. And in the case of things like, unions and whatnot, these are policies that strengthen the middle class. I mean, how is this not moral? Jim, were you saying that you've got the clips? Okay. So we've got a couple of clips here from the Pope this morning. And the first one's fairly long. It runs 3 minutes, but I'm going to play it in its entirety. And the reason why is because it's almost a Lucy with the football moment between the Pope and the Republicans. He talks about the importance of human life at every stage of its development. And he gets this huge applause because they all assume he's about to go into an anti-abortion rant, right? And then, he goes into a rant, but it's not the anti-abortion rant that the Republicans were expecting. Here's the clip.
The yardstick we use for others will be the yardstick which time used for us.
The yardstick we use for others will be the yardstick which time will use for us. And then he's going to talk about the golden rule of defending human life at every stage of its development.
The golden rule also reminds us of our responsibility to protect and defend human life at every stage of its development.
And, the Republicans are, well, everybody gave them a standing ovation for this. Well, not everybody, but certainly everybody who thought he might be talking about abortion.
This conviction has led me from the beginning of my ministry to advocate at different levels the global abolition of the death penalty.
The death penalty, right? That's what, oh my goodness.
I am convinced that this way is the best, since every life is sacred. Every human person is endowed with unalienable dignity, and society can only benefit from the rehabilitation of those convicted of crimes. Recently, my brother bishops here in the United States renewed the call for the abolition of the death penalty. Not only do I support them, but I also offer encouragement to all those who are convinced that a just and necessary punishment must never exclude the dimension of hope and the goal of rehabilitation.
All right, in other words, let's fix this broken criminal justice system and let's work toward hope and rehabilitation, and let's end the death penalty. Absolutely, just end the death penalty. He goes on to say, at the same time, I would encourage you to keep in mind all those people around us who are trapped in a cycle of poverty. By the way, I'm going to be picking up your calls, your thoughts on what the Pope really was saying, your thoughts on the Pope in general, your thoughts on how the Republicans are responding to him. John Boehner, I guess, at one point was literally twiddling his thumbs while the Pope was speaking about something the Republicans didn't like all that much. Anyway, at the same time, I would encourage you to keep in mind all those people around us who are trapped in a cycle of poverty. They, too, need to be given hope. The fight against poverty and hunger must be fought constantly and on many fronts, especially in its causes. It goes without saying that part of this great effort, he's talking about work. He says, I know that many Americans today, as in the past, are working to deal with this problem. It goes without saying that part of this great effort is in the creation and distribution of wealth. The right use of natural resources, the proper application of technology, and the harnessing of the spirit of enterprise are essential elements of an economy which seems to be modern, inclusive, and sustainable. And then he talks about the common good, and then he talks about his encyclical, Laudato Si. He said, we need a conversation which includes everyone, since the environmental challenge we are undergoing and its human roots concern and affect us all. In Laudato Si, I call for a courageous and responsible effort to redirect our steps and to avert the most serious effects of the environmental deterioration caused by human activity. I am convinced that we can make a difference, and I have no doubt that the United States and this Congress have an important role to play. Now is the time for courageous actions and strategies aimed at implementing a culture of care and an integrated approach to combating poverty, restoring dignity to the excluded, and at the same time, protecting nature. And he goes through this at some length. And his piece on the arms trade, I'll play the clip for that when we come back from the next break. But it was a brilliant speech. And he quoted Thomas Merton. When I was a teenager, I spent the summer up in the Cherokee National Forest. My friend Clark Stinson, we had 2 teepees, and we were just, living in the woods out there. And I brought a bunch of books with me. I brought the Bible. I brought the Bhagavad Gita. I brought Be Here Now. I brought Yogananda's autobiography. I brought Edgar Cayce's Story of Jesus by Jeffrey First. And I brought like 4 Thomas Merton books, 2 of them on Zen. Thomas Merton, I was such a Thomas Merton junkie. He was so thoughtful. He was so deep in his analysis. And he was a mystic. I mean, Thomas Merton was the kind of people that the Catholic Church used to expel. I mean, openly talking about how Zen Buddhism and Catholicism have so much in common. It's pretty amazing. But Thomas Merton is the guy that he held up to.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
I was just very impressed with the whole thing. I'd be very interested to hear what you have to say about it.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Thom Hartmann here with the president of ITM Trading, Craig Griffin. Craig, I wrote a book, The Crash of 2016. Are there any signs in the stock market today that could indicate a crash might be near?
Yes, there are. Right now, one of the key stock market barometers that forecast the bear markets of 2000 and 2008 are again signaling trouble ahead. And just like in 2000 and 2008, people didn't know what to look for, and they were blindsided.
Do you think this is the major crash some analysts have been talking about?
We will only look back in history and know that for sure. But we feel, like many analysts do, that something big is on the horizon.
What should my listeners do now?
Don't wait until the crisis hits again and gold is racing higher. Call and get our free exclusive report, Stock Market Barometer Signals Trouble Ahead. We have people standing by to answer all of their questions.
Friends, call ITM today, 1-888-OWN-GOLD. That's 1-888-OWN-GOLD, and get your free report. Stock Market Barometer Signals Trouble Ahead. If you're a business professional, you know it's no longer a 9-to-5 world. Technology has enabled us to conduct business from virtually anywhere at any time, but you need the right tools. Technology that's built for business. I have your solution. ShareFile by Citrix. ShareFile offers online file sharing, sending, and storage that is both easy and secure. You can create a custom-branded, password-protected space for your company that allows you to share files with clients and colleagues under your control. Send files of almost any size without the frustration of bounce backs. Access your files from your mobile phone or iPad from wherever you are. I am so impressed with how ShareFile lets me send large files over the internet without worrying about crashing my or other people's email boxes, and it's solidly secure. If you don't have ShareFile yet for your business, get started today with this special risk-free offer for my listeners, a 30-day free trial plus double storage. Remember, to get my special offer, visit sharefile.com, click on the radio microphone, and enter my first name, Tom. That's sharefile.com, click the mic, and type in my first name, Tom. I'm a dad, and if you're trying to think of a great gift for dad, I've got the perfect idea. The SodaStream soda maker, just like I own. SodaStream turns water into great tasting soda at home in just seconds. SodaStream makes a great gift for any occasion. Makes great tasting soda at home in fewer than 30 seconds with SodaStream. Are you paying $2 for a can of energy drink? With SodaStream, you can enjoy energy drinks at a fraction of the cost. SodaStream home soda makers are the size of a small coffee maker and come in several different styles and colors. It's really simple to use. You fill a bottle with cold water and secure it to the machine. You push the button to carbonate the water, and then you add your choice of flavor. With over 50 regular, diet, and all-natural flavors to choose from, there's a flavor for everyone in the family. SodaStream just introduced a variety of Country Time and Crystal Light flavors, so now you can enjoy sparkling tea, lemonade, and fruit flavors in addition to all your favorite soda flavors. Buy everything you need at retailers like Bed Bath & Beyond, Macy's, Kohl's, Target, and Walmart. Just visit SodaStream.com to find stores near you. SodaStream, a smarter way to enjoy soda. All businesses, big or small, have letters and packages to send out, but making trips back and forth to the post office can be a waste of your time. So you can either lease a postage meter, so expensive with hidden fees, expensive inks, long-term commitments, or you can use Stamps.com like I do. With Stamps.com, you can do so much more than with any meter at a fraction of the cost. You buy and print official U.S. postage using just your computer and printer. It's so easy and convenient. And the best part is that with Stamps.com, you'll never have to go to the post office again. I use and highly recommend you use Stamps.com. It's such a great way to save time and money. You know the old saying, time is money? That's because it is. Why not save both time and money like I do with Stamps.com? Right now, use my name, Tom, for this special offer. It's a no-risk trial plus a $110 bonus offer, which includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com, and before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Tom. At Stamps.com, enter Tom. Hey, Tom Hartman here with the Tom Hartman program. If you haven't received your free canister of Super Beets, the circulation superfood that you drink, here's your chance. I'm willing to bet that about 80% of people, running around right now in our country feel sluggish and mentally drained. And for most, it's probably their circulation. Could be you too. Being dietary nitrate deficient keeps your body from producing nitric oxide, the molecule responsible for healthy circulation. And Super Beets is loaded with dietary nitrates that boost nitric oxide for more energy. It's 10 times more effective than other beet powders, works 3 times faster because of the patented light drying process. It's a delicious way to naturally support healthy blood pressure, energy, stamina, and mental sharpness. You'll love the taste of Super Beets and feel results in as little as 20 minutes. Guaranteed you don't pay. Plus, Super Beets now comes in black cherry flavor, so if taste was holding you back before, and now is the time to try. Get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order. Plus, get the book Beat the Odds free and free shipping, too. Guaranteed your money back. Call 800-568-9889, 800-568-9889, or log on to tomsbeats.com. That's tomsbeats.com. Call back. Okay, let's... there was one other, I thought, very notable clip from the Pope. And this is where basically he pointed out, virtually every major defense contractor in the United States has at one time or another in the recent past been convicted of fraud or variations on fraud. And yet they still do business with the United States government because they have so much power. The pharma industry and the weapons industry in the United States basically have virtually every lawmaker in this town, certainly all the Republicans and a good chunk of Democrats, have them absolutely living in terror. I mean, the pharmaceutical industry spent $250 million last year lobbying. $250 million. And the weapons industry, same thing. So anyhow, here is the Pope on the weapons industry and the people who work in it who have blood on their hands.
Why are deadly weapons being sold to those who plan to inflict untold suffering on individuals and society? Sadly, the answer, as we all know, is simply for money. Money that is drenched in blood, often innocent blood. In the face of the shameful and culpable silence, it is our duty to confront the problem and to stop the arms stride.
In face of this shameful and culpable silence, well, let me back up. Sadly, the answer, as we all know, is simply for money. He asked, why are deadly weapons being sold? Sadly, the answer, as we all know, is simply for money. Money that is drenched in blood, often innocent blood. In the face of this shameful and culpable silence, it is our duty to confront the problem and to stop the arms trade. And somebody called up a few minutes ago going, "Oh my God, we're paying for the security for this guy?" I don't know. It's pretty small. Prakash in Coalinga, California. Hey, Prakash.
Good morning, sir. How are you, Tom?
I am great, but I'll get better. How about you, Prakash?
Excellent, Tom. With relation to what you just said, what the other gentleman just said, I don't like to put anyone down. That's not my nature, but I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, look at how much money we spend on useless stuff.
Yeah.
But what my point is, I know you're very busy today. I wish to personally thank the Pope. I'm not a Catholic. I've called you before. And I love the Pope. I think he's probably a reincarnate of Jesus Christ. If at all he would come back, I think he's here with us right now. And he is blessing us right now, which is He was fast asleep.
Wow.
I woke him up. I jumped outside, took my passport and some money, and was out.
Yeah.
And they came and they fixed up everything. They turned up the gas. And I really want to honestly thank the good Lord and the Pope. I think it was his first.
This is sort of like the story of what was it, Abraham wrestling with the angels, and then he discovered that they were angels. So this guy comes and bangs on your door. Pardon?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this guy comes and bangs on your door, and you're dreaming of the Pope. A guy bangs on your door and says your house is on fire. Sure enough, it's true. And before you can even thank the guy, he hops in his car and drives off.
And he was gone. And it was pitch black. It was December, the day before Christmas.
The day before Christmas.
And if it wasn't the good Lord, I don't know who it was.
An amazing story. You should.
I can never thank the Pope, but I know you get around. If you do, tell him that this Indian Bengali from Coalinga, California wants to thank him for saving his life and his family's life.
You should send a letter that summarizes that, Prakash, to your local Catholic church, or even hand deliver it, and ask them to pass it up the food chain. I mean, it's that's a great story. That's an absolute great story.
Tom, I don't know where to go. I don't go to any churches. I mean, to be honest, I respect all religions. I love them all.
Yeah.
But I don't believe in going to any particular.
But you do believe in miracles. You think that this was a miracle?
I believe in miracles. I believe in the great Lord.
Amazing. Remarkable. Prakash, thanks a lot for the call, and thanks for sharing your story with us. I'm glad that you and your son are well. And good on whoever that angel was who helped you out. Prakash, thank you for the call. We'll be back. The Pope is in town. The Republicans are not happy. John Boehner is twiddling his thumbs and crying. He kept having to wipe his eyes and things. I guess he just does that a lot when he's not drinking.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. Call 202-536-2370.
Actually, recalling my conversations with Bob Ney, he does it even more when he is drinking. So the question, I guess, was, was John Boehner drunk this morning?
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Do shopping online and using public Wi-Fi make you vulnerable to identity theft? Does giving out your social security number put you at risk? Is your dog at risk of identity theft? Yes, and no. Your dog has absolutely nothing to worry about. But we do live in a world that can expose a lot of personal information, and that can lead to having your identity stolen and losing everything you've worked for. That's why at LifeLock, we use proprietary technology to detect a wide variety of threats. And unlike free credit monitoring services, we have a dedicated US-based staff to help restore your identity if it ever is compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But if you ask yourself whether you're worth protecting with the best, isn't the answer a resounding yes? Plans start at $9.99 a month, and now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
Today's Porkcast is looking mighty delicious. We'll have some smoky hot pork chops starting at around 5 p.m. with a cool cucumber tomato salad breezing in from the north at about 6. It'll be a beautiful evening in the tri-state area, perfect for grilling. So be sure to pick up some New York pork chops on your way home. For your up-to-the-minute recipe Porkcast, visit porkbeinspired.com/Porkcast. Pork, be inspired. This message funded by America's pork producers and the Pork Checkoff.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
This is Brian with the LaFlame Group at Eagle Home Mortgage, and we're here to present your real estate resource Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak. Listen in while we interview the most knowledgeable people who represent you at one of the most important times in your life.
Real Estate Resource with Brian LaFlame from Eagle Home Mortgage. Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Learn how to make sense of the local home buying process.
Join me on Mondays as I talk with local professionals who help you every step of the way in your home purchasing process.
Mostly cloudy today. Hi, Jeff Slakey looking at the South Sound forecast on News Radio 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1 in Mason County and 92.9 in Thurston County. Low 70s today, and if we see any rain, it's likely to come during the overnight, where tomorrow will be about 70 as well. Into the weekend, things look clear and 70. Coming up on KMAS, we have NFL football for you beginning at 5. Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. It is an interesting time, an amazing time. And somebody else noticed this. A coffee cat posted over Democratic Underground. John Boehner is crying through the Pope's address to Congress because John Boehner knows damn well that his own behavior and the policies and legislation that he champions are in direct conflict with the Pope and the teachings of Christ. Boehner's been crying throughout this entire address. He just broke down when the Pope addressed war and how many wrongly justify it with a religion. Boehner knows. He knows very well that what he's doing is wrong. No wonder the man drinks. I am not a religious person. However, I will say this. If the Pope can help warmongering politicians who demonize the poor, the vulnerable, the hungry, and those who want to provide health care and help to those who need it, then the Pope is doing a good thing. Amen. Bernie Sanders has issued a statement on the Pope. He just wrote, this just came out like seconds ago. Pope Francis is clearly one of the important religious and moral leaders, not only in the world today, but in modern history. He forces us to address some of the major issues facing humanity: war, income and wealth inequality, poverty, unemployment, greed, the death penalty, and other issues that many prefer to ignore. I was especially impressed by the great American leaders he cited, particularly Dorothy Day, the founder of the Catholic Worker Movement, a progressive newspaper and organization which protected the poor, organized workers, and stood up to the wealthy and powerful. In citing Dorothy Day, the Pope gave us a wonderful example of the never-ending struggle for justice in our country and the world. I've got to tell you, I don't know that much about Dorothy Day. I'm not Catholic. I never really paid all that much attention to Dorothy Day. If you know something about Dorothy Day, hey, educate me. I'd love to hear it. Morgan in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Hey, Morgan, your thoughts on the Pope's speech?
Hey, Tom, how are you doing?
Great.
Nice to be online with you. I grew up outside D.C.
Uh-huh.
I think the Pope is exactly what a Pope should be. He's about love. He's helping the less fortunate. And everyone I know, regardless of their religion or their beliefs, thinks he's great. He's like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I agree.
What I'd like to see for our country and the world is that we all work together, because I have to work together with people every day. I have to give and take. I have to back off. I have to push forward sometimes. And this is what I think is missing, particularly in our country. We're just not working together. And I sure hope that with this next election, whoever may win, that will, pull together, because we're in trouble, and we don't really recognize. Our leaders don't see us as being in trouble, and that gives me makes me unhappy.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Good comment, Morgan. Thank you for the call. Steve in Rochester, New York. Steve, you want to take me to task?
Yeah, Tom, I think there's a couple of things that you just said during this last half hour. For instance, the church was going to expel Merton for what he was saying.
I never said that.
A long time ago, I read this book, The Seven Story Mountain, was impressed like I imagine you were.
Yeah.
But, no way did the church ever think of expelling him.
No, they didn't. But, what I said was, or what I meant to say, I'm not sure exactly what I said, but what I meant to say was that hundreds of years ago, that kind of stuff, for a Catholic scholar to be publishing to a lay audience things that sing the praises of Buddhism. If you read Merton's book, The Little Flowers of Zen or something like that, that would have been considered blasphemy, or it would have been considered at least enough to get him kicked out of being a priest 200, 300, 400 years ago. The church has come a long way in terms of tolerance. And Dorothy Day was considered by many in the church a heretic in her day, at least what little I know of her. But, and I know that Thomas Merton was not an altogether universally loved figure in the Catholic Church. The Opus Dei contingent, the hard right contingent, did not like him. But no, I did. If I said that the church had any intention of, or even a thought of, kicking out Thomas Merton, then I stand corrected, Steve. I did not mean to say that. I don't think I said it. But if you heard it, my apologies.
Yeah, okay. Well, the next thing is, the way you're always lambasting Republicans.
Yeah.
I'm a Republican, okay?
Why?
And, I think one of the things...
Why are you a Republican, Steve?
Well, I'll answer that in a few minutes, okay? I grew up in a heavy Democratic family, okay? James Michael Curley in Boston, and Roosevelt and all that stuff. My father and family were heavily involved in Democratic politics. I always claimed I got liberated, okay? Now, let me tell you in a number of reasons why. That, the Pope is really speaking tolerance. That's what he's really doing. That we have to be able to live together and take care of it. Now, the way, Joe McCarthy had an awful way of doing things, of proving things. And, the idea that Boehner is a drunk and that he's crying because he's a drunk and because of what the Pope is saying, Tom, you're using the same tactic.
Steve, number one, no, I don't think I'm Joe McCarthy. Number two, I encourage you, Steve, to pick up a copy of Bob Ney's book, Sideswiped. Bob Ney was a Republican member of Congress for years. He knew John Boehner personally and knew him well. And he documents Boehner's drinking in that book in excruciating detail. And it's a really, really scary thing. It's an open secret in this town that Boehner is a high-functioning alcoholic and that he shows up drunk a lot. And so, making a joke about it or even speculating about it, I don't think is out of bounds. I mean, Joe McCarthy was going after people who were not supporters of the Soviet Union, who weren't trying to bring down the United States, who simply had, in some cases, liberal points of view. In some cases, not even that. He was just grandstanding. I don't think that there's any comparison. You haven't told me yet, though, Steve, why you are a Republican. You said we should be tolerant of each other. Okay. Intolerance is what the Republican Party is preaching right now.
I got liberated. Okay, you ready for me?
I'm listening.
Okay. I got liberated when I realized that the more you give people, and I grew up on welfare in a heavy Democratic area, and I realized the more you give people, the more they expect it. Now, the way you're going to help them, and the way my dad and a lot of good Democrats like John McCormick and people like him advocated was, sure, you got to help the poor. There's no doubt about that. But for God's sakes, teach them how to fish. Don't just keep giving them fish. You got to have an attitude of doing that.
Then why do Republicans want to defund schools? Why do they want to defund public education? Why do they want to make it harder and harder for people to go to college? And if you want to teach people how to fish, it seems like the Democratic Party is all about that, and the Republican Party is the opposite.
No, it's not, Tom, by a long shot. Well, I'm looking at the TV. I don't know whether you're ready for me.
I'm listening. No, don't look at the TV. There's a delay. There's about a 30-second delay. So, whatever you see on TV is...
So just talk to me. I honestly think, guys, like you're always saying about the fabulously wealthy. Well, when Andrew Carnegie died, he had $199 billion. He was 4 times richer than Gates. And he gave away about $150 billion to build libraries to help the people. Just because he gets filthy rich doesn't mean that he's a bad man.
Well, actually, if you look at Andrew Carnegie's...
Now, wait a minute, let me finish. Carnegie would most likely build a tunnel to bring water from the Great Lakes to areas of Texas and Arizona. Now,
Steve, have you ever read a biography of Andrew Carnegie or of any of the robber barons of that era?
Oh,
these were ruthless men who crushed the competition, who when their employees tried to unionize, had them killed in some cases. I can't say that specifically about Carnegie, but I can certainly say it about Rockefeller. And
you can't say it about Carnegie because he was in Scotland when all that happened. And last but not least, Tom, I don't want to tie up everything. All right? You were talking about the bees in the lawsuit, correct?
Okay.
The bees in the lawsuit, right?
The bees.
Well, it's kind of funny. Right. The scientists in the FDA say it's
in the news.
But some lawyer says it's no.
Right.
And, that's kind of crazy. I appreciate the fact you allowing me to talk. But, Tom, you got to be a lot more tolerant. A lot more tolerant.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Steve, thank you for the advice. Nice to hear from you. I don't know what to say. I think that Steve probably, and I don't even want to speak to Steve because he's not here on the phone anymore to defend himself. But, my dad lived and died a Republican. But there is no doubt in my mind that if he were to look at today's Republican Party, he would be sickened by it. The Republican Party of Dwight Eisenhower, the Republican Party of Barry Goldwater, hell, the Republican Party of Richard Nixon no longer exists. It has become a group of special interests pandering to low information voters on a couple of issues that the special interests don't care about, so that the financial special interests can get very, very rich. That's the Republican Party.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit ThomHartmann.com for audio and video archives.
And I don't think it's intolerant to say it. I agree with Harry Truman. They say I'm giving them hell, but I'm just telling the truth, and they think it's hell. We'll be back.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
I'm a pair of designer shoes so expensive, my owner had to give up half decaf skim vanilla lattes just to afford me. So you can imagine my terror when a pipe burst and the apartment started flooding. There I was, trapped in the closet, water rushing all around me. But what was I to do? I'm a 6-inch stiletto. It's not like I can run.
Your stuff can't protect itself. That's why the Geico Insurance Agency helps make it easy to switch and save on renter's insurance. Renter's insurance will cover personal property loss or damage as well as provide liability protection. Visit Geico.
Also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
When next you visit the beautiful Hood Canal area, be sure to enjoy the hospitality that awaits you from Skokomish Indian Tribal Enterprises. Fuel and grocery needs at Twin Totems, overnight accommodations at the waterfront at Potlatch, and Glen Air Resort just north of Hoodsport, plus RV and camping at Skokomish Park at Lake Cushman, and boat launch accommodations at the park at Potlatch. Plan a stay and play vacation now. You can link to these businesses on the recreation page on KMASnewsradio.com.
Love to participate in sports? If you're a weekend warrior with an injury, or if you still feel the pain of an old sports injury, you should get it fixed before the next season begins. Shelton Orthopedics is nearby with 2 excellent orthopedic surgeons who can put you back in the game. Highly skilled in fracture care, joint reconstruction, and repair, they team up with other specialties at Mason General Hospital, including diagnostic imaging and rehabilitation services for your complete care. From diagnosis to recovery, call Shelton Orthopedics today at 427-0633.
Mason General Hospital Shelton Orthopedics is part of Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider, translation services provided.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Your home for Shelton High Climber football is 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
10 minutes before the hour, Tom Hartman here with you. On the line with us, Brian Malone, who is the filmmaker of Patriocracy. The website is patriocracymovie.com, patriocracy movie.com. Brian, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
What is patriocracy?
That's kind of an interpretive word, you might say, but it kind of crosses a lot of lines in, the dysfunction and kind of the phony patriotism that's going on in the country right now.
Mm-hmm. So tell me about the movie.
Well, the film really asks a big question about why there's so much deep political divisions in our country politically, so that we cannot get anything accomplished.
So why are there such deep political divisions? This, Chris Matthews was bemoaning this on TV earlier on MSNBC before the Pope's speech, and Brian Williams said, "Well, how did it get this way?" And Chris was like, "Well, it kind of started with the Vietnam War, and then it got worse." But it seems to me like the perpetual campaign of the 80s, when the Republican Party and the Reagan administration decided that every day was a campaign day, and every event was an opportunity to make something partisan. That's in my recollection. That's really when it started. What did you come up with?
Well, Tom, you're not too far off there. It's complicated. It's complicated, and it is. You're right. It's a generation worth, more than a generation now, that it's been building up. I mean, some argue back that it started back with Goldwater in '64, that ignited this neoconservative movement that later was reborn when Newt Gingrich took over the House. But it does split on both sides. It's now become this kind of war of money. I mean, I'll tell you what, if you really wanted to nail it down to one thing, the money and the enormous amount of money, and we all point to Citizens United, that is probably the single biggest modern cause of this division, that the super PACs and dark money can come in and buy off elections. And, frankly, Americans live busy lives, and many of them don't have time to think past the bumper sticker politics or the 30-second political ads.
So then, arguably, it started in 1976 with the Buckley versus Vallejo decision, in which the Supreme Court, for the first time, from the George Washington administration until 1976, spending money to promote politics or to elevate or destroy a politician or an issue was considered a behavior and was therefore legally regulated. And in 1976, the Supreme Court said, no, it's not a behavior. It's considered free speech under the First Amendment, spending money for politics. Money is speech. And then, of course, Citizens United amplified on that and combined it with the doctrine of corporate personhood. But that's, that if you look, you see that, within a couple of years after 76, after that decision by the Supreme Court, that's when the right really came to power in the United States. That's when middle class wages flattened out. That's when productivity started to explode, and the profitability of the CEO class exploded along with it.
There are you could argue that there are opportunists around the corner every time. You could even point to. I'll even point to this. It might not be very popular, but look at the FCC Deregulation Act in 1996. Now, that had a lot to do with it, because now you're starting to see all the media outlets starting to consolidate with very little oversight. And now they're allowed to birth networks like, for instance, say Fox News, and on the left, MSNBC, that are allowed to, push out partisan messages and push it off as news programming. It's really entertainment, but very few people actually really understand the difference of traditional news anymore. And they take these programs, and I think that's probably the major culprit, is that in this age of video and internet and everything and instant gratification, we tend to gravitate towards our own ideology, and we want to hear the news. We only want to hear the news that we want to hear that agrees with us, and the rest of the world is not even reality anymore. And I believe that's a very real cause of this
siloization. And then you've got, it's what almost 2,000 of the largest radio stations in the country controlled by two corporations,
right?
And those two corporations basically,
which I think is funny, Tom, because they always talk about the liberal media as being controlled by some of the biggest, most conservative business interests in the world, frankly.
Right. And in fact, they don't, with a couple of exceptions. Clear Channel has a few stations that carry this program and a few other progressive programs. Cumulus, to the best of my knowledge, has none. And they used to own, for example, the CBS station we used to be on in Seattle, and we regularly beat Rush Limbaugh on the ratings. But, now we've...
What it really comes down to, I think, as far as the media goes, is that there aren't diverse voices anymore. There aren't independent, diverse voices. There was, the news. I think, was it Roger Ailes that said the news doesn't have to be factual, or the news is what we make it because we bought it or something. I don't know. I'm paraphrasing, and it's probably a bad paraphrase, but it's that type of idea that they will deliver news to a specific market rather than reporting the news that was done by trained journalists who made professional judgments of what you should know, not what you want to know.
So we're looking at the confluence of the 1987 decision by Ronald Reagan to stop enforcing the Fairness Doctrine, and then the 1996 decision by Bill Clinton to sign the Telecommunications Act. The former ended the requirement that broadcast stations broadcast in the public interest and have fair and balanced programming. And the latter allowed for this massive consolidation. So local voices, the farm team voices, they've all been pretty much vanished. Fascinating stuff.
Exactly.
So the movie is out when, Brian?
It's on all week. It's been playing all week on Free Speech TV. I think it's airing tonight. So
that's
please
great.
Tune in. Thank you.
It's airing to catch Patriocracy in its entirety on Free Speech TV tonight, Saturday. Also at 6 p.m. Sunday at both 7:30 and 8 p.m. Check your local listings or freespeech.org. Brian, thank you for being with us.
You're listening to Tom Hartman.
Today's Porkcast is looking mighty delicious. We'll have some smoky hot pork chops starting at around 5 p.m. with a cool cucumber tomato salad breezing in from the north at about 6. It'll be a beautiful evening in the tri-state area, perfect for grilling. So be sure to pick up some New York pork chops on your way home. For your up-to-the-minute recipe Porkcast, visit porkbeinspired.com/Porkcast. Pork, be inspired. This message funded by America's pork producers and the Pork Checkoff.
This week on Geico's Stuff Found in Your Car, we look inside your rear door pocket.
Oh, hey. Yeah, me, the almond. Possibly one of the healthiest snacks, just rolling around in the crumbs of inferior foods. You were too busy to save me, but are you too busy to switch your car insurance to Geico where you could save hundreds of dollars in just 15 minutes? Probably not. Saving money with Geico is awesome. Almonds, on the other hand, are just a superfood. No big deal.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com today.
Wilson's going to take it around the far side, the 15, the 10, the 5, touchdown, Seahawks!
The Seahawks celebrate their home opener in Week 3 as they host the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Steve Rabel. Join Warren Moon and me this Sunday. Pregame at 11, kick at 1:25. Right here on the Seahawks Radio Network.
We want to be legendary. Seahawks! Marshawn Lynch said, get out of my way!
It's not until you've taken the last bite, till the last whiffs of freshly baked pizza have faded from the kitchen, till they've talked about their day with actual complete sentences. It's not until then that you realize, yay, we just had a family dinner. Fill your table with conversation and the most popular home-baked Papa Murphy's pizza. Bring home a large Papa Murphy's signature cowboy pizza for just $11, or try it as a fresh pan for just $1 more. Papa Murphy's, love at 425 degrees.
Daybreak with Jeff and Dale, weekdays from 6 to 9 on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
ABC News, I'm Daria Aldinger. He is the first leader of the world's Roman Catholics to address a joint meeting of Congress.
Thank you very much, and God bless America.
Pope Francis urging lawmakers to welcome immigrants and refugees to the U.S. as human beings, and he encouraged them to protect all human life.
The Golden Rule also reminds us of our responsibility to protect and defend human life at every stage of its development.
The next stop for the Pope, New York City agent Diego Rodriguez with the city's Office of the FBI says they're prepared.
We don't have any credible threats here in New York City against the Pope.
While the Pope is here, he will address the United Nations and he'll celebrate Mass in Central Park. President Obama will meet with his Russian counterpart on Monday. Vladimir Putin is also going to address the United Nations that day. Expecting, your doctor may remind you about the dangers of drinking alcohol during pregnancy. A new study finds 1 in 10 U.S. women of childbearing age has had beer, wine, or liquor in the past month, and about a third binge drink.
It's a simple process, a short process that involves asking questions to assess the alcohol consumption levels of their patients, and then if the patients are found to be drinking at excessive levels, there's a counseling component.
Epidemiologist Cheryl Tan with the CDC says alcohol use during pregnancy can cause birth defects. Deadly stampede at the Hajj, more than 700 Muslim pilgrims were killed. The annual trip to Mecca, more than 800 were hurt. We're buying a lot of homes, steady job gains and low mortgage rates, pushing sales up almost 6% last month by the fastest pace in more than 7 years. This is ABC News.
Honey, I'm really worried about our retirement funds.
Oh, me too. We lost so much value in the recession in the stock market. I'm worried we won't have enough to retire.
Jim next door told me that he had set up a new kind of IRA with a gold silver group. He said how simple and safe it was. It's a private storage IRA, and we could have real gold and silver in our hands.
Really? You mean we can actually see it and touch it?
Absolutely. Jim said we could have all the benefits of an IRA to help build our retirement income. Bottom line, we would own a real tangible asset, and we would have the security of knowing we're protected no matter what the economy does. What do you think?
I think we need to find out how to get our own private storage IRA. We need to call the Gold Silver Group right now.
Are you ready to protect your future? Call 800-295-6803 now to find out how easy and safe it is to set up a private storage IRA with Gold Silver Group and find out how you can qualify for up to $700 in free silver. All transactions are privately delivered and fully insured. Please call us now. 800-295-6803. 800-295-6803.
The CEO
for KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster. It's 9:06, and now, The Thom Hartmann Show.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
And welcome back. Thom Hartmann here with you. Amazing. Some of the headlines here on Think Progress. Marco Rubio says the Pope doesn't really know anything about poverty or climate change. Hillary Clinton wants millennial girls, turns to girls' girl, Lena Dunham. Cool. Defunding Planned Parenthood would cost the government dearly. Yeah, how about that? This is particularly astonishing. Justin Salhani writing, after beheading 100 people this year, Saudi Arabia joins the UN Human Rights Council with support from the United States. They're telling it. They start out by telling a story of a fellow by the name of Ali Al-Nimr, who was arrested when he was 17 years old and is now scheduled to be both beheaded and crucified in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, yesterday, as the Pope was going down Constitution Avenue here in Washington, D.C., in his Pope-mobile, which does not have glass on the sides, right? He can jump out anytime he wants, and he does. There was this little 5-year-old girl who snuck past security, made it over the wall, over the barricades that they had, and ran up to the Pope and handed him something. Her name is Sophie Cruz. She's 5 years old. And when she was originally blocked by one of the Pope's security guards, but the Pope saw her and said, hey, bring her over. So she got scooped up and beelined to the Pope. She is the daughter of 2 undocumented immigrants. And she and her sister are American citizens. And she was asking asking the Pope, she gave the Pope it's a beautiful colored, crayon drawing. Sophie Cruz, 5 años de edad, mis amiguitos y yo nos amamos, is importar el color de nuestra. And then there's a word there that I can't quite read because it's in yellow. But basically what she's saying is, can you intervene and let my parents stay in the United States? What's even more incredible about this is that when the Pope came to the United States, he actually wanted to come across the Mexican border. Like walk across the border. This is what the Pope said on his return flight to Rome from his Philippines papal tour. He said to enter the United States from the border with Mexico would be a beautiful gesture of brotherhood and support for immigrants. Between 1998 and May of 2013, 5,595 people have died trying to cross our southern border. Just this year, 307 deaths, down 26% from the previous year. It's amazing. It's amazing. So what did the Pope say about immigration? He was pretty specific. He said, we, the people of this continent, are not fearful of foreigners. Well, I mean, other than Donald Trump and the Republicans who support him, we, the people of this continent, are not fearful of foreigners. Well, other than Dick Cheney and all the neocons who hate people from the Middle East. Back to this. We, the people of this continent, are not fearful of foreigners because most of us were once foreigners. I say this to you as the son of immigrants, knowing that many of you are also descended from immigrants. The Pope's parents fled the Nazis, if my recollection of history is right. Anybody here know? And fled to Argentina. And I'm pretty sure they were fleeing World War II. Anyhow, he says, building a nation calls us to recognize that we must constantly relate to others, rejecting a mindset of hostility in order to adopt one of reciprocal subsidiarity in a constant effort to do our best. Oh, it was they fled Italy to escape Mussolini and went to Argentina. Now, subsidiarity is a word I have not seen in a long, long time. But he says we have to reject a mindset of hostility and instead adopt one of reciprocal subsidiarity. Subsidizes the word here. And basically reciprocal subsidiarity means helping each other, right? Supporting each other. He says we must not be taken aback by their numbers, but rather view them as persons, seeing their faces and listening to their stories, trying to respond as best we can to their situation, to respond in a way which is always humane, just, and fraternal, or maternal, or paternal, or is there a sister version of fraternal? I don't know. I'd have to look it up in a dictionary. But anyhow, the Pope. Oh my! Here's another headline: New York Police Department expels homeless people camped near the Pope's visit site. He's coming to New York next. They're clearing out the homeless. Perfect. Anyhow, Richard, driving through Pennsylvania, listening on Sirius XM. Hey, Richard, what's on your mind?
Hey, good morning, Tom. I called because I really, I have this question, and maybe you can help me out. But before I get to that, I just wanted to clear up something about John Boehner.
Mm-hmm.
The reason John Boehner was twiddling his thumbs and then crying, he was twiddling his thumbs because he figured if there was a religious icon there must be sacramental wine coming. And then he started crying when he figured out that wasn't going to happen. So,
yeah. Okay.
Beyond that point, that's just a personal opinion.
Yeah.
My thing is, the Republicans, they want to spend all their time on morality. Everything that they do is always morality. But it's always morality when it comes to individuals. They never deal with corporate morality.
Right. Or culture, or a larger culture morality. Republicans are fine with morality as long as either A, somebody can make a buck off it, as in privatizing prisons or privatizing our schools, or B, it doesn't cost them anything. And it brings people to vote for them for their agenda, which is really the pro-billionaire agenda. So they'll be opposed to abortion, they'll be opposed to birth control, they'll be opposed to whatever de jure, thing that doesn't cost them anything to oppose.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, if you're gonna sit back here and start crying morality constantly, then morality is something that's it's not pick and choose. It's across the board.
Yeah, it should be. It should be.
Either you believe in morality or you don't believe in morality. And it's funny to me, the contradiction with these guys, when morality is great as long as they're imposing their religious morals on people who don't believe the way they believe.
Right.
But then corporations, when it's all about making a dollar, that's a whole different story. And
well, here's the Republican theology, Richard, that you're missing. They really and truly believe, or at least some of them believe, this is the doctrine, the Milton Friedman doctrine, that if you unshackle the corporations and let them do whatever they want, it's not going to lead to the Cuyahoga River catching on fire again. Instead, it's going to lead to peace and prosperity. That if you do away with taxes for really rich people and for corporations, peace and prosperity. So Paul Ryan would say that his budget, which slashes benefits for poor people, is a moral budget because, hey, what do you do for somebody when they're down? You kick them. It causes them to get up. The problem is there's not always a place for them to get up to. There aren't jobs out there. There isn't education available. There are places where you can't even get decent food in the United States. So
yeah, well, if you look at history, we've never seen time in our history or anywhere in the world, for that matter, that I can think of, where when you've left the wealthy and the powerful to their own devices, that peace and prosperity broke out.
You're exactly right. And in fact, if we compare America over the last 35 years to America in the 35 years before that, you see that Keynesian economics is highly moral. It distributes wealth in a very, very good way, in a moral way. And Reaganomics is highly immoral because it just makes the rich richer and it makes the poor poorer. Richard, thank you for the call.
This is the Tom Hartman Program.
We'll be back with your calls and my thoughts and the news of the day right after this.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Today's Porkcast is looking mighty delicious. We'll have some smoky hot pork chops starting at around 5 p.m. with a cool cucumber tomato salad breezing in from the north at about 6. It'll be a beautiful evening in the tri-state area, perfect for grilling. So be sure to pick up some New York pork chops on your way home. For your up-to-the-minute recipe Porkcast, visit porkbeinspired.com/Porkcast. Pork, be inspired. This message funded by America's pork producers and the Pork Checkoff.
I'm a pair of designer shoes so expensive, my owner had to give up half decaf skim vanilla lattes just to afford me. So you can imagine my terror when a pipe burst and the apartment started flooding. There I was, trapped in the closet, water rushing all around me. But what was I to do? I'm a 6-inch stiletto. It's not like I can run.
Your stuff can't protect itself. That's why the Geico Insurance Agency helps make it easy to switch and save on renter's insurance. Renter's insurance will cover personal property loss or damage as well as provide liability protection. Visit geico.com today.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news, connect with KMAS, and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and watch Daybreak live. Follow the link on KMAS.com or search KMAS Radio on YouTube.
Remember when a small business needed a landline? Today, the world is your office with Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. On the road, at the beach, or at home, Grasshopper helps you grow your business with all the features of a business phone system and the freedom of a cell phone. Features include multiple extensions for your team, calls forwarded to your mobile phones, voicemails transcribed and emailed, and so much more. See how it works at grasshopper.com, the entrepreneur's phone system.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
I burnt everything.
And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window. And then somehow my hand. My hand!
And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right!
It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
You do everything together. Dress alike, talk alike, both dyed your hair purple, even dated brothers. But you've never shared McDonald's, which practically makes you strangers. McDonald's new 2 for $5 deal is the perfect way to take your friendship to the next level.
Bond over breakfast with 2 Egg McMuffin or Sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches for $5. Or reconnect later over 2 Big Mac or 2 Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches for only $5. Limited time offer. Price and participation may vary. Price of single item posted on menu board.
Are you a true Seahawks fan? Then pick up McDonald's new Hawks Box. Players on the outside, great McDonald's food on the inside. Get 2 Big Mac or Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches, 2 medium French fries, 20-piece chicken McNuggets, and 3 new mozzarella sticks. And pick up one of 6 Seahawks player cups, free with any large soft drink. McDonald's new Hawks Box. We got your tailgate covered. At participating McDonald's, limited time offer.
Hi, this is Terry Allen with a look at the community calendar on KMAS. Nonprofits post your events on KMAS.com. A 4-session personal safety workshop will take place during October that can help you learn new habits skills, and actions to improve the safety of you and your family. It's open to anyone 18 and older. Check our community calendar for details. For KMAS News Radio, I'm Terry Allen.
Minutes past the hour. Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you here on the True People's Media. Brenda in Sapula, Oklahoma. Am I saying that right, Brenda?
Sapulpa.
Okay. Hey, what's up?
Okay, I wanted your last caller was right on, and I love that you talked about how like how Zen and this Pope were, I think Francis Assisi and the Buddha were kind of on the same page. I think you should, giving up, renouncing worldly things, and I mean, if you're going to be godly, you can't be materialistic too. But the biggest thing when you do it, I'm trying to figure out how to address the DNC about this, everybody just being for Hillary because I'm for Sanders, but I think there needs to be a different word than socialist, like a humanist, like we're looking out in community, because there used to be back in the day, and I'm not that old, I'm not even 50 yet, that when I was growing up, that if one of our neighbors was sick or something like that, we helped them take care of, we lived out in the country, we helped them take care of like their egg farm or their crops or whatever, whatever have you, or if they're having a divorce, somebody would step in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's been lost. That's totally been lost. And I know people are busy and they don't have time, because I've gotten into fights with lots of people about this. But if free speech was free on all, instead of, because poor people don't have Dish or Direct TV.
Right.
I'm blessed to have it, and
the thing that I think, Brenda, that led to that disconnection between neighbors, basically, and I absolutely know what you're talking about. We lived in a couple of suburban neighborhoods in Atlanta for 13 years, and I never even knew the people who lived in the houses on either side of me, in the second neighborhood, in the more upscale neighborhood that we lived in. I think it's television. I think people are sitting indoors watching television, every afternoon, every evening, and their kids are too, and they're not getting out and socializing anymore. I can kind of track this back to my childhood in the 50s when I was a little kid. My parents used to have neighbors over. We used to go to the neighbors, things like that. People would get together. They'd have dinners together. They'd have parties. And then by the 60s and the late 50s, really, we just sat at home with the TV dinner tables, those little TV tables that were so popular in the late 50s, watching television while we're eating dinner. I mean, it's a watch Ed Sullivan, kind of thing. So I think there's a lot to that. Brenda, I've got to move along. Thank you for your call. Important point. Daniel in Arcadia, Florida. Hey, Daniel, what's up?
Hi, Tom. I was born in 1961 in Tacoma, Washington, and my dad and his brother were, in the draft, and they were good with everything, mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandfather, Cletus Schranz, a German, my grandmother would never talk about, his descendants and everything. And I used to say, well, why can't we go visit Grandpa's? They just would never talk about it. He was a very large man. And that's all fine and dandy. But what I'm trying to get to you, Tom, is this. We went, after we got, my dad got out of the Army, and my uncle got out of the Army, we moved to the Roosevelt homes in East St. Louis. And I'm going to tell you something, Tom. The blacks and whites got along.
The what?
The black people and the white people got along.
Oh, and this is in a poor neighborhood?
No, the Hawthorne School.
Oh, it's a fancy neighborhood. I'm not familiar with this.
In East St. Louis, Illinois.
Right.
Yeah, it was like first grade to all the, wait a minute. No, it's like fifth grade to all the way to 12th.
So your point, Daniel, is what?
Well, my point being is they all got along, and everyone didn't used to hate each other.
Yeah.
And even under Richard Nixon in Hollywood, no one used to hate each other. I mean, not like today.
Yeah, they would sort of trash talk each other, particularly around the Vietnam War. But yeah, I think excellent point, Daniel. Thank you for calling and making it. Linda in Deerfield Beach, Florida. You wanted to talk about the Pope?
Yes.
Go for
Hi,
it.
how are you, Tom? Thank you for calling. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just, I've never seen a Pope like this. I was raised a Catholic. I was actually kind of kicked out of a Catholic school. My mother was a Buddhist. My father was a Catholic. And he's so beautiful. He's so warm. He's so Christian.
Yeah.
And that's what Christians are supposed to be. And the way this Republican Party, I'm sorry to say your caller a few callers ago, Stephen or whatever his name was, he said we must be tolerant. But I believe he wasn't talking about his party. We have been tolerant. We stay silent too long and too much when we ought to be challenging everything the Republicans say. And this Pope has been nothing but beautiful and trying to bring our country together. And they're slamming him. The disrespect they're showing him is horrible.
Yeah, it's all over the right-wing websites right now too. Linda, thank you for the call. I'm with you. I love him too. Rita in Chipley, Florida. Hey, Rita, last minute of this half hour.
Hi, Tom. I got a question about one of the callers you had complaining about paying for security for the Pope.
Right.
Who paid for the security on Netanyahu?
We did too. It was the same deal.
But nobody complained about it.
Right. Well, conservatives tend to complain about things that involve money. So it's, I was offended by Netanyahu lobbying for legislation here, but you could argue that if the Pope came to lobby for immigration legislation and climate change legislation, that the right has as much right to be offended by that as I do to be offended by Netanyahu pushing to kill the Iran deal. I'm willing to cop to the I'm not sure hypocrisy is the right word, but maybe it is, of saying, I didn't like what Netanyahu said. I did like what the Pope said. It's an interesting one. Rita, thank you very much for the call. Now I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, we'll be right back.
You're listening to the Tom Hartman Program. Call 202-536-2370.
Can I hold these thoughts in my brain at the same time? Netanyahu shouldn't have spoke. The Pope should have.
Coming up on Tuesday, October 6th during Daybreak, a live debate between City Commissioner Mike Olson and his challenger, Kathy McDowell.
Did you know that the average cost for a family of four to attend a professional baseball game is over $200? At the same time, over 40% of all sports, concert, and theater tickets go unsold. So how come we're all paying so much when so many seats go empty? I'm Adam Canner, founder of ScoreBig.com. We found a way to work directly with teams and venues to get their unsold seats and pass the huge savings on to you. On ScoreBig.com, we guarantee you'll save on great sports, concert, and theater tickets. And we're not talking about last-minute nosebleed seats to events you don't want to see, but millions of great seats for the best events, days, weeks, even months in advance. On ScoreBig.com, when you successfully name a ticket price, on average, you'll save over 33% below box office price each time you buy, with no added fees or shipping charges ever. There are lots of places to buy tickets, but if you really want to save, then check out ScoreBig.com.
And now save even more at ScoreBig.com. Click on the radio mic and enter code 3636, and we'll take an additional $20 off your ticket purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code 3636.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Spend time across this country and you start to see there are no local stories. You pull at the threads of some local headline Turns out there's almost always something bigger. What you see from your own front porch sometimes turns out to be not just your story, not just a story, but the story of all of us in this country at this moment in time.
The Rachel Maddow Show, covering America one story at a time. Weeknights at 9 Eastern on MSNBC.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th, from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, of the dog park here at Neon Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster.
I'll never forget
that moment.
As long as I
live.
My first call ever as a member of the National Guard.
When we got to the armory, they briefed us on the wildfires. They were getting dangerously close to homes.
Helicopters were going up to drop water on the fires. Guys in the unit were preparing for firefighting with local fire crews. At that moment, I got my first taste of just how important the Guard is to my community.
See how the Guard can be an important part of your life at NationalGuard.com.
Sponsored by the Washington National Guard, aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Mostly cloudy today. Hi, Jeff Slakey looking at the South Sound forecast on News Radio 1030 KMAS, FM 1021 in Mason County and 92.9 in Thurston County. Low 70s today, and if we see any rain, it's likely to come during the overnight, where tomorrow will be about 70 as well. Into the weekend, things look clear in 70. Coming up on KMAS, we have NFL football for you beginning at 5. Thursday Night Football tonight starting at 5 on KMAS, Washington and the New York Giants.
Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. The headline over at Democratic Underground says the whole thing. Right-wing media lash out at Pope Francis during U.S. visit. That's a headline from MediaMatters.org. And so true. Bernie, I thought this was fascinating. Bernie came out and was just beaming about Dorothy Day. He said that the name Dorothy Day has not been used in the United States Congress terribly often, said Sanders in a short interview. She was a valiant fighter for workers, was very strong in her belief for social justice. This is Bernie speaking. And I think it was extraordinary that he cited her as one of the most important people in recent American history. This would be one of the very, very few times that somebody as radical as Dorothy Day was mentioned. Here's something that she said in 1956. She wrote this. She had a thick FBI file. They were convinced she was a socialist, don't you know? She said, and I quote, "We need to change the system. We need to overthrow, not the government, as the authorities are always accusing the communists of conspiring to teach us to do, but this rotten, decadent, putrid, industrial, capitalist system which breeds such suffering in the whited sepulcher of New York." Wow. She was a Catholic and anarchist. She condemned poverty. She founded the Catholic Worker, a loose aggregation of houses of hospitality, communal farms, newspapers, and roundtable discussions for further clarification of thought, her phrase. Called her memoirs The Long Loneliness. It's really a pretty remarkable story. I had no idea. And apparently she's one of Bernie's heroes. Anyhow, Lama Jigme, am I saying that right, in Palm Springs, California?
Very close.
Okay.
Tom, have you seen the documentary Cowspiracy?
No, I have not. I've heard about it. You're talking about the one about factory farming.
A little bit about that. What it's mainly about is and by the way, you can watch it for free on Netflix. Yay. Okay. But it explores the correlation between climate change and animal agriculture. And not in an attempt to poo-poo industrial waste, because that is profoundly contributing to it, but showing people that through their consumer choices, they can have a quick effect upon the climate.
Right. Yeah, animal agriculture is the largest consumer of water in this country, I believe. And one of the, a huge consumer of fossil fuels and producer of methane, unnecessarily, by the way. You feed cows grains, they fart. You feed them grass, they don't.
I didn't know that distinction.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've definitely, through animal agriculture, ramped up the populations of the animals we eat to unsustainable levels.
Yeah.
The environment never would have accepted this type of a population naturally.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I'll track the movie down. Thanks for the heads up. I want to get back to the Pope, though. Thanks for the call. Michael in Imperial Beach, California. Hey, Michael, what's on your mind?
Hey, Mr. Hartman. Okay. First off, I love Pope Francis. I think he's a great man. But at least the Pope mentioned the fact that the first contact of whites with Native Americans was full of turbulence.
Yes, to say the least.
But to pick out Abraham Lincoln as one of his fantastic four, as we've talked about previously, Lincoln knew and let continue the scalping of Native Americans. I call that a bit more hideous than the word turbulent.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Well, I don't disagree. And although I can't speak from personal knowledge or even having read about it. I read Sandberg's biography of Lincoln a couple of decades ago. I don't remember anything in there about scalping Native Americans, but, it was a widespread practice in the United States and, before and after Lincoln. So, yeah, it's
exactly.
None.
And the Pope, I love that he took on the corporate greed. He took on the income inequality. It was amazing to hear the hush over the house, when he took on the big companies. And I just find the guy totally admirable,
Yeah, I'm back. I'm with you. Michael, thank you very much for the call. Ron in Yuba City, California. Hey, Ron, what's up?
Good afternoon, Tom. I just wanted to make a comment to Steve from last hour. He had a great analogy about teaching somebody to fish opposed to giving them fish. And my question is, how can you teach somebody to fish when the politicians who back corporations, i.e. the Republicans, have given all the fish, i.e. manufacturing jobs, overseas. We have no more fish.
Right. Yeah, good point. An excellent point. And how can you teach them to fish when there's nothing to teach them for, and the institutions to teach them require, big bucks, and then you've got to borrow money, and then you go deeper in debt, and then the job's not there anyway, and, blah, 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 blah. So excellent point, Ron. Thank you for the call. Dawn in College Station, Texas. Hey, Dawn, what's up?
Hey, Tom, how are you today?
I am great, but I'll get better. Hope the same is true for you.
Okay. Listen, you mentioned Thomas Merton. Did you have No Man is an Island?
I did. I didn't have it when I was living in the teepee, but I had a collection of Merton books. I had maybe 12 of his books around the time that Louise and I got married. And I was during that first decade after we got married, the decade of the 70s, I was just totally into Thomas Merton.
Well, I have the original copy. I'll mail it to you free.
Oh my, no need to do that. We've got way too many books here right now. But thank you for the offer. But your thoughts on Thomas Merton?
Well, I got into him because my daughter converted to Catholicism. And again, I don't know if you remember, I called a couple of days ago about being Native American and, what's yours is mine and what's mine is yours, and it'll all work out in the end. And I realize you've had so many topics today, not just the Pope, but where we're going. Have you thought any more about having the top three parties do a debate on Free Speech TV?
I don't have anything to do with the management of Free Speech TV. I produce a program which they carry, and I record fundraisers to support them in what they're doing. But it's that's sort of like I would suggest that if you'd like to see something like that happen, that you go to freespeech.org, and there's ways to contact the network directly. Dawn, thank you for the call. Cindy in Long Beach, California. Hey, Cindy, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, Tom. What a good news day it is from the Pope, and I bring good news on the overturned Citizens United movement from the great state of California.
Oh, really?
Finally, yes, the voters of California will have their day in court, and that is the California Supreme Court. On Tuesday, October 6th, the California Supreme Court will hear our case finally and deliberate on Proposition 49. That is the overturned Citizens United Act. They're going to figure out, should Prop 49 be restored to the November 2016 ballot after being removed from its rightful place on the November 2014 ballot due to litigation brought forth from you-know-who, the corporate and moneyed interests called the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association.
Oh, jeez. Howard Jarvis, Prop 5 or Prop 13? Yeah, Prop 13.
Yeah, to remind your listeners, Prop 49 was a voter instruction ballot measure instructing our California state and our California federal legislators to pass and ratify a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's great news to hear. Cindy, thank you very much for the heads up on that. Dave in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hey, Dave, what's up?
Hi, Tom. Just about the Pope. I'll make this quick. One guy was complaining about the cost of security for the Pope.
Right.
But all that money stays here. It doesn't go overseas or nothing. It helps our economy. Every penny that's spent.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's you're paying some cops overtime. What are they going to do? They're going to take their family out to dinner in the local restaurant. They're going to buy more toys for their kids. Yeah.
That's all I got to say for now, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent point. Thank you very much, Dave. Jeff in Richmond, Virginia. Hey, Jeff, what's up? Jeff, listening on Sirius? Okay, let's try Lori, listening on Sirius XM in Deerwood, Minnesota. Hey, Lori.
Hi. What I wanted to talk about was the fact that what I see is that the public really isn't educated about civics anymore. People don't really care about being good citizens. They don't take time to really educate themselves on issues. And I think the Republicans play on that, and they play on people's fears, you know, the abortion issue and the gay marriage issue, and they separate people, and that way, you know, they can, I call it my dog and bone theory. It's like there's two skinny dogs, middle class and the poor, that are constantly attacking each other, and while they're doing that, while they're focused on attacking other powerless people, there's this big fat dog over in the corner eating the whole town.
Right. Yeah. And this is one of the reasons why, for example, Ronald Reagan put Bill Bennett in charge of the education department, because Bennett himself had run for president before that on the platform of abolishing the education department. Keep people stupid. It's easy to get them to vote against their own best interests. And you're right. We don't teach civics in this country the way that we used to, and we really should again. Lori, thank you for the call.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit ThomHartmann.com for audio and video archives.
Back with your calls, and we'll check in with the Talk Radio News Service, too, after the break. Stick around.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
This week on Geico's Stuff Found in Your Car, we look inside your rear door pocket.
Oh, hey. Yeah, me, the almond. Possibly one of the healthiest snacks, just rolling around in the crumbs of inferior foods. You were too busy to save me, but are you too busy to switch your car insurance to Geico, where you could save hundreds of dollars in just 15 minutes? Probably not. Saving money with Geico is awesome. Almonds, on the other hand, are just a superfood. No big deal.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com today.
Today's Porkcast is looking mighty delicious. We'll have some smoky hot pork chops starting at around 5 p.m. with a cool cucumber tomato salad breezing in from the north at about 6. It'll be a beautiful evening in the tri-state area, perfect for grilling. So be sure to pick up some New York pork chops on your way home. For your up-to-the-minute recipe Porkcast, visit porkbeinspired.com/Porkcast. Pork, be inspired. This message funded by America's pork producers and the Pork Checkoff.
The American middle class is on its deathbed. Ordinary folks who put in a solid day's work can no longer afford to buy a house, send their kids to college, or even get sick. If you're not a CEO, you're probably screwed. In his latest book, Screwed, The Undeclared War Against the Middle Class and What We Can Do About It by Thom Hartmann, Air America host Thom Hartmann shows how the middle class, a product of democracy that was so carefully put together by our country's founding fathers, has been systematically dismantled over the past quarter century and, under the guise of freeing the market, replaced by an anti-democratic system designed to line the pockets of the super-rich and corporations. Hartmann shows that it's not too late to return to the America our founders envisioned. Democracy requires a fair playing field. It will survive only if we the people stand up, speak out, and reclaim our democracy. To find out more about Thom's book tour, or to get an audio sneak peek of Screwed, The Undeclared War Against the Middle Class and What We Can Do About It, visit ThomHartmann.com. Get Screwed by Thom Hartmann. Available in all fine bookstores now.
Hey, Thom Hartmann here. In my new book, Threshold, The Crisis of Western Culture, I'm looking at the deteriorating state of our planet, where the dynamics of environmental, economic, and population change are boiling over the limits within which society can function. I'll be busting the myths and ideologies of religious fundamentalism, capitalism run amok, male domination and hierarchy, and militarism that are draining our world of its natural and human resources and engendering the suffering of millions for the benefit of a few. Threshold examines cultures that have thrived, from the mother city of Corral, Peru to modern Denmark, and targets 5 areas of policy: national, religious, economic, corporate, and environmental, for specific and immediate reform. Radical in scope and boldness, but simple in its common sense logic, my book Threshold illustrates the mistakes we have made as a culture, as a country, and as individuals, and provides the inspiration and motivation that you're looking for to build a better, more sustainable world for all. It's available in fine bookstores everywhere. Threshold. This spring's unpredictable weather has caused unexpected repairs in many homes around the country, from leaky roofs to broken air conditioning, deck repairs, damaged structures. Find the best person for your repairs using Angie's List like I do. Whether it's an emergency job or a long-term project, don't chance it without referring to Angie's List first. Over 1 million members trust Angie's List to find service providers in over 500 home repair and healthcare categories. With Angie's List, ratings and reviews are based on the feedback of real members. You can save time and money by choosing the right person for the job the first time around. Angie's List is my trusted resource guide. Louise and I recently moved into a new place here in D.C. We love it. Angie's List helped us find all the right contractors to get the job done. Movers, cleaners, even dock repair guys. Takes a lot of work, but it was done right with the people we found on Angie's List. Sign up today with this special offer just for my listeners. Use my promo code Tom to get 20% off your annual Angie's List membership. Go to angieslist.com now, enter the promo code Tom during the sign-up process, or call 1-888-888-LIST and mention Tom. That's angieslist.com, promo code Tom. It's 10 minutes before the hour. Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. And let's check in with the Talk Radio News Service, talkradionews.com, find out what's going on today. Luke Vargas on the line with us, brought to you by goatsfortheoldgoat.com and free-don.org. Hey, Luke.
Hey, good afternoon, Tom.
Great talking with you. Thoughts on the Pope and climate change? And also, I had a caller who suggested that the John Boehner, when he greeted the Pope, just simply said, good luck. And that seemed disrespectful. What's
That's
the story?
definitely what he set up on the podium there within the chamber. A lot of folks on social media, the pundit class, was also watching a very awkward live stream that C-SPAN was airing, I guess somewhere outside of John Boehner's office at the Capitol. He was standing in the room waiting for the Pope for several minutes. Again, it was sort of nice and humanizing to watch him sort of all his nervous tics as he was about to meet the pontiff. But yeah, I mean, Boehner's language, I think he may have been a little starstruck, and maybe it just is no more than that.
Well, he was raised Catholic. I mean, that's I wasn't raised Catholic, so I can't speak from personal experience, but having met a Pope and having told Catholics about that, the response is, oh, really? That sort of thing. It's
understandable, I think.
Yeah. So anyway, I was commenting on how he kept tearing up and wondering if it was because he had a drink or because he hadn't had a drink, or if it was because the Pope was saying things that completely contradict John Boehner's life mission, which is to elevate the rich and pay for more wars.
Look, I want to weigh in on climate change because
Go for it.
Laudato Si was published a few months ago. I printed it out. I have a copy in my office as well at home, and consult it relatively regularly to just tell people about where the Pope actually stands on this issue. Okay. And given that, and given the very forceful and in many times political language within that encyclical, I was rather disappointed with the approach the Pope took today. We know this is a man who uses coded language when he talks about controversial topics in political settings. This was true about his remarks today on gay marriage. He talked about the family, the traditional family. When he talked about protecting the unborn, he doesn't use the word abortion. But it's on climate change where I was disappointed to not see him even using the words that he used in his encyclical. He has one paragraph in his remarks on climate change, and the biggest word he ever comes up with is the serious effects of environmental deterioration. Many people have judged this speech today in Congress, and the I think headline-grabbing paragraph is what he says about the arms trade treaty. This is a Pope who we know from his spokespeople is uncomfortable speaking in English, and it seems like he factored that in. We've heard he's especially uncomfortable when it comes down to reading off a prompter, that he's more comfortable, albeit a little bit slow in his delivery, sort of speaking off the cuff. You look at his speech, that paragraph on the arms trade treaty is full of short phrases that he nailed. I mean, he really, the lines about, the money that is drenched in blood, often innocent blood that pays, and it's the reason for the global export of arms from the United States. When it comes to climate change, he's speaking in the passive voice. It's very encyclopedic. He cites his own encyclical 8 times. These are not brief statements designed to play well over the air, designed to make an impact in the room. One wonders if he wasn't delivering this speech in a way thinking that it would be picked apart in some sort of library setting years forward, and I'm sure all of his words will be. But at the same time, it didn't seem like on climate change he was tailoring his audience to the political moment in the United States.
Do you think it's possible that, you've got at least one member of Congress who's come out and said in public and carried by news organizations that he was not even going to attend because the Pope was going to discuss climate change. And how dare the Pope do this? I mean, obviously, some Republican is taking money from the fossil fuel industry, and there's a bunch of them. And you had, half the Supreme Court didn't show up either, including several Catholics, which I thought was pretty shocking. But there was this assumption that the Pope was going to come in and just nail climate change really hard. And there was weeks of pushback from hysterical right-wingers. And, among those hysterical right-wingers is probably a lot of American Catholics, including American Catholic bishops who watch Fox so-called news. And maybe they just, they said to the Pope, let's go easy on this one. Don't give these guys what they're all claiming you're going to do.
Yeah, I think those congressmen and women who decided to skip out made a bad move there. I looked through this speech. I think he gave out just as many sort of flourishes to appease American conservatives and those who would be in the Republican Party as he did speak out about issues that would appeal more to the American political left on gay marriage, on abortion. There are bipartisan attacks. I think the arms trade language really goes after both the Democratic and Republican.
What's the arms trade treaty? I'm not familiar with this.
He's not actually speaking about the arms trade treaty here. That's a separate UN mechanism, and that's my own mistake in saying that. But he was condemning the export of arms by the United States, which he says fuels global conflict. And he said, well, why do countries keep doing this when the human suffering is so profound? And he said the answer is simply money, blood-soaked money, often the blood of the innocent. So again, that language isn't necessarily partisan in one way in the United States. Unfortunately, Democratic administrations and Republican administrations, tend to appease the military complex. But again, it would seem a little silly in retrospect now looking at this speech that anyone would skip his remarks, because I don't think it was ideological on really one traditional left or right.
No, I think he was very much a diplomat. He was playing the role of head of state even more, I think, than the role of Pope. To change the subject, Volkswagen has admitted, and in fact the CEO has stepped down now, to scamming us all. I understand another company might be coming under scrutiny in the same area.
I'll keep it very brief. BMW now is under fire. The German auto magazine,
the German company.
Yes, found that a BMW clean diesel SUV called the X3 clocked in at 11 times higher toxic emissions than EU regulations allow. So we're now moving further around the German car industry. Daimler, Peugeot are now under investigation as well. This is likely not ending with VW or BMW at this point.
That's fascinating. I mean, there's a long history of American car manufacturers ever since we first started regulating them in any consequential way in the 60s, pushing back very vigorously, whether it's seat belts or airbags or, you name it. But this is amazing. Luke Vargas with the Talk Radio News Service. Thank you, Luke.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Great to see you. Thank you. Brought to you by goatsfortheoldgoat.com and free-don.org. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann.
For over 75 years, Geico's been about consistency, as in we've consistently helped people save money on their car insurance. And to prove it, we'll air one of our first radio commercials from over 75 years ago.
At Geico, we're all about consistency, as in we consistently help people save money on their car insurance. To prove it, you can call Geico. Call us today, call us tomorrow, call us 75 years from now.
That was way more consistent than I expected.
Geico, saving people money for over 75 years.
Meet Lawrence. He's making serious money on his own schedule driving with Uber.
With Uber, you can write your own paycheck. If you want to go out and make $20 a day, you can. If you want to go out and make $500 a day, it's up to you. You sign up, you start earning money right away. Right away, like the next day. Turn it off when you want to make money, you turn it off when you don't. It's just that simple. What are you waiting for?
Thanks, Lawrence. To start making great money with your car, sign up to drive today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com.
Peninsula Credit Union presents Phil.
PHIL stands for Peninsula Home Improvement Loan. Designed to help you get things done around the house, PHIL can help you a little or a lot. This is not a second mortgage. With a Peninsula Home Improvement Loan, you can get 7.24% APR on a 60-month loan or 7.49% APR for 120 months. From replacing the roof to new flooring and everything home-related in between, take advantage of a Peninsula Home Improvement Loan, and PHIL will help you get the job done. Call Peninsula Credit Union today. 800-426-1601. That's 800-426-1601. Or apply online at pcfcu.org. OAC. See representatives for details. Limited time offer. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Annual percentage rate is effective as of June 11th, 2014. Loan amounts from $500 to $15,000. Terms available from 60 months up to 120 months. For payment examples, call 800-426-1601.
The Chad Benson Show is live from 3 to 6, weekdays on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. Up first on Capitol Hill, Pope Francis addressed a joint meeting of Congress urging lawmakers to embrace the stranger in our midst, encouraging them to see immigrants and refugees not as numbers, but as persons with faces and stories. He also called for the abolition of the death penalty.
Every life is sacred. Every human person is endowed with unalienable dignity, and society can only benefit from the rehabilitation of those convicted of crime.
After his address, the pontiff greeted people off the balcony of the Capitol.
Y les pido, por favor, a ustedes,
and I ask you all, please,
que recen por mí,
to pray for me.
The Pope is heading to New York City later today. ABC's NJ Burkhead is there.
The security is getting tighter and tighter. We're still hours away from the Pope's arrival, but you can see what it's doing to Midtown Manhattan. 6th Avenue is jammed for blocks. Police are everywhere. And as we've said, 5th Avenue is completely shut down around the cathedral.
Tomorrow, the Pope addresses the United Nations and celebrates Mass at Madison Square Garden. He'll travel to Philadelphia on Saturday. President Obama will be meeting with Russian leader Vladimir Putin on Monday. Your voice, your vote. A new poll shows problems for Hillary Clinton that stretch beyond her email server.
In hypothetical general election matchups, Quinnipiac says Ben Carson would beat Hillary Clinton, while she finds herself in a dead heat with Carly Fiorina, Jeb Bush, and Donald Trump. Joe Biden, meanwhile, would do better in each of those contests where the election held today. The poll also found more Americans see Clinton unfavorably than not. It's a problem Joe Biden doesn't have, though as Clinton can attest, that can all change when you decide to run.
ABC's Brad Milkey. Big layoffs at Caterpillar, 10,000 jobs. ABC News.
Own a piece of American history with this special offer from Blanchard & Company. In 1921, World War I was over. Babe Ruth was hitting home runs. The Tomb of the Unknowns was dedicated at Arlington National Cemetery to honor all who fought and died for our freedom. It was also the last year the United States minted the famous, historic Silver Morgan dollar. With an A+ rating by the Better Business Bureau, Blanchard & Company would like to offer their listeners 10 1921 Silver Morgan dollars for only $26 each, including free shipping when you pay with a credit card. Silver Morgan dollars are America's most popular coin, and now you can own 10 historic 1921 Silver Morgan dollars for only $26 each, a total of $260 plus free shipping. Call Blanchard now to own your piece of history. 800-210-1225. Supplies are limited, so call now. 800-210-1225. That's 800-210-1225.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Marilyn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Marilyn Foster. It's 9:06, and now, The Thom Hartmann Show.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Welcome back. Thom Hartmann here with you. If you're on Bernie Sanders' mailing list, you probably got a piece that says we're within striking distance of 1 million donors. That's pretty amazing. Stephen Rosenfeld writing about it over at alternet.org. And it's, we are, I truly believe that. You look at the election of Jeremy Corbyn in the UK to head the Labour Party. You look at Alexis Tsipras getting reelected, heading Syriza in Greece. You look at the rise of Podemos in Spain. You look at, all around the world, actually, and across South America in particular, we are seeing the rise of progressive governments, of so-called left-wing governments. And I think this is an inflection point. I think we're at one of those moments where people are saying, 35 years ago, more or less, right around 1980, actually it was in the kind of mid-70s, the idea that was promoted in 1971 or 72 by Lewis Powell in the Powell Memo, and that then kind of inspired and became this whole thing about, if you trickle-down economics, basically, Reaganomics, supply-side economics. This went international. Milton Friedman went down to Argentina and, helped, or Chile rather, and helped General, what's his name, set up the mechanism for murdering over 3,000 Chileans while privatizing Social Security in Chile. Milton Friedman's Chicago boys went over to Russia after the USSR fell apart and said, oh, here's how you do it. And, the result was you've got a whole bunch of billionaires, oligarchs in Russia. It's the same here in the United States, where we have all around the world, we have been dabbling with an economic ideology that does not serve people in general. It serves the very wealthy, and over time hurts the middle class and the poor, and produces homelessness. And I think that people are starting to wake up to the fact that it's a broken ideology. It's not. It doesn't even really qualify as an ideology. It's more of a theology. It's more of a religion because there is no evidence that it works. There has never been any evidence that it works at all. At least if by it works, what you mean is that it produces a strong middle class. Now, what honest conservatives will tell you, what people who have read Russell Kirk, who understand, and I mean, going all the way back to the 1890s, or the 1790s, excuse me, with what's his name, the guy that Thomas Paine visited on his way to France, and anyhow, who said, it does me no harm if a man is so allowed to engage in a profession as servile as that of tallow maker, of candle maker, or hairdresser, but it does society considerable violence if such a man is allowed to vote. And this has been a long time, right? It's that this has been going on. This idea that really there shouldn't be a middle class. This is the real conservative / Republican posture, economic posture. You go back and you look at the actual writing of the actual people who are actually promoting these situations. Ronald Reagan, for example, when he ended free college in California, he was asked why, and he said, "Why should I be paying for young brats who disagree with my policies to go to school and then go out and protest against me?" I'm paraphrasing, but you can find the quotes. Why should and this is part of this larger thing of what Russell Kirk predicted in 1951 in his book, The Conservative Mind, that if you allow a middle class to emerge, that middle class will lead to social instability because they will demand things. They will demand rights. They're going to demand things, the middle class. And so it's not a good idea to have a large middle class. You can have a small middle class. See, Reaganomics is basically how England was run 200 years ago. You had a very small class of what today we would call the billionaire class. They were basically people associated with royalty, the landed gentry, the very wealthy, very, less than 1% of the population. You had a very small middle class in the book A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, who knew this well, by the way. Dickens' father went to prison, into debtor's prison, for not being able to pay his debts. So when Dickens wrote about, the Pickwick Papers or any of these, little what's his name, he knew these stories. So in A Christmas Carol, the truly rich of the day don't even appear in the story. I mean, many retellings of the Christmas Carol make it seem that Ebenezer Scrooge, was a rich guy. He wasn't. He was a mercantilist. He was a shop owner. We never did learn exactly what he did, but whatever he did, it was a small enough business that he had one employee. He was a small businessman, which allowed him to be in the middle class. So you had this very small middle class at that time in the UK and a very large class in the working poor. And to some extent, Scrooge was restrained in how he could help Bob Cratchit because there were maximum wage laws in England 250 years ago. I mean, literally maximum wage laws. You could not pay the working poor more than a certain amount because they might end up in the middle class. And if they do, they're empowered. This is what Russell Kirk was predicting in 1951 about the United States. He said, if Dwight Eisenhower becomes president, if this stuff, unionization continues, and more people join unions and get wealthier and wealthier, what are you going to see? You're going to see women start demanding equal rights, including in the workplace. You're going to see African Americans and other people of color demanding equal rights and in the workplace and education. You're going to see young people rebelling against their parents. You're going to see otherwise invisible minorities like gay people who are going to start coming out and demanding that they have rights. And all of this is socially disruptive. And from a conservative point of view, social disruption is a bad thing. From a conservative point of view, change, I mean, this is really the old-fashioned Barry Goldwater conservatives. Their idea was it's okay if society changes over time, as long as those changes are small, incremental, and slow. Rapid change is considered radical. Rapid change is a bad thing. Thomas Jefferson and other liberals, on the other hand, going back to Jefferson, have always called for rapid change. Said rapid change is a good thing. It's something we need. Jefferson called for a revolution every 19 years in the United States. Even a rewriting of the Constitution if necessary. He said you wouldn't expect an old man to wear the clothes he wore as a young man every 19 years. So what we're seeing here, the Pope coming out and speaking on behalf essentially of working people in the middle class, the working class, and the Republicans saying, no, we can't, working people, middle class, to hell with that. Send the jobs to China. And by the way, don't let the poor have enough money that they can become politically active. Don't give them enough time that they can show up at a protest demonstration. We take these jobs, these good middle-class jobs, we send them out of the country. People who are making $60,000 a year back in the day, they're now making $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 a year, $20,000 a year at the top end. And they're politically emasculated, essentially. This is the goal of Republican economics.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
And it's working just fine, and a lot of people are pushing back, and a lot of people are waking up and looking around and going, who's saying that this stuff is crazy? Oh, Bernie Sanders is saying that. Maybe we should listen to him.
Thursday Night Football tonight starting at 5 on KMAS, Washington and the New York Giants.
Last Friday, Allison Cohn made her status FBF to a pic of me as a pipsqueak. Awkward. It got 59 likes and 12 comments. Impressive, Allie. Geico also has a comment on your Flashback Friday. Did you know Geico has been saving people money on car insurance for over 75 years? Bet you didn't even know they made cars back then. And if you think your flashback is awkward, you should see our pic. #blurry. #over 75 years of savings.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Meet Rachel. She's making serious money on her own schedule driving with Uber.
I was looking for something that was convenient and something that would help me to reach my financial goals. A friend suggested Uber, and I liked it. I love the convenience of it. So I log on when I'm available and log off when I'm not. And it's very, very easy to do. Just get in your car and you drive. But I like driving my car.
Thanks, Rachel. To start making great money with your car, sign up to drive today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com.
The Dave Ramsey Show, where common sense meets dollars and cents.
Thomas is on Twitter. How do you decide how much to save each month for Christmas? Simple division. That's what I would do. It depends on how many months you have till Christmas. Right now, you haven't got many. I mean, September, October, November, you got 3 months to get ready, right? And so figure out what you're going to spend on Christmas, and you got 3 months to do that. If you're going to spend $900, you need to save $300 a month. Simple division. Hi, this is Dave Ramsey. Tune into my show weekdays from noon to 3 here on KMAS.
This is Lori Grenier. You've seen me on Shark Tank hearing pitches from small businesses. Now, there is a new way for small businesses to get a loan in minutes. It's called Kabbage. That's Kabbage with a K. Just fill out the application online. You'll get an instant decision and could have access to a line of credit of up to $100,000. No waiting, no hassle. Kabbage is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and is a Forbes Top 100 company. Go to Kabbage.com, that's Kabbage with a K, Kabbage, or call 888-KABBAGE.
Hi, this is Mark Hemstreet, owner of Shiloh Inns. Many of our Shiloh customers have been visiting our Shiloh locations for years. And here's an example of someone who wouldn't stay anywhere else.
Sometimes I go visit family, but most of the time I travel back and forth for business. And the best part is that I always travel with my dog Lucky, and he's welcome at any of the Shiloh Inns. I love their beds, beautiful rooms, really clean. The staff go out of their way to make me feel comfortable. Business area when I need it. Man, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, do I ever enjoy that pool and the spa. Plus, free breakfast. I love Shiloh Inns. It's everything I need.
We invite all of you to try Shiloh Inns the next time you're traveling for business or pleasure. Call 1-800-222-2244 or visit our website at shilohins.com. Shiloh Inns, affordable excellence. American family-owned and proud of it.
If you're a woman who's new to the area, you need to know there's a medical clinic close to you that is just for women. Mountain View Women's Health has 3 highly skilled and experienced board-certified obstetrician gynecologists and a well-qualified physician assistant who provide excellent care to women of all ages in all stages of life. Doctors Alfred Vassell, Mercedes Goebel, and Jackie Smith provide expert obstetrical and gynecological care, coordinating with other specialties for complete continuity in your care. Meet the experts at Mountain View Women's Health by calling 426-0955.
Mountain View Women's Health is part of Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider. Translation services provided.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Your home for Shelton High Climber football is 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. And Nadia in Chicago, you've listening on WCPT. You've got a Bernie event you wanted to mention?
Yes, thank you so much for what you do, Tom. We all love you in Illinois.
Thank you.
We have a Bernie event. Kane County for Bernie Sanders will host Volunteers for Bernie Sanders for President on Tuesday, September 29 from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Baker Community Center in St. Charles.
Okay.
So we're asking all of the people who are nearby to come and stop and enjoy. The event will have speakers, entertainment, and some snacks.
Okay. And for the record, Bernie's not going to be there. This is for people who are volunteering for Bernie.
That's right. Actually, we're going to have an official Bernie campaign representative for Illinois. He is a I forget his title. Right. But he will be at the event and he will be speaking.
So if you go to BernieSanders.com and plug in your zip code and it's anywhere near there, this will pop up?
Yeah, you could say BernieSanders.com/event, and right. It's the second one for September 29th.
Okay, September 29th. Cool. Nadia, thank you very much for the call and good luck with it. In fact, after it's over, give us a call and let us know how it went, all right?
I will. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thanks, Nadia. Great to hear from you. Ted in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Hey, Ted, what's up?
Oh, good. Thank you for taking my call. May I have 20 seconds to make a quick appeal that in good spirit and looking out for the world, that every supporter of Hillary Clinton promised to support Bernie Sanders and conversely. I just want to say that.
Sure. I'm down with that.
Big picture in mind.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, number 2, I wanted to mention something. I was talking with your producer associate, I believe it was. I want to remind everyone of what some of the Sanders ads quote my favorite president in many ways, who is Eisenhower. When the one where Eisenhower talks about you take one bomber, I believe he compares a bomber, and he talks about what that is.
Oh, we just lost her. Can you pull up the Cross of Iron speech? Yeah. Okay. Shano's going to get it. I don't know what happened to our caller. I think, sometimes people hit the hang up button on their phone or something. We are not losing calls like we were at our previous location, where we had this terrible, terrible Comcast service. But it's, anyhow, but what the caller was talking about was a speech by Dwight Eisenhower, before the, what was it? It's in the title actually, isn't it? No, okay. Yeah, it's been a while now. But anyhow, Dwight Eisenhower, I think it was the American Association of Newspaper and Radio Television Professionals or something like that. He was Okay, that Shana just said that's exactly right. Okay, and this was in 1950, like 4, 5, or 6, 53. Okay, 53. So here he is, 2 years into his, in the second year of his presidency, or really the first year of his presidency. He was elected in 52. He was inaugurated in January 53, and so here he is, in the first year of his presidency, the president of the United States, Dwight Eisenhower. And listen very carefully. It's not the very best recording, but where he talks about the cost to us of our military-industrial complex. And he says the cost of a single bomber will pay for, and then he says 1 million barrels of wheat or this many houses. The cost of one, actually, you can just listen to it yourself. Here it is.
Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 2 electric power plants, each serving a town of 60,000 population. It is 2 fine, fully equipped hospitals. It is some 50 miles of concrete pavement. We pay for a single fighter plane with 500,000 bushels of wheat. We pay for a single destroyer with new homes that could have housed more than 8,000 people. This is, I repeat, the best way of life to be found on the road the world has been taking. This is not a way of life at all, in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross of iron.
It's referred to as his cross of iron speech. He says this under the threat of gathering war, this is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. And he was arguing for basically ending the Cold War. I mean, it's really pretty impressive. That Dwight Eisenhower was an amazing president in many regards. Matt in Granger, Indiana, listening on Sirius XM. Hey, Matt, what's up?
Yeah, you had mentioned a while ago about the cost of college education increasing due to the Republicans.
I think, Matt, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying. Are you sure your thumb isn't over the microphone or something? It sounds very, very muffled.
I'm sorry, I'm having issues with AT&T right now.
Oh, okay. You sound better now. So what you were saying?
You mentioned a while ago about the cost of college education increasing due to the Republicans. I would like you to elaborate on that.
Sure. The growth of for-profit schools and the Republican efforts to make it possible for federal student loans to be used to support for-profit schools, and the pushing of at the non-college level, at the primary school level, the vouchers for for-profit schools have led to this new education industry. And these for-profit schools, if you go to a for-profit college, you're less likely to get a job. You're more likely to end up in debt. You're more likely to default on your debts. And by the way, who are the people who are mostly going to the for-profit schools? Mostly it's minorities and poor people, disproportionate to their representation of the population, because they typically, this is the first time the first person in their family's gone to college, and so they don't have a particularly experienced or sophisticated understanding of how you deal with that.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. Call 202-536-2370.
In other words, they haven't had several members of their family go to college, so the idea of what college to go to, hey, it's a college. Whoa, cool. No, it's not always cool.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Hi, Thom Hartmann here from the Thom Hartmann program. You've heard me talk about Super Beets, the circulation superfood I drink every day. I love hearing from my listeners who tried it. Russ from Twitter said, "It works. I feel better. I have more energy. I'm getting more done." Super Beets makes a difference, and it's time for you to try your first canister free. Super Beets is loaded with vegetable dietary nitrates that boost nitric oxide levels in your body. This equals an increase in energy and stamina without stimulants. Dietary nitrates are incredible for supporting healthy blood pressure, too. Get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order. Plus, get the book Beat the Odds free with free shipping, too. It's guaranteed or your money back. Call 800-568-9889. That's 800-568-9889. Or log on to tomsbeats.com. That's tomsbeats.com.
Geico applauds your inner ride leader.
An enthusiastic engine rev goes out to the biker in you who leads the pack. Even if that pack is a party of one, you're still a leader to Geico. To prove it, Geico will insure your motorcycle with great rates and 24/7 customer service. And with Geico by your side, you're never cruising solo, which means you've just been nominated as a real ride leader. Congrats. The smell of fine leather and trailblazing is in your future.
Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
Spend time across this country and you start to see there are no local stories. You pull at the threads of some local headline, turns out there's almost always something bigger. What you see from your own front porch sometimes turns out to be not just your story, not just a story, but the story of all of us in this country at this moment in time.
The Rachel Maddow Show, covering America one story at a time. Weeknights at 9 Eastern on MSNBC.
For KMAS Newsradio.com, I'm Mary Lynn Foster. Shelton School District Superintendent Alex Apostle is inviting parents and members of the community to an open community forum scheduled for next week in the Olympic Middle School Commons. This will be the first of a series of monthly forums with an open agenda to allow an opportunity for community members to comment and ask questions regarding school district operations and programs. The forum is next Wednesday, September 30th from 7 to 8 p.m. United Way of Mason County is partnering with the Mason Transit Authority to host a volunteer summit at the Transit Community Center in October. The purpose of the event is to raise awareness about the organizations in Mason County that provide social services to the community, the services they provide, as well as promote the volunteer positions those organizations have available and are currently recruiting for. And for some, they are desperate to find volunteers. According to Christina Kramer, the outreach manager at MTA, their volunteer driver program has seen a 59% decline in volunteers over the last 5 years. The event is free and open to the public. It'll be held on Wednesday, October 7th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the gym at the Transit Community Center in downtown Shelton. Washington election officials are sending out postcards this week to about 218,000 state residents who appear eligible to vote but haven't registered. The mailing has a simple message that online registration is easy. 3 minutes, click, done. The postcard notes that the recipients aren't on the voter rolls and that they're invited to register online or by mail by October 5th in order to take part in the general election. In Mason County, there are 1,297 eligible voters who aren't registered. In Thurston County, there are 7,085 not registered. The American Cancer Society's second Bark for Life, a canine event to fight cancer, will be held on Saturday at Neyland Park. Dave Hauga stopped by Daybreak to share more about the fundraising event.
People can come down, register their dog. They're going to get a purple bandana. And you know what is really cool is we are really the first group to take on the new dog park, part of the dog park here at Neyland Park. We were excited to see that the city did that, and we got all the permits and taken care of, and here we are. And it's just going to be a super fun event. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a pooch that is going to love to walk in it, and it's just going to be a great time.
Registration opens at 9:30 a.m. The walk begins at 10 and runs through noon. The registration fee is $10 per dog. This event will help raise money and awareness for the American Cancer Society in our community. For 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1, and in Thurston County on 92.9, I'm Mary Lynn Foster.
Need a ride? Call 426-8294. Mason County Taxi, 426-8294. Anytime, anywhere. Call when you need a quick, affordable ride. 426-TAXI, 426-8294.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Mostly cloudy today. Hi, Jeff Slakey looking at the South Sound forecast on News Radio 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1 in Mason County and 92.9 in Thurston County. Low 70s today, and if we see any rain, it's likely to come during the overnight, where tomorrow will be about 70 as well. Into the weekend, things look clear and 70. Coming up on KMAS, we have NFL football for you beginning at 5. Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Welcome back. Tom Harmon here with you. Oh, this is hysterical. I have a bunch of tabs on my browser, on that open when I start the show, and so and one of them, on one of those, I have The Guardian, the British newspaper, and I haven't refreshed it since we went on the air. And so I just clicked on that tab to see what The Guardian was saying. And what I'm looking at is my tab from, before the Pope spoke. And the headline in The Guardian, it says, live, Pope Francis arrives at U.S. Capitol for historic address to Congress. What to expect? How's the Pope's English? And will John Boehner cry? Honest to God, that's what it says on this front page of The Guardian. Now, if I refresh, I'm sure it's, that's probably, it's a 4-hour-old headline, but, that's hysterical. What a hoot. Anyhow, Anita in San Antonio, Texas. Hey, Anita, thanks for watching Free Speech. What's up?
Hey, Tom, can you imagine if Nancy Pelosi would have been there crying like that?
I doubt it, but I think there's something endearing about a man who cries easily, I think.
He cries too much. It's enduring, but he cries way too much.
Yeah.
For my taste.
I would just love to know what was going on in his head that was provoking it.
I'm sorry?
I'd love to know what was going on in his head that was provoking all those tears.
I think he may have been,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Beforehand. But, no, what the difference I feel between Netanyahu speaking and the Pope being there, well, Netanyahu came right before an election in Israel, which is a no-no.
Right.
And also, he was not, they didn't even let the president know that he was invited, remember?
You're right. It was not arranged by the State Department, whereas the papal visit was something that was arranged by the State Department, and huge difference.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like a slap in the face, and it was done on purpose.
The Netanyahu visit, yes.
Yeah, Netanyahu. And I also feel it's important that we remember that he addressed the U.S. Congress for a reason. He thought those issues were so important that he didn't want to just come here like other popes have done and just speak, in different cities, which is what,
right.
Pope John Paul, I know he came here to San Antonio. But to go in front of the U.S. Congress and bring up those issues, that was important.
Mm-hmm.
And he felt those issues were immigration, climate change, even if he didn't use
death
the words
penalty
that maybe we wanted him to use.
Yeah. Abortion, the arms trade. The arms trade is the amazing thing to me. This is something that usually flies under the radar. It's a major piece of the American economy. People say, oh, we don't make things in America anymore. Well, actually, we're the world's largest exporter of weapons. We do make things in this country.
That was
we make
something.
things that kill people.
Blood dripping with blood.
Yeah.
Money dripping with blood.
Yeah.
That was pretty startling.
Yeah.
So I think it's important, though, and obviously it made Republicans uncomfortable. I looked at Fox. I listened to Fox for a few minutes, as much as I could take.
Right.
And they're just twisting themselves into pretzels over what he said. Trying to find something.
Right.
Oh, he wasn't talking about the government helping people. He was talking about, that we should all be aware of poor people and try to help them. Well, no, he spoke to our government. He went to the U.S. Congress and spoke.
Right. In fact, he started out by saying, you guys, you have a responsibility to your people. That's why you're legislators. He kind of gave him a little civics lesson at the beginning of his speech. You're absolutely right, Anita. Anita, thank you for the call. Well said. Greg in Lineville, Alabama. Hey, Greg, what's up?
Yes, Tom, a daily listener. Love your show. Love Bernie. Big Bernie supporter.
Thank you.
I felt as though John Boehner's comment of good luck as he greeted the Pope to Congress was very disrespectful. But what I also would like to add is I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that private meeting with him and the Pope. I do believe that possibly that had something to do with the tears in his eyes.
Really?
Also,
so John Boehner had a private meeting with the Pope before the speech?
Yes, sir. And I believe that might have had something to do with the tears in his eyes.
Wow.
But also, another topic, Don Siegelman. What has happened to him is so wrong, living over here in the red state of Alabama, very close to the heart of the matter. Hopefully, President Obama will find it in his heart to pardon Don Siegelman and free the man from injustice.
I agree.
Also, I love your caller, Norma. That lady, she's paying attention.
She is
a highly educated lady. I live up in central Alabama and would love to team up with her to help spread the good news up here in this portion of the state, because we certainly need lots of help.
Yeah.
So if you give her my contact info, I'd appreciate that.
I can't do that, Greg. I can't do that. We don't give anybody's contact information to anybody under any circumstances. But what you could do is make post on our blog on the homepage at TomHartman.com, and she could post in response to you if you want. I mean, we can't be I don't want to violate anybody's confidentiality or anything like that. So, but Greg, I'm with you. And I good luck. Nick in Chicago. Hey, Nick, what's up?
Tom, you mentioned Ebenezer Scrooge, and at the time they had a maximum wage, and I believe corporations have figured it out that if they do the right math, they can incrementally pay their workers a small hourly rate up to a certain point, where then that's when they've reached that maximum, and that's when it's been after like a good 10, 15-year tenure of some sorts, and that's when they get filtered out and the new breed comes in, and the corporations are able to get rid of them without.
Yeah, so you're suggesting that we functionally have a maximum wage law, and I'll tell you what that maximum wage is. It's basically $10 an hour. If you pay people under $10 an hour, they qualify. Most people will qualify for anti-poverty programs. They'll qualify for Medicaid. They'll qualify for food stamps. They'll qualify for a variety of programs that allow them to stay alive even at $10 an hour. And that's why the president is proposing a minimum wage of $10.10 an hour, because it breaks that business model, that McDonald's, Walmart business model. And because it's just enough that people no longer qualify for those programs. I think Bernie's right that $15 an hour is more appropriate. You don't want people just not qualifying for food stamps. You want people actually to be able to make enough money to put food on their families, as George W. Bush used to say. But excellent point, Nick. Excellent point. Thanks for calling and making it. Israel in Los Angeles. Hey, Israel, what's up?
Hi, Tom. How are you?
I'm great. What's up?
Tom, Great, Tom. I'm a first-time caller.
Well, thank you.
I want to say that you are great, and there should be a special department created for you in the government, Minister of Culture. I think you'd be great.
Thank you, Israel. So what's on your mind?
A lot of your callers would agree.
You wanted to talk about the Pope?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to ask you, this is such a historic event. It's never happened before in history, and we know actually the beginning of America, like Catholic Church and all of that, the history behind that, it was supposed to be really separated. So what do you think of the, I would say, conspicuous lack of historic figures that are still alive today, like Hillary Clinton and Jimmy Carter, President Bill Clinton, and all of these other figures, Jesse Jackson, all of these other figures that are here that weren't there today? Why do you think that they didn't show up? What do you think's up with that?
Because the speech was for members of Congress and their invited guests. I don't know who was in the gallery or how the decision was made. I don't know how much of the gallery was devoted to guests of the Pope as opposed to guests of members of Congress. But there's not enough seats up there for every member of Congress to even have one guest. So there had to be some sort of prioritization. And former presidential candidates don't cut it, or even former presidents, apparently. So
yeah, I would have thought they would have made room for a Jimmy Carter and a former, like an upper balcony seat kind of thing, like how they make room for soldiers,
right,
very well honored, and other figures in those upper balconies that people of historic value of our to our country would be there as witness to this. To this thing that happened today, which was pretty remarkable. Did you get to hear it at all?
I did. I watched the whole speech. Yeah.
It was pretty amazing. The scolding of capitalism wasn't there, but everything else was great. I thought his call to unity and helping the poor and really saying, like, do unto others as you had them do unto you, and really bringing to bear to mind that we are all, foreigners to this nation, and that we shouldn't be afraid of that concept. It's historic things that he was saying as well. The yardstick measure, that was great. I thought he did a good speech, but I thought there should have been more dignitaries there that, that's just my feeling, that witnessed that, and it would have made some great pictures for history, I guess. But I guess not.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Israel. I'm guessing just the simple mechanism of it all. Although, you're right. They could have said, okay, we're going to take 10 seats and we've got 4 living presidents right now, former presidents. I think we have 4. Let's see, Jimmy Carter, George Herbert Walker Bush, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton. Yeah, we have 4 living past presidents right now. We'll have seats for them and their wives. And, then Hillary Clinton could have been there too. Because as it was, the only candidate for president on the Democratic side who was there was Bernie Sanders, because he's a sitting member of Congress. A couple of the Republicans were there, as I recall. Interesting point. Thank you, Israel. Thanks for the call. And we will be right back. It's 15 minutes before the hour here on the Tom Hartman program.
You're listening to Tom Hartman. Visit TomHartman.com for audio and video archives.
And I quote from Pope Francis, "To enter the United States from the border with Mexico would be a beautiful gesture of brotherhood and support to immigrants." Wow.
Friday Night Lights, high school football, Shelton versus Lincoln. Coverage starts at 6:45 on KMAS. What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
Hello, my name is David Miller. I'm the Executive Director at Shelton Health and Rehab, and the staff and residents of Shelton Health and Rehab would like to welcome you as you explore healthcare options for your loved ones. When a family member has begun to search for quality nursing care, it can be confusing and overwhelming. But at Shelton Health and Rehab, we will help you make the most informed and appropriate decision for the placement of your loved one. Our 24/7 licensed nurses and certified nursing assistants provide a continuum of care that you can expect your loved one to deserve. Our social services and activities department ensure the social, emotional, and spiritual needs of your loved one are met on a daily basis. This plan of care includes a holistic approach to rehabilitation and nursing care surrounding your loved one with support and inspiration for both body and mind. We will provide you with detailed information of programs and services available by simply calling 427-2575. For more information, you can go to our website at sheltonhealthandrehab.com or click on the link on KMAS.com website.
Kohl's Fall for You sale is going on now, and you can take an extra 15% off. Go to Kohls.com to download your savings pass. Then use it on top of already great savings, like 30 to 50% off the LC Lauren Conrad collection, and 40 to 50% off dress and casual shoes and boots for the family. Plus, everyone gets $10 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent. Right now at Kohl's. Don't miss it. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store at Kohls.com for details.
Musicians, singer-songwriters, whether you're creating new music, recording, or performing live, now through Sunday at Guitar Center, save up to 20% on select gear to bring out your best. Like the inspiring tone of a Martin acoustic electric guitar, just $449. Select Dario acoustic guitar strings, buy one, get one free. Or an acoustic amplifier with digital FX for both guitar and vocals, just $129. This weekend is your chance to save on everything you need to make music. Guitar Center's singer-songwriter savings is going on now. Don't miss it.
Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. I see the Pope is getting ready to leave for New York City about an hour from now. He's still here in Washington, D.C. I haven't, I said there were a lot of people in the mall, and a lot of people came, but everybody was predicting that it was going to be like a snow emergency. The city was going to be shut down, get hysterical, freak out, worry. And, I took the train in. It's a really cool thing living in a town that's got a good mass transit system. And Metro, you can argue that it does, it doesn't always run perfectly, et cetera, but it, by and large, it does a great job of doing exactly what it's supposed to do, which is moving people all around the city really fast. I mean, I'm zipping through the city at 50, 60 miles an hour underground, and from one end of town to the other, and it's a 10-minute ride to get all the way across town that if I tried to drive it would take 40 minutes. So I was pretty impressed. Anyhow, BB in Seattle, Washington. Hey, BB, what's up?
Reverend Doctor, how are you, sir?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. I call you Reverend Doctor because I got a note that I write down all the things, the Tom Hartman book list, the Tom Hartman foods I'm not supposed to eat list. So I've been writing everything down. And I got to go get me some powdered beet juice so I can build my muscles up. But last night, watching the show, you and Mr. Kennedy were talking about the Pope, and he said something that was really interesting to me, that the Romans had stole, or somehow Latin was co-opted by the Romans or something like that. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Once again, the Reverend Doctor is breaking down some serious history.
Okay.
I know you will probably got a few minutes, but if you can explain that. That's
sure. What Bobby Kennedy was talking about last night on our TV show was that that Jesus did not speak Latin. Jesus spoke Aramaic and maybe Hebrew, but Aramaic by and large in that part of the world at that time was the main language of the day. And but he definitely didn't speak. He might have spoken Latin because the Romans had conquered that territory, but he didn't preach in Latin. And Latin was the language of the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is who murdered Jesus, as Bobby said last night. And then 300 years later, it was under Constantine in 336 AD at the Second Council of Constantinople. That was when the Roman Empire became officially Christian. And that was the birth of the Catholic Church. Catholic means singular, the only one. And the Holy Roman Catholic Church, which is the official name of the Catholic Church, it was the Roman Empire became officially Catholic. They put crosses on the shields and the swords of all the soldiers. And as Bobby mentioned, they discovered that they fought better because they thought that God was on their side. But prior to that, the job of the Roman Empire had been to kill the followers of Jesus. And in fact, Saul of Tarsus was one of the guys who had been hired, 20, 30 years after Jesus' death by the Romans to kill the followers of this insurrectionist, this Jesus guy. And he was on the road to Damascus one day on his way to go kill some Christians, when the blinding light knocked him off his horse, and God said, "Why are you doing this?" And he had his conversion and he became Paul. But this was all after Jesus was dead. And actually, I guess it was Jesus who said, "Why are you doing this?" According to the account in the book of Acts. But that was his point, was that the Latin, which had been the language used by Catholics for liturgy, for prayer, was a dead language, and now, and when it was the official language of the Catholic Church, it was of the Catholic Church. It was the language of the enemy of Jesus. It wasn't the language of Jesus. Make sense?
Yeah. So again, it's almost like they co-opted Jesus's. It just seems like that pagan Christmas co-opting.
Exactly. Yeah, and here's another variation on it. And Elaine Pagels has written about this at some length, and her books are just brilliant. And Robert Funk as well. That when Jesus died, there was a group of his disciples who carried on the tradition. And this is referred to as the Jerusalem Church or the Jesus Church. And they were all, over the course of the next 10, 20, 30 years, they were all murdered or died. And many of them in rather spectacular and painful ways, being hung upside down and having your skin peeled off, for example. And what replaced the Jesus Church, the actual followers of Jesus, people who knew Jesus, was what's called the Pauline Church. Paul never met Jesus. Paul came along killing Christians, a decade or two or three after Jesus was already dead. He had never met him. And other than arguably he met the spirit of Jesus when he got knocked off his horse on the way to Damascus, and or Ephesus or whatever, the Epiphany. And so the Jesus Church, the original Christianity, absolutely disappeared within 100 years of Jesus's death. And it was replaced by Paul's church. And Paul had some very different ideas of things than Jesus had. I have a hard time thinking that Jesus would ever say that the priesthood should be celibate. But Jesus invited women in, who hung out with them. The men held the positions of power. That was the time. But, Paul was, there's discussions about, what's the deal with Paul's sexuality? Why was he like this? Was he an asexual person? And so anyhow, the modern Christianity is really Paul's Christianity, not Jesus's Christianity, although it gives lip service to Jesus. And Jesus is really only in the first 4 Gospels of the New Testament. All the rest of it was written by Paul and other people. And so there's been a lot of appropriation, throughout Christianity and I with regard to the Latin Mass, though, I remember in the 60s when Vatican II, they did away with Latin Mass and said you just do the Mass in the local language. I personally think that was a mistake. I think having a secret code where you need a decoder ring, sort of like Jews doing bar mitzvahs in Hebrew. I think that creates a more of a sense of community. So I think the Catholic Church made a mistake. But Petey, great to hear from you. Thanks for the call. And thanks for your kind words. And thanks for checking us out over TomHartman.com. And to all of you, thank you for being with us today. The Pope's comments, by the way, are in all the newspapers. You can easily read them if you want to read the entire thing. And don't forget, democracy is not a spectator sport. It requires all of us, which includes you. Tag, you're it. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to Thom Hartmann. For audio and video archives, visit TomHartman.com.
Walmart can help you stay one step ahead of flu season. Because at Walmart, you can get your flu shot anytime from one of our certified pharmacists. No appointment necessary. And while you're in the store, pick up Lysol disinfecting wipes and Lysol disinfectant spray that actually kill cold and flu viruses and antibiotic-resistant bacteria. These are steps you can take right now at Walmart to help prevent the flu from getting to you.
Some immunizations may not be available in all locations due to state law restrictions on pharmacist-administered immunizations. Age restrictions may apply. Use all products as directed.
Do you want to learn how to mask your identity to browse inappropriate websites and stream media while at the office?
Well, we can't help you with that. But among the many IT problems we solve, Barracuda's web security solutions keep online activity clean and ensure internet bandwidth performance. Reclaim your network, like 150,000 other businesses already have. To learn more about preventing web-based threats, visit barracuda.com/web.
iFiber Communications, the fastest internet provider in Washington State, has just opened their doors here in Mason County and got their first local customers signed up. James, tell me about your experience.
From the first time I learned of iFiber to the day I got hooked up, even now, I felt that my fiber connection and the service given to me have been the #1 most important job to every member of the iFiber team. And not just because I was first in line with my nose pressed up to the glass waiting for a company to take my money.
What differences have you noticed?
I get what I pay for. With non-fiber solutions, you're paying up to the top and never get a constant number anywhere near that top. With fiber, you certainly do. With iFiber, you get it at a competitive and affordable price.
Why should others sign up for iFiber Internet?
Well, iFiber has made a commitment to Mason County. They're working hard to bring fast speeds to everyone at an affordable price. And now with phones and television, your bill will be all in one place with no hidden fees or sudden price changes to surprise you month to month like other all-in-one service providers.
Get signed up for iFiber Communications today by calling 360-427-4000 or visit iFiber.tv for more information.
The Dave Ramsey Show is live from noon to 3, weekdays on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
On the ABC News, I'm Daria Aldinger. It was a first today on Capitol Hill, the leader of the Roman Catholic Church addressing a joint meeting of Congress. And now the Pope is headed to New York.
7,000 police officers are involved in securing the Pope here. 10 miles worth of Manhattan streets are blocked at the moment.
We don't have any credible threats here in New York City against the Pope.
Still, Diego Rodriguez, head of the FBI here, said law enforcement must be ready for anything.
We always worry about, some type of improvised explosive device.
The Pope's itinerary takes him to some of the most iconic places in this city, including the United Nations, Madison Square Garden, and St. Patrick's Cathedral, the most visited church by a Pope outside Italy. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
President Obama will be meeting with Russian leader Vladimir Putin in New York on Monday. State Department says 2 Americans are among the more than 700 people who were killed in a stampede at the annual Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. At least 2 people are dead after an amphibious tour vehicle and a bus collided in Seattle.
The scene is a chaotic one. Lots of injured patients covered in blood. Triage is underway. Rescuers have a red tarp out where the most serious patients are being treated, and a yellow tarp where many moderately injured patients are getting treatment. Rescuers saying 50 patients are being treated. The popular Ride the Ducks tour vehicle hit a charter bus on a bridge outside downtown Seattle.
ABC's Alex Stone, an assistant high school football coach in Texas, is out of a job. Mac Breed allegedly told 2 players to blindside tackle a referee during a game after the ref allegedly used racial slurs.
Do I think I should have done something different? Yes. Do I think that going and tell the official directly immediately once I knew? Yes.
That's the head coach for the team, Gary Gutierrez. CDC wants more OBGYNs to sit down with moms-to-be and to talk to them about the dangers of drinking while pregnant. A new study finds 1 in 10 women of childbearing age drank in the last month. This is ABC News.
You've been thinking about switching to solar. Don't wait much longer or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Move quickly because the tide is turning. Solar power is becoming a threat to big energy profits. In fact, some power companies are even pushing for extra fees to make up for lost revenue. Warning, you must have your solar system up and running by midnight December 31st or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Energy prices are expected to increase by as much as 40% in the near future. Go solar now with no down payment, interest, or payments for a whole year. You can afford it because we finance. Get your government money and save big every month. Big Energy is getting nervous and the door of opportunity is about to slam shut. Paying $150 a month or more on energy bills? Then call 1-800-MY-SOLAR now for a free in-home assessment. 1-800-MY-SOLAR.
My home, my savings, 1-800-MY-SOLAR.
An argument over...
This is Newsradio KMAS. Good afternoon, I'm Nick Scott. Washington legislative leaders have sent a letter to embattled State Auditor Troy Kelly calling for his immediate resignation. Kelly has been on unpaid leave while fighting federal charges that he stole millions from clients of his former business. A newly filed indictment added money laundering and tax evasion charges. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges. In the joint letter, the legislative leaders said although the charges relate to Kelly's personal and outside professional business, they will likely undermine the public's faith in his ability to do his job. Western State Hospital is less than 3 months away from losing accreditation and Medicare funding after staff were unable to prevent patients from attacking each other and failing multiple requirements for safety and care. Another concern was that there was little documentation about care for both patients, and proper procedures for safety were not followed. Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday addressed Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, billionaire investor Warren Buffett, and other top American and Chinese business leaders, vowing that his country would work to remove barriers to foreign investment and improve intellectual property protections. Xi's conference with the business leaders in Seattle was part of a busy day. He also toured the Boeing production facility in Everett. And during the rare visit, Boeing announced that China ordered 300 new jets. The 300 orders are mostly for 737s. The total package is worth $38 billion. He also toured Microsoft and visited a high school in Tacoma. A Bainbridge Island man has died and 3 others injured in a vehicle crash near Port Ludlow. The Peninsula Daily News says that the Washington State Patrol responded to the head-on crash on Highway 104 at about 2:15 yesterday afternoon. Sergeant Galen Hester says a driver in a Honda hatchback began driving erratically as it headed west, moving into the eastbound lane. The car collided with a Dodge pickup truck. The Bainbridge Island passenger died in the crash, and 3 others involved have been hospitalized. New laws on vaping may take effect. Tacoma Pierce County health officials have proposed a ban on in-store sampling, an integral part of the vaping experience. No in-store sampling is just one of the proposed changes up for public discussion, as county health officials want vapors to follow the same laws now on the books for smokers. A 29-year-old Lacey man is accused of pursuing a relationship with a teenage girl roughly half his age. Detectives say that Christopher Zahn met the 15-year-old at Rainier Vista Park near his home and began texting her, inviting her over to his house. They spent time alone together, and Zahn allegedly showing off alcohol and asking her to be his girlfriend. A judge yesterday set Zahn's bail at $25,000, citing a previous conviction in a sexual assault case involving a 14-year-old girl. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 102.1, in Thurston County at FM 92.9, and always on KMAS.com.
It's 12:06, and now the Dave Ramsey Show.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's the Dave Ramsey Show, where Dad is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. You jump in. We'll talk about your life and your money. It's a free call, 888-825-5225. 888-825-5225. Suzanne starts off this hour in Baton Rouge. Hi, Suzanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Okay, I'm calling to ask a question. And the question is it ever advisable to take money out of your thrift savings and apply it towards your principal, mortgage principal?
How much is owed on your mortgage?
$190.
And how much is in your thrift savings?
70.
So it wouldn't pay off the mortgage?
No.
And how old are you?
Retired.
Over 59 and a half?
Yeah, I'm 59. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, you can pull it out without anything except taxes on it. Mm-hmm. Do you have any other nest egg?
Yeah, we have a savings, yeah.
How much?
We have a small savings of about 20.
Okay. Do you have anything else saved for retirement?
We have rental property, and that's paid for.
How much?
What do you mean?
How many? We have one property or 20 properties, or?
No, we have about maybe about 5. Yeah.
And they're all paid for.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What are they worth?
You know, let me put you in. I guess maybe 500,000, something like that.
Okay. All right. So
I hadn't even thought about that question you just.
That's okay, because I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to eat if we clean out your thrift savings and your retirement.
Oh, if we clean out the thrift savings, we have a good. My husband makes about 100,000 a year, or maybe a little over.
And he's still working.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my retirement is like 30-something a year, and I'm not going to even count other little things we do, but the rental property brings in, we can eat that.
Good.
I just want to know whether or not to use that money.
If you use the $70,000, you're going to pay taxes on it. If you're married filing jointly, your tax rate is going to be 35%, and so $20,000 of the 70, give or take, is what the government's going to take. So you probably got about 50 grand out of this if you clean it out to throw at the mortgage, and I would not do that.
Okay. Another question I need to know. So whenever you take the money out of your thrift, there's always a big taxes you have to pay on it?
Well, you have to pay your tax rate, which with your household income, you're up over $100,000. Your tax rate that you're currently paying, you're in a marginal tax bracket on your husband's income. If you're married filing jointly, and I'm sure you are, that's the best way to do it.
Are.
Yeah, it's going to be a 35% tax rate. That's the tax bracket you all are in.
So should I just leave it in there forever?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what
Yes, ma'am, I would. Now, let me ask you this. What's your most expensive rental property? The one that is worth the most?
It's valued at about, I guess, about 160, I guess.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
If I'm you, I got 4 rental properties, and I'm selling that and pay off my house.
Okay.
And pay, you can come up with that other 20 or 30 just by really rolling up your sleeves and budgeting, and let's get your house paid for. I would rather have a paid for house and 4 rental properties than I would a mortgaged house and 5 rental properties.
Okay. That's what we'll do.
That'd be the direction I would go. And if you have any taxes on that, it's not going to be at your ordinary income rate. If there are any taxes, and it depends on what you paid for it versus what you sell it for. If there's a gain, it'll be at a capital gains rate, which will only be a 15% tax rate. And so I think that's probably going to be the wiser choice of the two. And then let's leave this thrift savings alone. I would take the thrift savings and go ahead and roll it to an IRA. And so you can put it in mutual funds that you control. And if you need to sit down with someone and do that, you can go to DaveRamsey.com, click on ELP for endorsed local provider to see who I endorse for a real estate agent to sell that property and who I endorse for investing for rolling that thrift over to an IRA and good mutual funds. Mike is in Pittsburgh. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hi, Mr. Ramsey. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Hey, I had a quick question for you. I've been reading Entree Leadership, and, my wife and I have been following the program for about 7 years. And about November at my job, they cut my commissions pretty drastically. And so I started a little business initially just kind of to make up for the commissions that I made. And now it's gotten to a place where it's making more money than my job is. And I'm not sure when I should leave or how things like that. And I know that you always say it's like a dock in a boat where, when the boat is close enough that you can jump, However, in 7 months, we've grown dramatically. So, starting just with a real small business, and now we're up to about $5,000 a week in sales, and about 30% of that is profit. And we're most likely going to be at about 7,000 to 8,000 in the next two months to about 10,000. So, anyways,
very cool. Okay, you're doing great. So what are you making at your day job?
Well, initially I was making 65, and I was really happy with that. You know, the hours were great. I could see my kids, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But they cut me pretty dramatically to the point now where I got to a place where I was at around 25 to 30.
Yeah, and what do you, and you're making $10,000 a month at this other thing?
Well, no. That's how much, you know, we're bringing in. It's about 30% profit. Yeah.
So what's your profit on the 10,000?
30%. So about probably about $3,000 a month right now. This past month we'll probably do about 5.
Doing what? What are you doing? What's the business?
We sell electronic cigarettes. I don't know how you feel about those. A lot of people are a little up in the air about them right now, but
I don't know anything about them. I know they're booming. The only thing that would scare me is if it's a little bit faddish, if at some point the thing faded off. Because they kind of popped on the market, you know, big time in the last. Everybody's got them all of a sudden, right? And so I guess that's the second thing that would scare me is the competition in that market.
The competition actually helps because it shows people what the cost of the product should be versus, because I sell kind of a high-end model.
Where are you selling them? Online?
Online, and we have a delivery service.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like a pizza delivery type of thing. So
I think you're pretty close to making that jump. It sounds like your numbers are starting to get that boat pretty close to the dock to me. And plus, it's really hard to stay over at the other place because they cut your throat. And every day you go over there, it's you know, it drains a little more of your blood out of your soul. So I think you're getting real close to making the jump. I'd diversify my product line. I wouldn't have just this as my only product, though. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Having your home burglarized can put a major wrench in your debt snowball, and you never know when it could happen. Protect your home and your money today. Do it the smartest way I know. Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe has no long-term contract or hidden fees, and you get the best 24/7 protection for just $14.99 a month. Get a special 10% off plus a free keychain panic button when you visit simplysafedirect.com. simplysafedirect.com.
Over the last 20-plus years, Dave Ramsey's helped millions of people get their financial lives in order. Now Dave and financial expert Chris Hogan are taking these life-changing lessons on the road on the Smart Money Tour. This one-night event is coming to Nashville, Oklahoma City, and Louisville this fall. It's the Smart Money Tour. Learn to live more and worry less. Just visit DaveRamsey.com and reserve your seats today. Or call 888-22-PEACE. That's 888-227-3223. You don't want to miss this event. DaveRamsey.com.
What's your favorite vacation? Is it relaxing on a beach or skiing down a mountain? Whatever your dream vacation is, what if you were able to do it every day? I'm Chris Hogan, and I'm here to tell you that you can. If you start planning for your retirement now, your favorite vacation can become a permanent one. You don't want to wait until the last minute to start preparing for your retirement years. The more you save and invest now, the more security and fun you'll have later. Picture yourself in retirement doing the things you love. Are you walking on a beach or maybe skiing down a mountain? The point is you need to be ready. You need to have a plan. Your investing endorsed local provider can help you figure out what you'll need when your retirement years are here. You can enjoy your retirement, but you've got to be intentional about it. Go to DaveRamsey.com and click Dave's ELPs to find the only investing professionals we recommend. That's DaveRamsey.com and click Dave's ELPs today.
Folks going to take it around the far side, the 15, the 10, the 5, touchdown, Seahawks!
The Seahawks celebrate their home opener in Week 3 as they host the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Steve Rabel. Join Warren Moon and me this Sunday, pregame at 11, kick at 1:25, right here on the Seahawks Radio Network.
We want to be legendary. Touchdown, Seahawks! Marshawn Lynch said, get out of my way.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
This is Brian with the LaFlame Group at Eagle Home Mortgage, and we're here to present your real estate resource Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak. Tune in and get to know the people that help you make the biggest decision of your life.
Real Estate Resource with Brian LaFlame from Eagle Home Mortgage. Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Learn how to make sense of the local home buying process.
Join me on Mondays as I talk with local professionals who help you every step of the way in your home purchasing process.
Calm. Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
I think this, baby. You don't care for me. I don't care about that.
Thank you for joining us, America. We're glad you're here. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Thanks for being here. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. Micah is with us in Knoxville. Hey, Micah, welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hi, Dave. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
I just want to say, I graduated from college in the spring, and over the past year, I've worked a lot less than I typically have, obviously, and I've seen how you can really burn through cash that I built up, and I have about $85K left over. I just bought a house. I got a 4% rate on it. My mortgage is less than $7 a month, and that's including everything, and I had to buy flood insurance. I don't have any investments or any kind of retirement or anything put away at this point. And so my only bills will be, I pay everything off that I can except for my house and my student loans. And I'm just wondering what my next plan of action should be.
How much are your student loans?
After it's all said and done, I'll have about $40,000.
All said and done. I'm sorry. I thought you said you finished school.
No, in the spring.
Oh, okay. And you have $85,000 in cash.
Right.
Okay. And why are you borrowing money to go to school if you have $85,000?
Well, because I didn't want to go through every penny that I had, and if I would have done that, I think it would have stopped. I wouldn't have been able to buy my house.
Yeah, which probably you shouldn't have. So what's the balance on your house?
I owe just under $100K.
That's good news. Where'd your money come from?
Sales.
You're in sales.
I was before I started going back to school.
Okay. And what do you make now? Are you working now?
Yes, I'm actually. I went back to bartending actually, just because it's the most conducive to a college schedule, which I still make decent. I still make about $2,000 a month on that, so I can pay my bills off that, but I don't have much expendable income.
Okay, so you're single.
I'm with somebody, but
okay. And
not married yet.
Right, that's what I mean. And you're making $24,000 a year. You're in school full time, and you have $100,000 owed on your house, and you have $40,000 in student loan and $85,000 in cash.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would not borrow another dime for school. I would write a check today and pay off your debt, your student loan debt. Be debt free, but your house. That still leaves you $45,000. To make sure that you're able to graduate by spring with no additional debt and to live between now and spring. But you told me you can live on the $2,000 you're earning, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then when you get out of school, you're getting a degree in what?
Technical communications.
And what do you intend to do?
Teach or go into some form of public relations.
Okay. And you think your income will be in what range? Do you have any idea?
Probably starting out between the 40 and 60 range.
Okay. What'd you make in sales?
Anyway, I started, my lowest was about 55, my highest was about 120.
And so why did you do this? You were making more money.
Well, my mom got really sick, and I took a lot of time off to take care of her. And I basically, she basically had to have somebody by her bedside.
Oh, I see.
And that was me.
And why did you just not go back to sales?
kind of got burned out a little bit on it. I was in it for about 8 years, made good money, but it wasn't, my passion wasn't there.
Gotcha. Okay. Was it sales or was it what you were selling that you lost the passion for?
No, just sales in general, because I was in several different types.
I see.
I went from medical sales.
Because, I mean, if you made, my only question is, if you made 120, now you've gone to all this trouble to get a degree, and now you're going to make half.
But my cost of living went down. I went down from living.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not, your cost of living hasn't got anything to do with your career choice.
Right.
So, it's not logical to me, but I'm trying to get my head around why you're doing this. I must be missing a piece or something here. So, well, when you get out and you're making $60,000 and you have $45,000 left and you have a mortgage left, I want you to begin to attack the mortgage at that point and get it paid off as soon as possible. But
Okay.
I would not borrow any more money, and I would pay off your student loans today. If I were in your shoes and I woke up, that's what I would do. Hey, thanks for the call. We appreciate you joining us. Open phones at 888-825-5225. You jump in. We'll talk about your life, your money. Sabrina follows us on Facebook at facebook.com/Dave Ramsey. How do you budget for longer months that have an extra paycheck? Well, you're doing your budget wrong. What that tells me is you think that your budget is a template and that every month is exactly alike. It's not. You need to do a unique budget that is unique to each month. Every single month, you need to have a budget that it gives every dollar of that month and that month's income on paper, on purpose. Every dollar has a name. Every dollar has a mission. Every dollar has an assignment. And that's your steps. So that's how I would do it. And that's how we've taught to do it. And if you do that, then when you look up and you say, okay, this coming month has an extra paycheck, you just figure that in your income for the month. Say, okay, what are we doing with money this month? And if you've got a little extra money this month, what are you going to do to it? Well, you're going to lay it on whatever baby step you're on, whether you're doing your debt snowball or you're putting money in your kid's college or whatever baby step you're on. That's where you're going to always lay extra money. And if this extra paycheck amounts to extra money in that month, then that's the process I would use. Michelle is with us. Michelle's in Los Angeles. Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. Thanks. How are you,
What's
Dave?
up? Better than I deserve. How can I help?
I am in the middle of refinancing my house, combining my first mortgage with a home equity line.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if this is a thing I should do.
Okay. How much is the interest rate on your first mortgage?
My first mortgage is 3.75.
And is that a fixed rate?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the home equity loan? How much is the interest rate on it?
The home equity line is 2.24.
And that's a variable rate.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the balance on the home equity loan?
$80,000.
Ooh, okay. Household income?
About $120,000.
Okay. And you have other debts?
No.
Okay. You're putting this on a 15-year fixed, your new mortgage?
Yes. The new mortgage, the rate would be 3.25.
Okay. Well, you're getting rid of a really bad, large variable rate home equity loan, and you're dropping your rate on your first. Yes, I would do this.
Oh, you would? Okay. So then I shouldn't try then to attack the home equity line by itself?
No, generally we say that you put your home equity loan in baby step 2 in your debt snowball if it's less than half your annual income. And it's not here. It's more than half your annual income.
Right.
And so in this case, I would move it to baby step 6, which means that because it's such a bad loan with it being a variable rate, then I'm going to roll it into the refinance. That's going to be my plan.
Okay. So then once I do that, then I would just put the extra money then and then continue with the baby steps.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. I'm shocked.
No, you were right on track. It's a good decision. Hey, thanks for the call. We appreciate you joining us. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Scott is on Twitter at Dave Ramsey. Is it a good idea to lease solar panels for our home? No. Might be a good idea to buy solar panels if you pay cash for them, and if the break even, the money you save by having solar, gets you the cash that you pay for the solar panels back fast enough that it makes you excited about doing it. But no, I would not ever lease anything except possibly a home or an office building for a short period of time. That's completely different. But when you start talking about leasing stuff like this, that's just another way of getting financing on it is all it is. And so definitely not. Definitely not. Not against solar panels. I'm against leasing. So if you want solar panels, you pay cash for them, no debt, or don't buy them. Same thing about putting replacement windows in your home. You might save a lot of money on energy if you do that. If you got old, leaky, drafty windows, you might save a lot of money on energy if you put replacement windows in there. But you don't do it unless you pay cash for it. You don't lease your windows, and you don't put them on payments. Either one. So you can follow me on Twitter if you want, at Dave Ramsey. We'll jump in and stir up trouble and answer questions pretty regularly there. Thanks for joining us. This is The Dave Ramsey Show.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
You can't prevent identity theft. Credit monitoring, fraud alerts, and the super secret internet monitoring plans will never keep you totally protected. No company can. And listen, it's possible that you may already be a victim and not even know it. Our personal information is on file everywhere, and thieves are stealing it to not only open up new accounts, but for Social Security fraud, employment fraud, medical ID theft, IRS scams, and other criminal activity. That's why the only plan I endorse is Zander Insurance's ID theft plan. They cover all types of ID theft, regardless of how you have become a victim. That's why I have it in place for my family and all my team members. Don't forget, companies can also offer this as a benefit for their employees. It's a great way to help them protect their families. Go to ZanderInsurance.com or call 800-356-4282. That's ZanderInsurance.com or 1-800-356-4282.
Financial advice you can understand on The Dave Ramsey Show.
I got out of college at 22 years old. You know what the interest rates were then? This is 1982, baby. 15% fixed rate. I mean, you're sitting here on 3.5% fixed rate 15-year money. This is ridiculous. And some of you are sitting around with a 5% mortgage, and you're just too intellectually lazy to refinance. What are you sitting there for? That's stupid. Hi, this is Dave Ramsey. Tune into my show weekdays from noon to 3 here on KMAS.
At Value Ford, you're thinking about trading your car or trading your truck. Well, you can go all over the country and buy something. The reason you come to Value Ford is they don't play the games. In fact, most cases, the owner himself comes out and sits down with you, and you don't have that back and forth that all the other car dealerships do. Come to Value Ford. You'll get an honest deal. Yes, we have to make a profit. That's how we stay in business. But we treat you right and give you a fair deal. No games, no gimmicks, no flashy. That's Value Ford in Elma. Come see us.
This is Newsradio KMAS. Good afternoon, I'm Nick Scott. Washington legislative leaders have sent a letter to embattled State Auditor Troy Kelly calling for his immediate resignation. Kelly has been on unpaid leave while fighting federal charges that he stole millions from clients of his former business. A newly filed indictment added money laundering and tax evasion charges. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges. In the joint letter, the legislative leaders said although the charges relate to Kelly's personal and outside professional business, they will likely undermine the public's faith in his ability to do his job. Western State Hospital is less than 3 months away from losing accreditation and Medicare funding after staff were unable to prevent patients from attacking each other and failing multiple requirements for safety and care. Another concern was that there was little documentation about care for both patients, and proper procedures for safety were not followed. Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday addressed Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, billionaire investor Warren Buffett, and other top American and Chinese business leaders, vowing that his country would work to remove barriers to foreign investment and improve intellectual property protections. Xi's conference with the business leaders in Seattle was part of a busy day. He also toured the Boeing production facility in Everett. And during the rare visit, Boeing announced that China ordered 300 new jets. The 300 orders are mostly for 737s. The total package is worth $38 billion. He also toured Microsoft and visited a high school in Tacoma. A Bainbridge Island man has died and 3 others injured in a vehicle crash near Port Ludlow. The Peninsula Daily News says that the Washington State Patrol responded to the head-on crash on Highway 104 at about 2:15 yesterday afternoon. Sergeant Galen Hester says a driver in a Honda hatchback began driving erratically as it headed west, moving into the eastbound lane. The car collided with a Dodge pickup truck. The Bainbridge Island passenger died in the crash, and 3 others involved have been hospitalized. New laws on vaping may take effect. Tacoma Pierce County health officials have proposed a ban on in-store sampling, an integral part of the vaping experience. No in-store sampling is just one of the proposed changes up for public discussion, as county health officials want vapors to follow the same laws now on the books for smokers. A 29-year-old Lacey man is accused of pursuing a relationship with a teenage girl roughly half his age. Detectives say that Christopher Zahn met the 15-year-old at Rainier Vista Park near his home and began texting her, inviting her over to his house. They spent time alone together, and Zahn allegedly showing off alcohol and asking her to be his girlfriend. A judge yesterday set Zahn's bail at $25,000, citing a previous conviction in a sexual assault case involving a 14-year-old girl. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 102.1, in Thurston County at FM 92.9, and always on KMAS.com.
As an entrepreneur, you're always on the go. So turn your mobile phone into a business phone system with Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Get a new business number or keep your current one. Sound professional with a main greeting and multiple extensions that forward callers to your mobile phone. You can even get voicemails transcribed. Join over 150,000 small businesses who stay connected with Grasshopper. See how it works at grasshopper.com. The entrepreneur's phone system.
Mostly cloudy today. Hi, Jeff Slakey looking at the South Sound forecast on Newsradio 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1 in Mason County and 92.9 in Thurston County. Low 70s today, and if we see any rain, it's likely to come during the overnight, where tomorrow will be about 70 as well. Into the weekend, things look clear and 70. Coming up on KMAS, we have NFL football for you beginning at 5. Coming up on Tuesday, October 6th during Daybreak, a live debate between City Commissioner Mike Olson and his challenger, Kathy McDowell.
In the lobby of Financial Peace Plaza, Kyle and Sharon are with us. Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, Dave, we're good.
Welcome, welcome. Where do you guys live?
We're north of Minneapolis, about 25 miles.
Fun. Long trip to Nashville.
Yep. Yes, it is.
I hope you flew.
No, we drove. We love road trips.
You do. You really love a road trip. That's a bunch of hours there to get to Nashville. Very cool. So you're here to do a debt-free scream. How much have you paid off?
A little more than $70,000.
Excellent. And how long did that take?
5 years and 10 months.
Ooh, okay.
5 long years and 10 long months.
Almost 6, yeah. Wow. Making what kind of money?
Well, when we started out, it was around $25,000, and 5 years later, we ended up at about $72,000.
Well, that's good. That's good news.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Heading the right way.
Yes.
Very good. So what kind of debt was the $70,000?
It was a little of everything. It was about $1,000 of medical expenses, $4,500 on a car, $17,500 loans from family members, and $47,000 on a credit card, credit cards.
Ooh, there's the big one. Okay, all right. So you just were not living on what you make.
No, we were not living wisely.
What was the thing that happened 5 years and 10 months ago that made you say we're going to change our ways?
Well, I was listening to a radio show, Dave Ramsey show, about midnight up in Minneapolis. They had pre-recorded it. I was driving nights, delivering donuts. And I thought, I want to buy this starter package that's talked about. So I paid something like $60 or whatever and got some books and videos. And when he brought it home, I said, what is this? Another no money down real estate scheme thing? And he said, no, this is totally different. You're going to like this, and this place doesn't even take credit cards. I had to use my debit card. And I was like, okay. So then we watched the DVD on debt, and I couldn't believe it. You were talking to me, and I just started crying because we had been drowning in debt and didn't have any way to get out of it, it seemed. So you gave us hope, and we read the books, and it made all the difference.
Man.
Yeah.
And so you began the long journey
Yes.
This is a long journey.
It was.
But
And
and so a lot of this time you weren't making 72, you were
No.
making 25.
and especially at the beginning, it took us forever to get any kind of traction. It seemed
Sure.
like we were constantly going backwards, it seemed like, but we just stuck with it. And
What enabled you to stick with it? What made you to stay with it? Because that's impressive.
It was the grace and mercy of God and a lot of help from listening to Dave Ramsey to tell you the truth. And that's why we're here.
Yeah.
So you got to hear the debt-free screams, and now you wanted to be one.
Yep.
Because that kept you going.
I listen to those podcasts every single morning as I drive to work. And every time I'd hear a debt-free scream, I think, oh, I want that to be us. And here we are.
And now it is. Yeah. The 5 years. That's so impressive.
It was.
And I know it wasn't just a straight line. I know there was some bad times and some good times, and sometimes you almost gave up. And what was the darkest moment of the whole 5 year, 10 months when you almost quit, or you did quit?
Well, there were things that we had to amputate. And we had some horses, and horses cost a ton of money. And to get rid of those was really hard.
Lifestyle changes.
Lifestyle change, yeah.
So that was your biggest sacrifices.
Yeah.
But was there a particular moment you remember during that whole almost 6 years that you guys looked at each other and go, I just don't know if I can keep doing this?
Well, within a 2-week period, his dad died. He lost his job. I lost my job. That seemed pretty dark.
Yeah. Okay.
And
that is dark.
Yeah. But God provided, and it's a testimony.
Actually, when you lost your job, it was an opportunity to get a better one.
Yes. Yes. It put me in a different place, and I was in the right place at the right time. And so God used what I thought was a really dark time to really bless us.
It was dark for a minute.
Yeah.
But then the sun comes out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good. That's cool. That's the reality of this. And, these debt-free screams are so inspiring, but part of the reason I think that they're inspiring is they're real. It's authentic. This really happened, and it was really a pain in the butt. It was a long 5 years and 10 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've scratched, you've clawed, you've fought. This was not an easy process.
No.
The only thing we ever promise is that it's worth it. Was I right about that?
It looks a whole lot better in the rearview mirror.
Absolutely.
It's all worth it.
It was worth it now. Yeah. Because now you don't have any payments.
Nope.
And you make
That's right.
$72,000 a year.
Nothing.
That's right.
For the first time in your life, probably.
That's
Well,
right.
Your
Yeah,
adult life.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Well, congratulations. You guys are inspiring. I really appreciate you. You make that long drive from Minnesota to Nashville.
Long and beautiful.
But hey, that's kind of apropos since it took 5 years and 10 months.
Yeah,
A long drive that goes with the territory.
Yeah.
There you go.
None of this was quick. None of it was easy. So we're going to enjoy the ride. There
Yep.
we go.
Right.
I love it. Very cool. Kyle and Sharon from Minneapolis, $70,000 paid off. 5 years and 10 months, making 25 at the start. Now making 72,000 a year. Count it down. Let's hear a debt-free scream.
3, 2, 1.
We're debt free.
Way to go, you guys. Very, very well done. That is so fun. That is just excellent. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Thank you for joining us, America. In Newport News, Virginia, Emily is calling. Hi, Emily. How are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Well, my husband and I have been following your plan since we started dating, and we have no debt. We've just capped out our emergency fund, and I just got a new job.
Yay.
So we were wondering when you would advise to buy a house.
As soon as you save up a down payment.
Okay, so we're currently putting in 10% into retirement accounts. Would you cap the retirement accounts before you save for the down payments?
It's okay to push pause on the retirement for a short period of time. We kind of call it baby step 3B. As you know, baby steps 1, 2, and 3 are getting out of debt and having an emergency fund of 3 to 6 months of expenses. Once you're there, if you want to save up for a down payment before you start baby step 4, which is retirement savings, then that's okay. So if you want to stop retirement savings temporarily for a short period of time, like a year, and save up like crazy to have a real big, very cool down payment, then that's an okay thing to do. But we call that baby step 3B.
All right, thank you very much.
And then you get back to the retirement thing once you get the house bought, okay?
Okay.
All right. Hey, thanks for the call. Dayton is with us. Jessica is on the line. Hi, Jessica. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. It's an honor to talk to you today.
You too. What's up?
Well, we have kind of a situation that we need help. We need a plan.
Okay.
My father-in-law is 72. My mother-in-law died about 10 years ago. He has an 8th grade education, and he lives on about $2,900 a month. A few years ago, he called us on Christmas and said he wasn't going to be able to come to our family Christmas because he didn't have enough money for gas. So we realized there was an issue. He asked us to help, like not give him money, but help him with his finances.
Coaching.
So we sat down and we do his budget, and we've dug him out a little bit of the debt. But at this point, I don't see an end. He's not in good health, and we don't really know where to go. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he has $2,900 coming in. What's it going out to?
Let's see. $600 is rent. Well, okay, let me back up a second. He lives in Ohio with us now, not with us, but in our town. He owns a piece of property in Kentucky that's probably worth about $15,000. We just can't find a buyer. So let's see, he spends $600 for rent, $200-ish on food. We budget $150 for utilities, $400 for medical expenses. He's not in good health. He has lots of prescriptions, etc. $676 is transportation.
What's that?
That's a truck. It's a big old truck.
That has a payment on it?
Yeah.
Well, let's get a car that doesn't have a payment.
Well, we're looking.
Well, I mean, really? What do you mean we're looking? Sell a stupid truck, get a car that doesn't have a payment.
Okay.
It's really in rocket science. Guys, the biggest thing you told me in the whole budget is stupid truck payment. Listen, if your truck payment's bigger than your rent, you might be a redneck, okay? I've been there, I know. And so, yeah, the truck's got to go, and then let's get the property in Kentucky auctioned off, and that'll help you pay cash for a car and get him a decent car. Or maybe you can pay that one off with the property if you want to keep the truck. But that's killing him. That's the big dog in the budget. That's the elephant in the room.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
I've always said timeshares are a bad investment. The maintenance fees alone should be reason enough to stay away from this horrible product. And if you own a timeshare, I guarantee they've gone up. We've heard from folks whose maintenance fees have tripled in 1 year. That's ridiculous. Get rid of your timeshare. You may feel like you're in a hopeless situation, but I'm here to tell you you're not. My friends at Timeshare Exit Team can help. Timeshare Exit Team is a consumer protection firm that will get you out of your timeshare legally and legitimately. I know for a fact they're a good company. They're not a transfer or listing company. These guys get you out of your contract by forcing the resorts to take the contract back. Yes, it has a cost, but here's the good news. They have a 100% guarantee, and they will get you out or you get every bit of your money back. These are the folks I trust. TimeshareExitTeam.com. That's TimeshareExitTeam.com.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news, connect with KMAS, and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Like us on Facebook and get our local news right on your news feed. Facebook.com/1030KMAS.
You do everything together. Dress alike, talk alike, both dyed your hair purple, even dated brothers. But you've never shared McDonald's, which practically makes you strangers. McDonald's new 2 for $5 deal is the perfect way to take your friendships to the next level.
Bond over breakfast with 2 Egg McMuffin or Sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches for $5. Or reconnect later over 2 Big Mac or 2 Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches for only $5. Limited time offer. Price and participation may vary. Price of single item posted on menu board.
Are you a true Seahawks fan? Then pick up McDonald's new Hawks Box. Players on the outside, great McDonald's food on the inside. Get 2 Big Mac or Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches, 2 medium French fries, 20-piece chicken McNuggets, and 3 new mozzarella sticks. And pick up one of 6 Seahawks player cups, free with any large soft drink. McDonald's new Hawks Box. We got your tailgate covered. At participating McDonald's, limited time offer.
Looking for a nice, relaxing evening along the waterfront with affordable pricing and live entertainment? Look no further. The Robin Hood Restaurant and Pub has new ownership with an updated menu, offering the same quality and taste you've come to expect with new, affordable pricing. Try the lemon drop prawns, fish and chips, or their whole line of steaks in the historic dining room, on the patio, or in the classic style pub. The Robin Hood Restaurant and Pub opens every day at 4, located in Union along beautiful Hood Canal. The Robin Hood Pub and Restaurant, featuring live music on Wednesday and Saturday nights. Come for dinner or stay the night at the Robin Hood Cottages next door, featuring hot tubs, hiking, kayaking. The Robin Hood is now an affordable and unique destination for your next staycation. See the full menu, musical lineup, and other details at RobinHoodVillageResort.com.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Thanks for joining us, America. We are glad you are here. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Janie is with us in Detroit, Michigan. Hi, Janie. How are you?
I'm good, Dave. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
I have a little problem. I've been married 31 years, and my husband makes about $125,000 a year. That's our total income. Well, he makes $120,000, and I'm a realtor. I just became a realtor a couple years ago, so depending on my income, it either goes up or goes down. I signed up with a credit card company, a counseling company a few years ago to pay off all our credit cards. We had about $24,000 in credit card debt, and I just went in to look, and we're going to be done in a few months. Probably in February, we'll be done with our credit card payments. I just went to look, and my credit is so bad, and every single payment on those credit cards is a late payment on our credit report. When I called the company, they told us that because they were only paying a certain balance, it was up to me to come up with the extra money. And I never knew that. And I don't know how to fix this now. We're just a mess. I mean, we've been married 31 years.
Who was the company?
Christian Credit Counseling. And I mean, I heard them on our local radio, and they were supposed to be one of the best. And I did everything I was supposed to do, but I never knew they were reporting late to the credit card companies were reporting late to the credit bureau every month because we weren't meeting the minimum payment.
Yeah, that's how these systems work. Anytime you go in with consumer credit or one of these systems where they pay your bills for you, they negotiate a lower rate sometimes, and sometimes they don't. They just negotiate with the company to not come after you and put you on a payment plan, but they pretty much run you late through the whole thing, and it does destroy your credit. That's it's really unfortunate, though, they didn't make that clear as you went into it. Because that's basically how the system works, because you're paying them and you're not paying the full amount.
Right.
And you're even have gone to them you've gone to your credit card company through this organization, through this nonprofit, to make a better deal because you're unable to pay. Should only be used for crisis scenarios, like to avoid bankruptcy. And even then, we don't recommend it because you don't usually even have the result you've had, which is at least you've gotten the debt paid, which a lot of times we run into, they don't even get that done. So
right, and I just found you a few months ago, and I wish I would have known about you a long time ago. But another problem I have, Dave, is I can't get my husband on board. I've been paying the bills for 31 years and sort of kind of messed up everything, and we're in a deeper hole than we began with. And he doesn't want anything to do with the bill pays and the loans and every month I find myself borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and
you need to sit down with him tonight and turn off the television and take his two hands in your two hands and tell him that you need him to help you, because this is not going okay and you're not okay with it, and you need him to be the man and to walk with you and help you. You making all the decisions by yourself is too much stress. You can't handle it. And that's not because you're a woman. That happens both ways. Men and women should work together when they're married on the handling of their money, period. One person making all the decisions, especially when it's not working, is it's just an unacceptable way of doing it. And you're going to have to create a crisis in his mind, because he's not heard you, how bad you feel about this mess, and how much you need some help, and you need somebody to walk with you. You don't want him to take it over. I need you to walk with me, and the two of us make these decisions together. And you need to really create a big deal in your relationship about that, starting tonight. And I'm sorry your credit got destroyed by that mess. Thanks for the call. Open phones at 888-825-5225. So there's two types of these nonprofits. Type number one is that type there, and consumer credit is a similar thing. And some of them are competent and some of them aren't. But basically, you turn your credit cards over to them, and they go to the lender, Citibank or Chase or whoever it is, and most of the time, if the company you're working with is of size, they already have a preset deal with Chase or with whoever, and it can result in a reduced interest rate. That part's the only part that's really good, and then they agree to a set of payments, but that changes the terms of your deal with your credit card company, and you are not paying your bills on time from that point forward, and so it dings your credit every single month as you go through this. The second problem is that the people doing this on the other end, working for these companies, are minimum wage or just above. And so oftentimes the administration of your, of the card, you're paying money in and the money going back out doesn't happen properly. You run into a competency issue on their end. And so you get in even a bigger mess than you were in before you went to them. The moral of the story is handle your bills yourself. Be a big girl. Be a big boy. Handle them yourself. I don't want to take them over. I'll teach you how, but I want you to do it. You've got to take care of your bills yourself. You've got to work out deals with your credit card companies. If you can't pay, you got to not pay them or whatever. The second type of these companies is the worst of the worst. And that is these companies that take over your bills when you're behind, or even if you're not behind, they tell you to get behind, or when they take them over, they get you behind because you pay them monthly and they don't give any of your creditors any money for the first 6 months. They keep all of that as their fee up front. And then because you're in default on all of your bills, they go in and negotiate them for pennies on the dollar, like a 50% discount, a 30% discount or whatever, which you could have done yourself if you were in default. And as they do that, then they go through and clean up one at a time. Again, if they bother. But oftentimes they don't even bother. They collect your money up front and then they don't do squat. And all you get out of this is a screwed up mess dumped back into your life and back into your lap. And so here's the moral of the story. Manage your money yourself. Don't turn it over to someone. There is no magic pill. You can't buy a pill to get out of debt. You can't buy a little service that just takes your life over for you and runs it for you. You just have to be a grown-up. You have to face the music. You have to look in the mirror and go, you're the problem. You have to do a written budget. You have to make a list of things. You have to get organized. Pretend like someone was paying you to, a couple $1,000 to come in and take this over and run it. You could do it. It's 6th grade math. You just have to bother to turn off the television. You might not know who got thrown off the island or who can't get a date or who can't dance, but maybe you'll get your finances organized and be a grown-up. You're better off to do that. But we in this culture want to just outsource this. We want to delegate it. We want to just hand it off. We want someone else to take it over and handle it for us so that we don't have to mess with it. Well, and this is not one of those things you can turn over to somebody else. Your money is your money. You're supposed to manage your money. You're supposed to take care of your money. And when you do that, then you don't get in as big a mess. Now, maybe you need advice on how to do it. Maybe you need some counsel. Maybe you call me. I'll help you. I mean, we'll give you instructions. But we do not have a service where we take over your money and run it for you. And let me help you with this from a business perspective, from the seat I'm sitting in. I could make a lot of money, millions and millions of dollars a month, given my name and the trust factor that's associated with my name. If I put out there, Dave Ramsey will take over your credit cards and run them for you. If our organization started doing that, you know how much money we could make in 20 seconds doing that? It'd be unbelievable. But it's not the right thing to do, because it doesn't fix your life when I babysit you. Instead, I teach you and you fix your life, and then it sticks. It's permanent. It's real. It's transformation. That puts this hour of the Dave Ramsey Show in the books.
Hey guys, it's James Childs, producer of The Dave Ramsey Show. Hey, this hour of the show is over. Thanks for making us the #3 talk radio show in the nation with over 550 stations. To find one near you, go to DaveRamseyShow.com.
Have you ever wondered what your life would be like if you didn't have car payments? What if you didn't have monthly credit card bills? Debt doesn't have to weigh you down for the rest of your life. There is a better way. You can be debt-free. You just need a practical plan that's easy to follow. Financial Peace University is that plan. Now's the time to start living smart with your money. You can do it. Financial Peace University's helped more than 2.5 million families make a budget, get out of debt, and learn how to save and spend wisely. This plan works. In fact, the average family pays off $5,300 and saves $2,700 in the first 90 days. That's an $8,000 turn. Classes are starting right now all across the country. Take the first step to change your future. Find a Financial Peace University class in your area. Go to DaveRamsey.com, DaveRamsey.com, or call 888-22-PEACE, 888-227.
Your home for Shelton High Climber football is 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Millions of families.
Here's the latest from the ABC News. I'm Daria Albinger. Crowds at Joint Base Andrews saying goodbye to Pope Francis. The pontiff's wrapped up his visit to Washington, D.C.
This is Aaron Katursky in New York, the next stop on the Pope's U.S. visit.
We don't have any credible threats here in New York City against the Pope.
Still, Diego Rodriguez, head of the FBI here, said law enforcement must be ready for anything.
We always worry about, some type of improvised explosive device.
The Pope will be in some of this city's most iconic places, including the United Nations, Madison Square Garden, and St. Patrick's Cathedral, the most visited church by a Pope outside Italy.
Earlier today, the leader of the Roman Catholic Church told a joint meeting of Congress to think of immigrants and refugees not as numbers, but as people with faces and stories. Francis will address the UN while he's in New York. President Obama preparing to meet with another head of state in a matter of hours.
President Obama will formally welcome Chinese President Xi for a state visit at the White House on Friday, but the most important political work is likely to take place the night before, when the two leaders have a private dinner together. President Obama will try to leverage his personal relationship with Xi to narrow their differences over high-stake economic and cybersecurity issues. Mary Bruce, ABC News, Washington.
The White House and the State Department reacting to the stampede that killed more than 700 pilgrims in Mecca.
The State Department now confirming that the Hajj stampede injured at least 2 American citizens, saying both injuries were not life-threatening. The news from Saudi Arabia, grim for more than 700 others killed in a rush on a pilgrimage to Mecca, Islam's holiest site. The State Department sending its condolences to the families of those killed and injured.
ABC's Andy Field in Washington. A ride on a duck boat ended in death for at least 4 people in Seattle. The amphibious vehicle collided with a bus on a busy highway not far from downtown. At the closing bell, the Dow is down 77 points, NASDAQ off 18. This is ABC News.
You've been thinking about switching to solar. Don't wait much longer or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Move quickly because the tide is turning. Solar power is becoming a threat to big energy profits. In fact, some power companies are even pushing for extra fees to make up for lost revenue. Warning, you must have your solar system up and running by midnight December 31st or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Energy prices are expected to increase by as much as 40% in the near future. Go solar now with no down payment, interest, or payments for a whole year. You can afford it because we finance. Get your government money and save big every month. Big Energy is getting nervous and the door of opportunity is about to slam shut. Paying $150 a month or more on energy bills? Then call 1-800-MY-SOLAR now for a free in-home assessment. 1-800-MY-SOLAR.
My home, my savings, 1-800-MY-SOLAR.
This is Newsradio KMAS. Good afternoon, I'm Nick Scott. Washington legislative leaders have sent a letter to embattled State Auditor Troy Kelly calling for his immediate resignation. Kelly has been on unpaid leave while fighting federal charges that he stole millions from clients of his former business. A newly filed indictment added money laundering and tax evasion charges. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges. In the joint letter, the legislative leaders said although the charges relate to Kelly's personal and outside professional business, they will likely undermine the public's faith in his ability to do his job. Western State Hospital is less than 3 months away from losing accreditation and Medicare funding after staff were unable to prevent patients from attacking each other and failing multiple requirements for safety and care. Another concern was that there was little documentation about care for both patients and proper procedures for safety were not followed. Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday addressed Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, billionaire investor Warren Buffett, and other top American and Chinese business leaders, vowing that his country would work to remove barriers to foreign investment and improve intellectual property protections. Xi's conference with the business leaders in Seattle was part of a busy day. He also toured the Boeing production facility in Everett. And during the rare visit, Boeing announced that China ordered 300 new jets. The 300 orders are mostly for 737s. The total package is worth $38 billion. He also toured Microsoft and visited a high school in Tacoma. A Bainbridge Island man has died and 3 others injured in a vehicle crash near Port Ludlow. The Peninsula Daily News says that the Washington State Patrol responded to the head-on crash on Highway 104 at about 2:15 yesterday afternoon. Sergeant Galen Hester says a driver in a Honda hatchback began driving erratically as it headed west, moving into the eastbound lane. The car collided with a Dodge pickup truck. The Bainbridge Island passenger died in the crash, and 3 others involved have been hospitalized. New laws on vaping may take effect. Tacoma Pierce County health officials have proposed a ban on in-store sampling, an integral part of the vaping experience. No in-store sampling is just one of the proposed changes up for public discussion, as county health officials want vapors to follow the same laws now on the books for smokers. A 29-year-old Lacey man is accused of pursuing a relationship with a teenage girl roughly half his age. Detectives say that Christopher Zahn met the 15-year-old at Rainier Vista Park near his home and began texting her, inviting her over to his house. They spent time alone together, and Zahn allegedly showing off alcohol and asking her to be his girlfriend. A judge yesterday set Zahn's bail at $25,000, citing a previous conviction in a sexual assault case involving a 14-year-old girl. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 102.1, in Thurston County at FM 92.9, and always on KMAS.com.
It's 106, and now back to the Dave Ramsey Show.
From the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's the Dave Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. This is your show, America. Thank you for joining us. You jump in. We'll talk about your life and your money. The phone number is 888-825-5225. That's 888-825-5225. Casey starts off this hour in Seattle. Hi, Casey. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. How are you, Dave?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Hey, I've got a predicament. I've been divorced about 15 months. I am completely debt-free with the exception of my home, and I have my 6 months emergency fund built. I have a 17-year-old son who is watching very contrasting money spending styles between myself and his dad. His dad owes a lot of money to the IRS, has 3 cars, lots of toys, and all of it is paid on credit. How does a parent try to counteract that and be a good example without bad-mouthing the other parent?
Well, I mean, 2 things. One is you continue to do what you're doing, and that's live. I would be as transparent as you're comfortable with your finances with him, and just show him why you have a lot of peace about money. Because I'm doing a budget, I have an emergency fund in place. I don't have any payments but a house payment. Here's my income. This is the way wise people live with money, and I just want to teach you that because you're my son, and I think that's a good thing. That's one thing you can do. How level-headed is this kid? Tell me about him.
He's fairly level-headed, but he sees all the fun toys that his dad has. And so it's kind of hard to try and tell him that, that, yeah, you can have all these things, but you'll never be able to retire.
No, if you live like no one else, then you can have these things and retire.
Right.
But if you go buying crap you can't afford with money you don't have, then you're going to be in a mess your whole life.
Correct. His dad has, like I said, 3 cars, a motorcycle, an ATV.
Yeah.
Buys our son sports collector memorabilia, and it's all on a credit card.
Now, what is your income?
I make about $30,000 a year.
Okay. I mean, you could put him through Financial Peace University and pay him $100 to attend. That'd be someone else speaking into his life that way.
Right.
And it's not dad against mom. It's an outside expert.
Right.
That and you go through the class with him if you want to. I'll put you through it. Why don't I do that? The 2 of you go through it as my guest.
Thank you.
And you guys go to that 9-week class, and pay him $50 or something if he goes to every class with you. And just say, I want to show you what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and I want to show you how the proper way to handle money, because it's my job as your parent for you to leave home with these with this knowledge, so that you're not so you don't run out here and make a bunch of mistakes. And you're going to have to be really careful. This divorce is really fresh. It's only 15 months old, and it's very difficult in that situation to keep your mouth shut about the ex. But you have got to avoid this subject, because otherwise you're going to lose any shred of credibility you have on this subject. And so I would never bring up, yeah, that's what your dad does. And if you're going through the class, he goes, yeah, Mom, but Dad's doing it. And you go, well, yeah, I know he is. But this is the way we do it, and this is the way wise people do it. And don't say a word about him one way or another. I mean, he may bring it up at some point, ask you about it, and just say, I'm not going to talk bad about your dad. This is not about your dad. This is about you learning how to handle money, and just work it that way. Amanda is with us in College Park, Maryland. Hi, Amanda. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Okay, so long story short, my husband and I currently live with his parents. And that's helping us get out of debt. We paid off $31,000 in the last year since we've gotten married. But the problem is that the house that they're in, they're underwater on the mortgage, and the foundation's pretty much falling apart. They don't want to let the bank repossess the house because they feel that is not being honest, because they pay the mortgage, take the loan.
What's this got to do with you?
Huh?
What's that got to do with you?
His father is disabled, and his mother doesn't make that much money. So it's kind of a symbiotic thing. We're helping them out by living with them, helping them with mortgage and food and
so you're paying some bills living there.
Yes, exactly. And that is, in our area, much cheaper than renting our own place, which has helped us get out of debt. So, and ideally in the long term, we want them to continue living with us once they've gotten out of the house. So, but we really don't have any idea of how to sell the house with the problems that it has. And with being underwater on the mortgage, selling it as is would mean they would have to take out an extensive loan, or we would have to help pay down the shortfall.
How much shortfall is there?
They have over $200,000 on the loan, and it's like, with the problems that it have, I don't know if they could get any more than $150 for it. We haven't gotten a recent appraisal.
Yeah, you need to get a realtor to look at it, and you need to get some contractors to give you some actual bids to fix it. And then you're not dealing with the problem is you're just dealing with theory right now. And usually these situations, where you've got the drama builds up in your head worse than the actual situation is. So you need to get an appraiser or a realtor to come out and give you a market value estimate, and then you need to get a couple of bids on getting the thing fixed up to get it ready to sell. And then you know what your targets are. But most likely it's not a matter of morals as much as it is that you don't want them to get sued into bankruptcy after a foreclosure. And so you're probably going to have to work through this in some manner or form. And likely it's going to be that you sell the house for as much as you can and pay the note for the difference, or the thing goes into a short sale scenario, which is going to tear their credit all to pieces. So you just got to work through that. You got to work through your options. But the first step is to gather up an appraisal or estimate of market value from a good real estate agent in your area. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Coming up on Tuesday, October 6th during Daybreak, a live debate between City Commissioner Mike Olson and his challenger, Kathy McDowell.
Turnover is bad for business. It's expensive and it slows productivity. That's why I recommend ZipRecruiter. These guys make it easy to find the perfect hire by allowing you to post your job on all the top job sites. By using ZipRecruiter.com, your position will post to 100 plus job sites with a single click. Then you'll be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Over 400,000 businesses have used ZipRecruiter. Listen to what Dan had to say. The hardest part about running a business when you need to hire is that you have to spend extra time recruiting while you're short-staffed. But with ZipRecruiter, I've gotten quality candidates within 24 hours of posting a job. ZipRecruiter's website makes this process so much faster by letting me manage candidates in one place. Getting the right people for your company is so important. Today, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/Dave. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Dave.
I bet if you ask most women what's more important, time or money, time wins hands down. Hey, Rachel Cruz here. That's why I love emails. With over 80 different emails plans to choose from, emails actually helps you put minutes back in your day. You get weekly menus planned for you with great recipes and a detailed grocery list on your app and in your inbox. And the great thing about emails is you're going to save money as well. Sign up today at emails.com for your free 2-week trial. That's emails.com.
Listen, I'm a huge fan of education. What I'm not a fan of is wasting money on an education that doesn't make you employable. Your education needs to create income. That's why I recommend our friends at CareerStep. CareerStep's online training program is designed to help you quickly and affordably get the skills you need to start working and earning, even from home, depending on your career choice. To get a special offer only for my listeners, visit careerstep.com/Dave.
Hi, I'm Jenna, the Rehabilitation Director at Shelton Health and Rehabilitation here in Shelton. We want you to know that we offer inpatient and outpatient therapy. We have flexible outpatient scheduling abilities and can also offer weekend appointments. We provide outpatient therapy for folks 18 and up. Did you know that Shelton Health and Rehabilitation can help with sports injuries, work injuries, chronic pain, shoulder and hand injuries? We also can help improve balance and help you prevent falls. After surgery, Shelton Health and Rehabilitation has 2 doctors of physical therapy to help you recover after hip, knee, or back surgery. Our speech, language, and swallowing therapists can help you improve your memory, speak clearer, and help you with any swallowing problems you might have with food or liquids. These are the ways we can help you and your loved ones at Shelton Health and Rehabilitation. We are here when you need us. Let Shelton Health and Rehabilitation take care of your loved ones during their times of life changes. We are a 100% employee-owned company and recognize that our people are our most valuable asset.
Hi, this is Mark Hemstreet, owner of Shiloh Inns. Many of our Shiloh customers have been visiting our Shiloh locations for years. And here's an example of someone who wouldn't stay anywhere else.
Sometimes I go visit family, but most of the time I travel back and forth for business. And the best part is that I always travel with my dog Lucky, and he's welcome at any of the Shiloh Inns. I love their beds, beautiful rooms, really clean. The staff go out of their way to make me feel comfortable. Business area when I need it. Man, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, do I ever enjoy that pool and the spa? Plus, free breakfast. I love Shiloh Inns. It's everything I need.
We invite all of you to try Shiloh Inns the next time you're traveling for business or pleasure. Call 1-800-222-2244 or visit our website at shilohins.com. Shiloh Inns, affordable excellence. American family-owned and proud of it.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Thanks for joining us, America. Aaron's with us in Boise, Idaho. Hi, Aaron. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
Good. How can I help?
I have a question. We are moving back to Colorado next year, and I have a rental property there that's paid for and cash flowing. But we're trying to decide if we should sell it and then just dump the money we get from our house sale here in Idaho and the sale of the condo into our new house.
Yes. I get your house. I get your house paid for almost, doesn't it?
Northern Colorado is kind of expensive.
Well, I mean, how much money would you have if you sold both of them?
Probably around $250,000.
That'll buy a house in Northern Colorado.
Yeah, it will.
What's your household income?
Well, with the rental income.
No, I mean, your rental's gone. We just sold it.
Oh, okay. About 87.
Okay. And what price range home would you be looking at, do you think?
If we didn't sell, probably under 3. If we do sell it, between 3 and 4.
I'm sorry. Why would you buy more just because you sold it?
To get a little bit more house.
Okay. Yeah, I would keep it under $350, and then you've got $100,000 or less mortgage, and you pay it off in like what, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
You'd be debt free. How old are you?
40.
That would be pretty cool. I mean, we just came up with a plan where you have a paid-for house at 45 years old.
I know. It's just I don't work, so to me, the rental income is kind of my way of contributing.
Yeah, well, if you don't have a house payment, that'd be kind of like contributing.
This is true.
Yeah, that would be neat. And I think, by the way, you do work. You may not earn an income.
Well, true.
Okay. Hey, man, that's what I would do. I'm always about you having a plan, get your house paid for. That's my plan. As fast as I can. Boom, just like that. So very, very neat. Hey, thanks for the call. You got good stuff going on there. Eduardo is with us in Orlando. Hey, Eduardo, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Good. How can I help?
Hey, I have credit cards that are a little over 6 years old, and I'm just a little confused as to if it's worth paying them because I want to fix my credit.
You owe the money. You owe money, don't you?
Yeah, but does that whole 7-year thing, does it really fall off after 7 years? Or, I mean, because I know if you do pay them...
I'm kind of on a different planet. I'm on the whole you owe them money thing.
Okay.
And regardless of if there's a 7 year, and regardless of your credit, it's a moral obligation first and foremost. Secondly, what's good for Eduardo. And then what's good for Eduardo, by the way, is also happens to be the same answer, which is I don't know exactly what it'll do to your credit one way or another. But overall, those people will chase you to the ends of the earth, even with a statute of limitations, even with how long it stays on your credit. They're going to sell it to debt buyers, and you're going to get a call at the worst possible time. About the time you're getting ready to buy a house, somebody's going to call you and screw up your credit, and it'll be 9 years from now. And they may or may not be able to collect it, but they'll screw up everything, because you got all these monsters in the closet. So clean your closet out is the way I look at it.
Okay.
Is that logical?
Okay. Yeah, it is logical.
So that's how I would do it. And on top of that, it's the right thing to do. So what I would do is go to each one of them, make a list of them, smallest to largest, go to the smallest one first and ask them what it takes to settle the debt. They'll probably do pennies on the dollar. They'll probably offer you 50 cents on the dollar. It's 6-year-old credit card debt. And whatever you do, do not give them electronic access to your checking account. No auto drafts out of your checking account. They will freaking clean you out. They lie. The bottom feeders in the debt rebuy business are unbelievably bad people. There's a few of them are decent, but there's so few that we pretty well can lump the rest of them in, you know? So stay real careful and do not give them any money unless you have the deal in writing. I promise you, if we don't put it in writing, we're not going to settle. Well, then you'll gain money. Money comes to you when you put it in writing. I don't give you money otherwise. So you have to be tough and work through each one of them. Has to be in writing, no electronic access, work them off smallest to largest. It'll be better for you 5 years from now when you look back and go, man, I got that all cleaned up. And you keep those pieces of paper, by the way, for the settlement in a file for the rest of your life. That way, if they call you 10 years from now, you go, no. I have this exact account right here, and here's the paperwork, and here's where it was settled in full. Here's where the settlement offer came in, and here's a copy of the cashier's check that I sent you. And you keep that stuff in your file the rest of your life. And don't move and go, oh, I lost the paperwork. No, you just lost money when you do that. You keep this paperwork forever, because this stuff these things they're just insidious. They just won't go away. Jennifer is in Seattle. Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm good, Dave. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
So, my husband is active duty military, and we're a single income family. We have one daughter. Looking to expand our family into 2 children. We have a condo in Colorado that is being rented. And all said and done, after, they pay their rent and we pay the mortgage and the HOA fees, we have about $200 extra per month. So we were looking at either putting that $200 extra to the principal of the condo or putting it to our daughter or children's college funds. Now, because he is active duty military, he has the GI Bill, which we have transferred to our daughter right now. So if we have 2 children, each child will have 2 years of college paid for with the GI Bill. So it's kind of where we're confused on what we should do with this extra money. If we should put it to another 2 years for the children or the principal of the condo.
What's the condo worth?
It is worth about $147.
What do you owe on it?
$118.
I'd sell it.
Sell it?
Yep. Your long distance landlording is a bad idea. It's going to catch up with you. You're doing all you have $100,000 in debt at risk for $2,000 a year income.
Okay.
I mean, it's just the ratios aren't there. In other words, one little eyelash of a bad thing that goes on, and you could lose all of your income for the next 5 years off of this thing.
Okay.
A tenant that doesn't pay you, and it takes you 4 months of legal work to get them out. And then they, by the way, they tear up everything and they haul off the hot water heater and strip out the pipes while they're there or whatever. I mean, this kind of stuff happens every day. Long distance landlording is a good way to end up not ever wanting to landlord again. And so the only reason you got that condo is you used to live in it. And when you moved off, you became a landlord by default. You never would sit in Seattle, Washington and go, hey, let's buy a rental condo in Colorado while we're active duty military. Now, that's not how that happened. That was a default landlord situation, meaning you didn't plan it, it just happened. So I'm dumping it. That's what I'm doing with it. And then I'm going to take that money and fund my kids' college and or wherever you are in the baby steps. If you've got some debt that needs to be cleaned up, clean that up. Make sure your emergency fund's in place and make sure you've got retirement savings going. If you do, then let's open up some kids' college funds. And if that's where you are in the baby steps, that's what I do with the money. So probably not exactly how you thought this conversation was going to go, but that's what I would do if I were in your situation. Thanks for the call. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Donna on Facebook. I want to open mutual funds for my daughters. Whose name should I put them in? Well, if they're minors, they technically will have to, you can put them in their name, but there has to be a custodian, meaning an adult. And so you put yourself as the custodian. And so my kids have mutual funds in their names with me as the custodian, meaning they don't have any legal rights to it until they're 18 or 21, depending on how it's set up. If it's set up as an UTMA, UTMA, Uniform Transfer to Minors Act, they don't get to it until they're 21, which is what I would do, by the way. Just to make sure their brain doesn't fall out of their head between 18 and 21. It's happened. You know it has. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
I recently had a conversation with a friend, and I learned about a young man in his late 20s who died suddenly with no life insurance. I don't want to sound unsympathetic, but that drives me crazy. What are people thinking? I don't understand how taking care of your family isn't a top priority. Without life insurance, how would your family pay the bills, put food on the table, take care of their needs if you were gone? I know it can be a struggle getting on a budget and dealing with debt, but no matter where you are in the baby steps or your debt snowball, you need to protect your family. This is why I talk about term life insurance every day. It's not expensive and it's not complicated. I've used and recommended Zander Insurance for 15 years. They shop the top companies to find you the most competitive rates, and they keep the whole thing simple. Go to ZanderInsurance.com or call them at 800-356-4282. Protecting your family needs to be your top priority.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news, connect with KMAS, and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and watch Daybreak live. Follow the link on KMAS.com or search KMAS Radio on YouTube.
This is Brian with the LaFlame Group at Eagle Home Mortgage, and we're here to present your real estate resource Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak. Mortgage and real estate information you need to know before you make a decision to buy, sell, or invest.
Real Estate Resource with Brian LaFlame from Eagle Home Mortgage. Mondays at 8:10 on Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Learn how to make sense of the local home buying process.
Join me on Mondays as I talk with local professionals who help you every step of the way in your home purchasing process.
This is Newsradio KMAS. Good afternoon, I'm Nick Scott. Washington legislative leaders have sent a letter to embattled State Auditor Troy Kelly calling for his immediate resignation. Kelly has been on unpaid leave while fighting federal charges that he stole millions from clients of his former business. A newly filed indictment added money laundering and tax evasion charges. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges. In the joint letter, the legislative leaders said although the charges relate to Kelly's personal and outside professional business, they will likely undermine the public's faith in his ability to do his job. Western State Hospital is less than 3 months away from losing accreditation and Medicare funding after staff were unable to prevent patients from attacking each other and failing multiple requirements for safety and care. Another concern was that there was little documentation about care for both patients, and proper procedures for safety were not followed. Chinese President Xi Jinping yesterday addressed Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, billionaire investor Warren Buffett, and other top American and Chinese business leaders, vowing that his country would work to remove barriers to foreign investment and improve intellectual property protections. Xi's conference with the business leaders in Seattle was part of a busy day. He also toured the Boeing production facility in Everett. And during the rare visit, Boeing announced that China ordered 300 new jets. The 300 orders are mostly for 737s. The total package is worth $38 billion. He also toured Microsoft and visited a high school in Tacoma. A Bainbridge Island man has died and 3 others injured in a vehicle crash near Port Ludlow. The Peninsula Daily News says that the Washington State Patrol responded to the head-on crash on Highway 104 at about 2:15 yesterday afternoon. Sergeant Galen Hester says a driver in a Honda hatchback began driving erratically as it headed west, moving into the eastbound lane. The car collided with a Dodge pickup truck. The Bainbridge Island passenger died in the crash, and 3 others involved have been hospitalized. New laws on vaping may take effect. Tacoma Pierce County health officials have proposed a ban on in-store sampling, an integral part of the vaping experience. No in-store sampling is just one of the proposed changes up for public discussion, as county health officials want vapors to follow the same laws now on the books for smokers. A 29-year-old Lacey man is accused of pursuing a relationship with a teenage girl roughly half his age. Detectives say that Christopher Zahn met the 15-year-old at Rainier Vista Park near his home and began texting her, inviting her over to his house. They spent time alone together, and Zahn allegedly showing off alcohol and asking her to be his girlfriend. The judge yesterday set Zahn's bail at $25,000, citing a previous conviction in a sexual assault case involving a 14-year-old girl. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 102.1, in Thurston County at FM 92.9, and always on KMAS.com.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
Mostly cloudy today. Hi, Jeff Slakey looking at the South Sound forecast on Newsradio 1030 KMAS, FM 102.1 in Mason County and 92.9 in Thurston County. Low 70s today, and if we see any rain, it's likely to come during the overnight, where tomorrow will be about 70 as well. Into the weekend, things look clear and 70. Coming up on KMAS, we have NFL football for you beginning at 5. Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
Thank you for joining us, America. In the lobby of Financial Peace Plaza, Raul and Michelle are with us. Hey, guys, how are you?
Hi, Dave. We're good. How are you?
Better than I deserve. Where are you guys from?
From Southern California, Burbank.
Ah, very nice. Cool. Well, welcome to Nashville.
Thank you.
Certainly good to have you. Thanks for coming all the way over here to do your debt-free scream. And who are the kiddos with you in ages?
We have Erica's 19, David is 13, Anthony's 10, and Anna is back home. She's 14.
Ah, okay. She didn't get to make the Nashville trip?
No, she had an event.
Oh, my gosh, fun. So how much debt have you guys paid off?
We paid off $95,000.
Way to go. Absolutely amazing. And making what? How long did it take you to do this?
Just 3 years.
3 years. Making what kind of money?
We started at about $143 and ended about $155.
Excellent. What do you guys do for a living?
I'm a accounting manager. Mm-hmm. And Raul's engineering assistant. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I work for an architectural lighting company.
Okay, very cool. Very cool. So what kind of debt was this?
Everything. We had cars. We had a very small student loan. We had credit cards. Lots of stupid tax, lots of bad planning.
You were normal.
We were normal, very much so.
And normal
unfortunately.
sucks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now we're weird.
Now we're weird.
And now we're weird. Very cool. So what happened 3 years ago that made you think you could and should get out of debt?
You know, it's funny because I'm the nerd. So I was always reading articles about finance and budgeting and how to, save more and stuff. And I always thought I was doing a really good job. And then about 3 years ago in April, our church put on a class about managing your money God's way. And Raul and I went, and we were surprised at how not good we were doing with it. So that kind of got us to look at things about us being better stewards of the money that we were blessed with. And that changed it around. And in the articles that I kept reading, one of them talked about the financial guru, Dave Ramsey. And I'm like, who's this guy? So I went and checked out Financial Peace Revisited from the library first.
Wow, okay.
And read that, and then we went into the Total Money Makeover, and then that's when we started the plan there.
Very cool. And that gave you the steps to implement things.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Like I said, better than I thought I was doing. So
Yeah, that old Financial Peace book, that thing has gotten a lot of miles. I wrote that
Yes.
many, many years ago, but it's helped a lot of people.
Right.
That's pretty cool. Very, very cool. What was the very last debt you paid off?
we just paid off a credit card.
That was the biggest one then.
Yeah, yeah.
Who was that to?
Chase.
Chase.
Yeah.
So you're done.
We're done.
Chopped it up.
It was chopped up a long time ago.
Closed the account.
Yes.
Yep, we didn't trust ourselves.
You're out of here, Chase.
That's right.
I love it. I love it. What's the most bizarre, crazy, weird thing you did to get out of debt while you were getting out of debt?
It's been a long, tough road. Just because we love to eat, and it was hard to not go out and eat whenever we wanted. But even so, it's hard to stay gazelle. But that was the hardest part.
That and I amputated my Suburban, Dave.
Oh,
it was hard.
Actually, you told her to.
I called in for some advice probably about 2.5 years ago, and you told me it had to go.
Oh, it's my fault.
Yes.
The Suburban is gone, and I did it.
Yes.
Oh.
Uncle Dave. The kids call you Uncle Dave.
The,
So Uncle Dave made us do it.
mom-mobile.
Yes.
The mom-mobile. And the family survived and everything.
We did.
So it was a big portion of this then.
Yeah.
Yes.
How much was it?
Well, we downsized from there to a smaller car that saved us about $9,000 overall, and about $150 a month. So
Okay.
it helped absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So it was a big chunk of everything.
Yes.
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have run it off. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Good. So what advice do you give people when they say, how'd you do this? You paid off $95,000 in 3 years. How did you do it?
You know,
what are the keys?
Honest, and everyone that stands here says it, and you say it all the time, it really, really is the budget. I mean, we really had no idea where our money was going every month. And like I said, I thought I was so good and so organized about that. But we would look up at the end of every month and go, I don't understand how there's not anything here. All these paychecks came in and they're all gone. And once we really sat down and said, this is what we're spending on this, and this is what we're spending on this, we got a raise. We absolutely got a raise.
It was
because
a shocker when we actually saw it on paper, right?
Yes.
How much money we were just...
How much money should have been there?
Losing,
It makes you feel like, I'm just screwing. Yeah, this is bad. There's something about managed money does work harder. It does feel like you got a raise.
Yes. Right.
And that old saying, you either tell your money where to go or you'll wonder where it went.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's very true.
Yes.
And if you don't give those dollars a mission statement, a name, each one of them, they will walk off, man.
They disappear
really
like
will.
that.
So, Raul, did y'all ever have like a big money fight during this time?
Yes.
I'm glad you're a truth teller. Thank you.
I'm definitely the free spirit of the family. She's always been on top of me, and just thank God for her. Really, that she's the nerd. Otherwise, we'd be in the street. Really.
Yeah.
So I really thank God for her.
Yeah. But what happened? Tell me about the fight. What happened?
It was just me not being gazelle enough, and always wanted to go eat, or I don't want to cook dinner or something, or be like, oh, it got too late. We should go here. And I think those were the main fights.
Okay, so it was those day-to-day, week-to-week course corrections that made you stay to the plan you had both laid out.
Right.
Now, were you agreeing to the budget? ahead of time?
Yes.
And then you try to go out to eat
It
anyway.
was those spur of the moment ones when, you know, like,
The
there's a burger joint or there's whatever. And then mom's got to be the bad guy and say, well, it's not in the budget.
Well, see, we budgeted for food for the week, but we were not going to the store at the beginning of the week. And then, okay, we'll go out to eat today. And then so on. And then the week went by and, okay, we didn't go to the grocery store. And there goes our budget. So it was hard to stick to it.
Right.
Yeah, it is hard.
Yeah,
it is hard. But 3 years later, $95,000 in debt's paid off, so it's worth it.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys are great. You're real. I appreciate that. That's because it's not easy and it's hard. It's relationally, and you know, the way Sharon and I were, sometimes she would be the weak one, and I would go, no, we're sticking to this, and sometimes I'd be going, no, I want to buy this. No, we're sticking to it, and we kind of held each other. One of us would fall down, the other one pick them up.
Right.
And back and forth like that. So very, very well done, you guys, and I'm glad. I appreciate you making a trip all the way to Tennessee to do your debt-free stream, because that drives a stake in the ground now.
Yep.
So Erica and David and Anthony and the whole gang, do they understand? They got what the family's been through here?
They do. They all were following the Financial Peace Junior. They all had their jobs and their commissions.
We have the Smart Money, Smart Kids.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So, we actually saw you in L.A. when you were out there.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. We saw you and Rachel.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the book signing. Yeah. All right, so you really have changed your family tree then.
Absolutely.
Yes. More than just paying off $95,000. It's hundreds of thousands into the future that are straightened out here.
That's right. Erica just finished her first year of college, and
congratulations.
So she understands the concept of no student loans. So whatever I have to do to get it done, she's gonna get it done.
That's it. We're working like a crazy person. That's how it's done. Well, way to go. All right, Raul, I say it wrong. Sorry, Michelle and Erica and David and Anthony, and the daughter back home is
Anna.
And Anna, on her behalf, $95,000 paid off in 3 years, making $143,000 a year, up to now $155,000. Count it down. Let's hear a great debt-free scream.
Okay, you ready? Nice and loud. 3, 2, 1.
We're debt-free! Way to go, you guys. That is absolutely awesome. Oh, man, that is amazing. Very, very well done. $95,000 paid off in 3 years. Yeah, Dave, but they make $150,000 a year. Yeah, and they got 4 kids, and they live in L.A. So you do the math. Now, I don't know what you make, but maybe you don't owe $95,000. Maybe you owe $45,000, and maybe you make $70,000. Can you do it? Yes, you can do it. You can make the decision to start being wise and responsible today. I think we call that growing up. Yes, I think that's what we call it. So, time to grow up, America. Yeah, and probably we ought to send the message up to Washington, D.C. What do you think? Yeah. Just send them all home and send a whole bunch of people up there, new ones, with the message. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Seahawks football Sunday against the Bears. Pre-game at 11 on KMAS.
If you're one of the millions of people who try to sell their house next year, it's not too soon to start preparing. Wendy in California knew she and her husband were going to list their home this summer, so they got a jump start and began preparing last fall.
We knew our house needed some fixing up before we listed it, and that we wanted a real estate agent who would help us through that process. We weren't sure if we could find someone who met our needs, but we ended up connecting with a local expert on the Dave Ramsey website. At our first meeting, your ELP came prepared with a professional market analysis of homes for sale in the area and gave us home improvement ideas. We put the house on the market in June, and it sold for more than the asking price. Your ELP's guidance and expertise were crucial in this process. He's one of the best in his field.
If you're planning to sell your house next year, connect with an experienced real estate agent at DaveRamsey.com. Our real estate ELPs know what it takes to sell your home when you're ready. Go to DaveRamsey.com and find an ELP in your area today.
One day you're going to retire. That shouldn't come as a shock to you. But if you're not ready when that day comes around, then you will be in for a shock. and it will get here much sooner than you think. Your investing endorsed local provider can help you create a plan so you'll be prepared when you're ready to retire. We know preparing for your retirement years can be a little stressful because most of us aren't investing experts. How much money should you set aside each month? Where should you put your investments? There always seem to be more questions than answers. That's why it's smart to go with a pro you can trust. Go with Dave Ramsey's endorsed local provider. These are the people Dave recommends to answer your questions and work with you to map out a plan. To find the investing endorsed local provider in your area, go to DaveRamsey.com and click Dave's ELPs. Get online and take the first step toward a stress-free retirement. Go to DaveRamsey.com and click Dave's ELPs to find your investing pro. Go to DaveRamsey.com and click Dave's ELPs.
Most of us have been behind on our bills at one time or another, and many of us have had to deal with harassing calls from collectors. That's normal. But what's not normal is when collectors take it a step further and violate the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. If you have collectors calling you multiple times a day, cursing or threatening you in any way, you need to visit collectionbully.com. These guys will connect you with an attorney who can stop collection agencies from threatening you anymore. That's collectionbully.com.
If you listen to The Dave Ramsey Show, you know we offer lots of books and resources in our online store. But did you know we have kids' products too? You can help get your kids and grandkids started off on the right track. Financial Peace Junior helps parents teach their kids about money. It's packed with fun tools and activities and lays out how to give, save, and spend wisely. Junior's Adventures is a set of 6 colorful books that teaches values like honesty, hard work, and the dangers of debt. We also have the Junior's Adventures Bank with separate slots for giving, saving, and spending. And we haven't forgotten teens. We offer a powerful series on DVD called Generation Change that teaches teens how they can be who God created them to be, how to do more with their money, and how to get the most out of life. The online store is loaded with stuff for kids. There are product bundles and sales going on all the time. Visit the online store at DaveRamsey.com and make sure your kids know what you wish you had known. That's DaveRamsey.com.
Friday Night Lights, high school football, Shelton versus Lincoln. Coverage starts at 6:45 on KMAS.
Our scripture of the day, Proverbs 27:17. Iron sharpens iron, and one man sharpens another. The best teamwork comes from men who are working independently toward one goal in unison. J.C. Penney. He was nicknamed James Cash Penney because he believed in paying cash. It's interesting that J.C. Penney's now has massive credit card offerings. The best teamwork comes from men who are working independently toward one goal in unison. Amen. Monica's with us. Monica is in New York. Hi, Monica. How are you?
Hi, Dave. Thank you so much for taking my call and for your ministry.
Thank you. How can I help today?
Okay, I actually have 2 questions. My husband and I are in baby step number 2, and I had a question about the money market account. I don't know which money market to go with to save our $1,000.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can keep it in the underwear drawer. It's not going to earn anything.
Right.
Because a money market account at your local bank or credit union is technically not a money market account. They just will have a rate similar to a money market account. And it's probably going to pay you less than 1%.
Okay.
So the purpose of this is really not to earn interest. The purpose of it, of course, is to have an umbrella when it rains.
Right.
A rainy day fund. And so you start with your $1,000 there. Later on, when you build it up to 3 to 6 months of expenses, I use a money market account. I have a really good one with one of my local banks, and I also have one with a mutual fund company. So if you have a Roth IRA or you're doing some mutual fund investing or something, and there's a mutual fund company that you're already have an account with, say something like a Vanguard or an American Funds or something like that, or Fidelity or something like that, you might just go to them. And again, you can get a money market account. A lot of those require as much as $2,500 to invest in.
Okay.
And I wouldn't fool with it till you got to that point. But again, at that point, they're still not going to pay but about 1%,
Right.
Right.
And it's still never going to be, but they have check writing privileges against them. So you have a little checkbook in your drawer. So if there's a big time emergency and you need to write a check and buy an airline ticket to fly to somebody's funeral on the other side of the nation or something, you've got access to the account as if it were a checking account. And so that's technically the type of money market accounts that we use. But again, always keep in mind with your emergency fund that it is more of an insurance policy than it is an investment. It's just there for rain when life happens. Douglas is in Oklahoma City. Hi, Douglas. How are you?
Terrific, sir. Here's my question. My company had for a long time a pre-tax 401k. I think just pretty normal, standard offering.
Sure.
But they just became offering the post-tax Roth 401k.
Awesome.
And so I don't know if I should go half in each or all the way over to the Roth 401k.
How old are you?
31.
All the way in the Roth.
Okay, so my wife, her company also offers the Roth 401k.
All the way.
So
everything in there. Yeah.
We've currently been maxing out her Roth 401k and my regular 401k. And so you're saying we should go both?
I would go only Roth. Now, if you're working our baby steps plan and you're at baby step 4, you would only be putting 15% of your income in to those accounts in total, your household income. So what's your household income?
About 180.
Okay. Well, you can put up to 17.5 each in there, which is going to get us pretty close. 10% would be 18,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't max both of these out until you get your house paid off. And so, I would limit it between the two of them. I wouldn't have more than a total of 27,000 going in. And you can only put 17.5 in one anyway, in one of them. So one of you, who's got the better choices, max that one out and put $10,000 in the other one.
Okay. And so I guess that brings me into my next question.
What do you guys do for a living?
Well, I'm a computer engineer and she's an attorney.
Wow, you're doing great. Congratulations.
Thanks. We've each only been at our jobs for 3 and 4 years. So.
Wow.
So our next big thing is going to be saving for a house. And so how long do you need to be saving for a house before you, rather than stockpiling cash, do you go ahead and invest it?
You mean put off doing the 401 so you can build up your build up your down payment?
Yes, when building up a down payment. If you're saying, well, we're going to buy a bigger house, and so we're going to be building up a down payment for 15 years.
Yeah.
Would you want to go ahead and invest then and breaking point on years?
Yeah, about 3. If you're going to stop investing, stop your 401ks so we can build up a huge down payment as quickly as possible. Maximum of 3 years, I would stop them.
Okay, so you'd stop.
But I'm not sure I would stop it in your all's case. You make so stinking much money.
Right. Yeah, I know.
I mean, we're only talking about putting $27,000 in retirement. How much of a down payment have you saved already?
Including our current equity, we've got about 100.
Okay. And how much more would you want to save?
Probably up to 450.
Okay.
I mean,
and how long would you want that to take?
I guess we don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, 360 would be 120,000 a year for 3 years.
Right.
That's pretty intense.
That would be probably too intense.
Yeah. By the time you pull out taxes, I'm not sure you're eating. So, I don't know. What's the current price of home?
Current home is the value of current home?
Yes, sir.
Well, probably fairly 155. We'd hope 160.
Okay. And you're moving up to what price range?
Probably a 400 to 450.
Oh, so you just want to pay cash for it?
That'd be nice, but we're starting to have kids now, and if we if we get a little cramped.
Yeah. Well, all I was saying is, it sounds to me like you could go buy the house now.
Right.
And just pay it off in 5 years.
Right.
Instead of trying to save the whole thing in 3. I mean, if you want to do that, it's either way is okay, or maybe something in between, Maybe we're going to save real hard for 2, and then we're going to pay it off in 3 years.
Right.
Because a $450,000 house on a $180,000 income is what's known as modest.
Okay.
And that's it's very reasonable. And so I'm not trying to talk you into spending more. I'm just saying you're not out of control here.
Right.
You're doing a great job. So now the reason for the Roth is, back to that original question, I don't want to get away from that too quickly.
Right.
When you get to retirement and there's several $1 million in there, if it's in a traditional, it's all going to be taxable. If it's in a Roth, it's going to be tax-free. And so, it's the taxation difference on that account is why, especially at your young age, the vast majority of the money in the account will not be the money you put in there, but will be probably 90% of the money in there will be growth at that point. And so you want that growth to be tax-free, because otherwise it's going to be pretty stinking expensive. So that's why we went with the Roth. But yeah, if you want to, I would run, in your case, I would run 15% of my income out the door. That's $27,000 into good Roth 401ks. And then I would save aggressively in addition to that for a big down payment for a couple of 3 years, 2 years, whatever. I would make the move with the idea that in 2 or 3 more years, I'd have the house paid off. And then you get a paid for $500,000 house with $180,000 income, and you are what's known as in the driver's seat. Excellent. Way to go, guys. Very well done. That puts this hour of the Dave Ramsey Show in the books. Our thanks to James Childs, our producer. Blake Thompson is our executive producer. Kelly Daniels is our associate producer and phone screener. I am Dave Ramsey, your host. We'll be back with you before you know it. In the meantime, remember, there's ultimately only one way to financial peace, and that's to walk daily with the Prince of Peace, Christ Jesus.
Hey guys, it's Kelly Daniel, associate producer and phone screener for the Dave Ramsey Show and giver of lots of free books. Hey, this hour of the show is over, but you can find our full 3-hour podcast on iTunes. We're everywhere for free, here to serve you.
We talk a lot about the baby steps around here. Those 7 steps lead you out of debt and into a life of saving and giving. Many of you are on baby step 2. That's the step where you're gazelle intense and paying off all debt but the house. Now listen, summertime is the perfect time to get after your goals and really make some progress. And we've got the tools to help you, like my all-time best-selling book, The Total Money Makeover. It's loaded with tips to help you make the right decisions with your money. Financial Peace University is the class millions of families have taken to change their lives. With this class, you learn how to beat debt with others in your area who can encourage you on. Get envelope systems to control your spending and audio lessons to keep yourself fired up on your way to work or on summer vacation. Debt doesn't stand a chance. Go to the online store at DaveRamsey.com or call 888-22-PEACE. That's 888-227-3223.
Daybreak with Jeff and Dale, weekdays from 6 to 9 on 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 102.1, and now in Thurston County on 92.9.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Daria Aldinger. Next stop, New York City. A crowd is waiting at John F. Kennedy Airport for Pope Francis, who is due to land at any time now. ABC's Aaron Katursky is outside his first stop in the Big Apple.
The flags of the United States and the Holy See fly here outside St. Patrick's Cathedral, the grand Gothic-style cathedral that just went through a multi-million-dollar renovation in time for Pope Francis's arrival. And there are already thousands of people lined up here along Fifth Avenue. The entire street has been shut down for blocks. Part of 83 blocks here in Manhattan closed for the papal visit, an unprecedented measure of security. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
Earlier today, Francis became the first pontiff to address a joint meeting of Congress.
I'm convinced that we can make a difference. I'm sure.
He urged lawmakers to consider immigrants and refugees people with faces and stories. The death toll is rising after a collision between an amphibious vehicle and a bus near downtown Seattle.
This witness was on the amphibious vehicle as it appeared to T-bone a tour bus.
We were coming around the curve and he was pointing out the harbor, and next thing I know, I think maybe the traffic slowed down and we veered out of control, and then we hit this bus here and just spinning around, and people were being thrown out of the duck and things like that.
It happened on the 6-lane Aurora Bridge just minutes north of downtown Seattle. The Seattle Fire Department says nearly 4 dozen people were taken to local hospitals. Ride the Ducks has recalled all of its tours for the day and has suspended operations. Brian Calvert, ABC News, Seattle.
The CDC wants OBGYNs to sit down with expectant mothers and warn them about the dangers of drinking while pregnant. A new study finds 1 in 10 women of childbearing age had beer, wine, or alcohol in the last month, and a third of them binge drink. This is ABC News.
Hi, this is Lori Grenier. You've seen me on Shark Tank. I've developed, launched, and marketed over 400 products. Applying for a traditional loan is frustrating. There's paperwork, references, tax forms. You wait weeks for an answer, and you may not get the funds. There's a new way to get funding without the hassle. It's called Kabbage. That's Kabbage with a K. Here's how it works. Go to Kabbage.com, fill out the online application. It takes minutes to complete, and you'll get a decision with none of the waiting. You could have immediate access to a line of credit of up to $100,000. No fees of any kind to set up your line, and you don't pay a cent until you take a loan. It's helpful for a business to have security and flexibility. Kabbage is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It's provided funds to over 50,000 businesses and has been named one of Forbes' top 100 companies twice in a row. So check out Kabbage.com. That's Kabbage with a K, Kabbage, or call 888-KABBAGE, the #1 online.